Chapter 1783. These should be the disciples of the three sects who blocked the entrance to the netherworld enlightenment, and the disciples of the other sects who attacked their defenses. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and saw the corpses of nearly 200 people. His eyes finally landed on the whirlpool formed by the netherworld wind. Above the whirlpool, there were actually two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Each of them had taken out their magic treasures, and were fighting to the death for the netherworld lotus. Furthermore, the two Foundation establishment cultivators were surrounded by a dozen or so puppets that would occasionally assist them. Needless to say, one of them was Mo Qingyuan, who had just left, and the other was a cultivator that Xiaohua seemed somewhat familiar with. That's Martial Uncle Zhen Ming of your thunderous palace. Why is he here? Sun Shu didn't recognize Mo Qingyuan, but he recognized the other Foundation establishment cultivator who was fighting with Mo Qingyuan. He glanced at Xiaohua and said in astonishment, "What? Thunder's Palace cultivators?" Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "Could he be a disciple of Swallow Thunder Ridge?" Martial Uncle Zhen Ming is really a disciple of Swallow Thunder Ridge. Sun Shu seemed to have thought of something, and his tone was somewhat gloomy. "Junior brother Xiao, you are you. Don't worry, let's see." Xiaohua's expression was unusually gloomy. If Sun Shu could think of it, how could he not? How could a disciple of Swallow Thunder Ridge appear here for no reason? Even if he didn't come here on purpose, the grudge between him and Swallow Thunder Ridge had turned this unintentional encounter into intentional complications. At this moment, the trembling bright lightning emitted a foot-long screen of light as it spun. It was like a sheet of sword light that pierced towards Mo Qingyuan. At the same time, Mo Qingyuan's wooden dragon chopper also transformed into a wooden dragon. It circled the sun, swaying its tail and opening its mouth, wanting to cut the sun. However, the sun spun and its dazzling brilliance blocked the wooden dragon chopper to one side. "Ha, fellow Taoist, Mo's magic power is only SOSO, and your puppets are also ordinary. I advise you to turn back as soon as possible." Zhen Kong laughed and said, "Since this old man has arrived first, this nether lotus is this old man's. It's fate." "It's still too early to speak." Mo Qingyuan sneered. The green light around him trembled as he rubbed his hands together. Rays of green light flashed, and 6 rays of green sword light suddenly appeared around Zhen Ming. The sword light had already appeared, and immediately moved around Zhen Ming like a net. A sword formation. Zhen Ming was clearly shocked. He had been focusing on Mo Qingyuan's wooden dragon chopper and the puppets. He had never expected Mo Qingyuan to have a sword formation. Moreover, the sword formation had already been set up in the vicinity of the nether lotus. That's right, this was the Azure Essence sword formation. This sword formation was several times more powerful than a single flying sword, but it had a shortcoming, which was that it had to be set up in advance. Previously, Mo Qingyuan wanted to use the sword formation to trap Xiaohua, who was not afraid of metal, earth, and magnetism in the space. That was why he had used the puppets to stall Xiaohua while he set up the Azure Essence sword formation in front of the tunnel. In the end, the puppet ended up in Xiaohua's pocket, which was why he was restrained so much. This time, Mo Qingyuan had already planned to secretly release his flying swords when he attacked with the wooden dragon chopper. Earlier, he had been fighting Zhen Ming while setting up the sword formation silently. Now that he had set up the sword formation perfectly and lured Zhen Ming into the Azure Essence sword formation, he was going to kill Zhen Ming in one fell swoop. Zhen Ming was clearly panicking. He waved his hand and wanted the bright lightning to fly in front of him to defend himself. However, Mo Qingyuan's wooden dragon chopper happened to be between the bright lightning and Zhen Ming. No matter how the bright lightning flew, the wooden dragon chopper blocked it with its tail. "Fellow Taoist, take care." Mo Qingyuan grinned hideously and performed a sword art with his right hand. 6 green sword lights, which looked like harmless fishes swimming around Zhen Ming, immediately turned into stinging hornets and flew toward Zhen Ming from all directions. Zhen Ming was shocked. He waved his hand and many yellow talismans fell like rain. At the same time, Zhen Ming's body shone brightly as if all the defensive talismans had been activated. "Humph," Mo Qingyuan sneered, but his eyes were looking at Xiaohua in the distance, as well as Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian, who were standing near the vortex. Puff, puff, puff. Several high-grade yellow talismans were turned into talisman paper under the sharp flying swords. Zhen Ming waved his hands continuously, and many palms of thunder and fireballs only hit the 4 flying swords to the left and right, but they could not completely shoot them down. As for the other 2 flying swords, Zhen Ming could only shake his body and try his best to use the flying art to dodge. Unfortunately, he was now trapped in the sword formation. No matter how he tried to dodge, the 6 flying swords followed him like maggots. Dodging was only temporary. Xiao, junior brother. Sun Shu's face turned pale again. She whispered, "Should we go and help?" Xiaohua's face was a little gloomy. Looking at the 6 sword lights in Mo Qingyuan's sword formation, no one knew what he was thinking. Hearing Sun Shu's question, he said coldly, "Senior Sister Sun, if you want to help, go ahead. I won't stop you. But if you want me to help, I'm sorry, I won't agree." "Okay." Sun Shu bit her lips and answered decisively. Looking at Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian, although they were a little far away, they still turned to look at Xiaohua. Seeing that Xiaohua did not move, they also did not fly up. "Senior brother Qian, come over quickly." Xiaohua suddenly realized and immediately transmitted his voice. "Yes." Hearing this, Qian Diheng turned and whispered to Kuan Fian. The 2 were ready to fly away, but at this moment, Mo Qingyuan, who was above the whirlpool, let out a long howl. Xiaohua and the others looked over and saw that the 6 flying swords surrounding Zhen Ming were shining brightly. 2 of them instantly pierced Zhen Ming's hands that were releasing the palm thunder, and the other 4 sword lights pierced Zhen Ming's body. The brilliance on Zhen Ming's body flickered and then disappeared. "Ah!" Zhen Ming screamed and fell from the sky. His corpse also fell into the whirlpool, mixing with the qi refinement cultivators that he had killed earlier. "Ha ha ha," Mo Qingyuan laughed. He waved his hand, and the bright thunder that had lost control fell into his hand. Then he pointed his finger, and the 6 flying swords flew up into the sky. Then Mo Qingyuan did something that everyone present did not expect. He did not withdraw the 6 flying swords, and the wooden dragon chopper did not rush into the whirlpool to collect the nether lotus. Mo Qingyuan pointed his finger, and the 6 flying swords actually flew out of the whirlpool. Old man. Xiaohua was shocked when he saw the flying swords fly out. He slapped his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out of his body. The earthy yellow light protected him and Sun Shu. However, Xiaohua was still wrong. Mo Qingyuan's flying swords did not fly towards Xiaohua at all. Instead, they surrounded Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian. Xiaohua's expression changed immediately. He suddenly understood Mo Qingyuan's scheme. "Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao." Mo Qingyuan was not in a hurry to pick the nether lotus. Instead, he stood above the whirlpool and sneered. "Just now, it was a disciple of your sect, right? Looking at his cultivation, he should be your martial uncle. If you had joined forces with him, the one standing here right now should be the 2 of you." Xiaohua looked at him coldly and did not reply. Mo Qingyuan continued, "Although this nether lotus is a must-have item for Foundation establishment cultivators and has nothing to do with your qi refinement cultivation, since fellow Taoist Xiao did not come to help, there must be a grudge between you and this cultivator. This grudge, it must not be small. This old man will kill this beast today. Won't it make you happy, ah? However, since you did not come to help, then you must not let this news leak out. All the cultivators here must be killed, especially your 3 fellow disciples. They are your biggest threat, ah. This old man can tell with one look that the beautiful female cultivator beside you is your dual cultivation junior sister. This old man does not care. As for this pair of unfortunate mandarin ducks, since we made a deal before, this old man will help you get rid of it, so that you don't have to bear the crime of killing your fellow disciples." As Mo Qingyuan spoke, he pointed his finger. More than 10 puppets flew towards the qi refinement disciples who were still alive on the ground. The 6 flying swords surrounding Kuan Fian and Qian Diheng also flashed with green light. Xiaohua's face was ashen. He pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew high into the sky. Rumble. The sound was deafening. He said sternly, "Senior Mo, don't say anything to sow discord. This junior understands what you mean. This junior will not fight with you for this whatever nether lotus. Let go of this junior's fellow disciples." Fellow Taoist Xiaohua, in fact, I also feel very regretful. You have given I a lot of benefits. If this is the nether lotus, I will let you have it. Previously in the space, I even wanted to tell you this news. However, this is the nether lotus, and it is also something this old man must have. There is no other way, ah. Hearing Mo Qingyuan's extremely fearful attitude towards Xiao Hua, Kuan Fian and Qian Diheng were more shocked than frightened. There was even a trace of joy. After all, with Xiao Hua's existence, their lives were guaranteed. However, since fellow Taoist Xiao is so tactful, this old man will spare the two of them on account of our previous friendship. Hee, you all must swear that you will not leak this matter, and this old man will let you all leave. At this point, several screams came from the distance. The remaining cultivators must have been killed by the puppets. Okay. Xiao Hua helplessly looked at Sun Shu. The two of them swore on the spot, so did Kuan Fian and Qian Diheng. Ha. At this time, Mo Qingyuan pointed his finger. The wooden dragon chopper flew to the left side of the nether lotus, swung its dragon tail, and cut off the crystal-clear pink lotus. Then Mo Qingyuan waved his hand, and the nether lotus fell into his hand. He put it into a jade box, and then several talismans were stuck on the jade box. After putting away the jade box, Mo Qingyuan was in a good mood. After putting away the flying sword and the puppets, he looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed I's lucky star. Today's trip to the netherworld, this old man can expect to reach the nascent soul realm. This old man still has the same words. If you have time, you can come to this old man. This old man has a better opportunity for you. Senior, keep it for yourself." Xiao Hua said coldly. Ha. Mo Qingyuan laughed, and his figure flew up, leaving the remaining 4 cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect. After a while, Qian Diheng, who was standing still and not daring to move, asked tentatively, "Junior brother Xiao, did that senior leave?" "He left. We should also prepare to leave," Xiao Hua said unhappily. Ha. Qian Diheng laughed, and immediately flew into the whirlpool. "Junior brother Xiao, quickly come and help me. This nether lotus is a legendary thing. Even if it's just a root, it must be very useful." Did you make a mistake?" This greedy. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and his gloomy heart had a little bit of a smile. Then his figure flew up, and directly flew into the sky above the nether lotus. "I will also help." Kuan Fian smiled, and also followed behind Xiao Hua. However, the moment Kuan Fian got close to Xiao Hua, Kuan Fian suddenly stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Hua's shoulder. Chapter 1784. Kuan Fian very casually patted Xiao Hua's shoulder, as gentle as a lover's caress. But, the moment Kuan Fian's hand touched Xiao Hua's shoulder, her white jade-like hand immediately flashed with a bewitching red light. Immediately after, the red light around Xiao Hua's body flashed, and all the magic power in her body instantly froze. Her magic power froze. Xiao Hua's flying technique immediately lost its effect, and her entire body fell from the sky. It fell straight into the whistling vortex. Xiao Hua looked up at Kuan Fian, her eyes filled with disbelief. And Kuan Fian's eyes were also filled with grief, regret, and reluctance. Xiao Hua. Sun Shu didn't fly over. Instead, she stood outside the wind tunnel and very clearly saw everything that was happening above the whirlpool. That heart-wrenching, lung-splitting, eternal cry immediately came from her mouth. Sun Shu's figure also charged into the wind tunnel at the same time. "Junior brother Xiao?" Qian Diheng only heard it now, and when he turned around, Xiao Hua was already very far away. "Kuan Fian, are you crazy?" Kuan Fian couldn't help but shout. "Aye." Kuan Fian absent-mindedly looked at her own hand, her gaze somewhat sluggish. Everything that happened on the way from Imperial Thunder Sect to Ming she flashed through her mind like lightning, and Xiao Hua's unusually warm smile actually froze in her mind. Just at this moment, a yellow shadow suddenly appeared, like a yellow wind blowing from the whirlpool, instantly scraping towards Kuan Fian's white swan-like neck. Kuan Fian still hadn't escaped from remembering Xiao Hua's kindness, when she felt a chill on her neck, and all the strength in her body was sucked out of her body. All the magic power in her body also disappeared in an instant. Kuan Fian only felt her vision darken, and with her mind filled with Xiao Hua's smiling face, she fell into the whirlpool along with Xiao Hua. Senior Sister Sun. Qian Diheng stood in the air above the whirlpool, dumbfounded as he watched everything that happened in a flash. He saw a yellow shadow flash in front of his eyes, and a light flashed past Kuan Fian's neck, and then he saw a stream of black blood flowing out from her neck. At the same time Kuan Fian's corpse fell, that yellow shadow flew into the whirlpool, and stopped in the whirlpool for a moment. At this moment, Qian Diheng saw it clearly. It was actually a small yellow marten. Soon after, the little marten seemed to have pounced onto Xiaohua's body and disappeared, or perhaps it fell into the whirlpool and disappeared. Qian Diheng didn't know, because at this moment, from the corner of his eyes, he saw Sun Shu rushing towards Xiaohua, who was in the whirlpool, without hesitation. Qian Diheng was greatly alarmed. He hastily shouted and rushed over, pulling back Sun Shu, who was desperately trying to save Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua! There were already tears on Sun Shu's cheeks, one hand still reaching towards the raging whirlpool. But in the whirlpool, many of the corpses had long disappeared. The place where Xiaohua and Kuan-Fian had landed was the center of the whirlpool, and at this time, they had already been sucked into the depths of the wind tunnel. Sun Shu's white and slender fingers trembled slightly in the wind. He looked so helpless and hopeless. Seeing Sun Shu so sad, how could Qian Diheng not know? He did not dare to stay on the whirlpool for too long. He pulled Sun Shu and flew out of the wind tunnel. Sun Shu struggled a few times, looking at the turbulent whirlpool. All the strength in her body disappeared, and she allowed Qian Diheng to pull her back out. However, just as the two of them stood on the ground, boom! A deafening sound that shook the heavens and earth came from the wind tunnel. The wind pillar once again rushed out from the wind tunnel with an aura that could destroy everything. It was 100 times faster than before, fiercely rushing up, and in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the wind pillar had already rushed into the 9 heavens. Qian Diheng and Sun Shu were once again dumbfounded. Looking at the changes in the wind pillar in disbelief, they felt that their own cultivation was insignificant. After a while, Qian Diheng said in an incomparably lonely voice, "Senior Sun, Junior Brother Xiao and Kuan-Fian, I'm afraid there is no hope of survival. We should get out of here as soon as possible." No, I still want to wait a little longer. Xiaohua has always been mysterious. This little bit of wind pillar definitely won't take his life. Sun Shu's tone was firm, but there was already sorrow in her voice. All right, then this little brother will accompany Senior Sun. Qian Diheng nodded and said, however, close to 200 disciples have died here, and there will be many cultivators coming soon. If we don't get out quickly, I'm afraid we will be attacked by others. In this way, no one will know about Junior Brother Xiao and Kuan-Fian's death. Moreover, as to why Kuan-Fian killed Junior Brother Xiao, I'm afraid no one will investigate. Junior Brother Qian, you don't need to persuade me, I know. Sun Shu's eyes flashed with determination, and she said word by word, I will definitely return to Sunlei Palace and report this matter to Master, and ask Master to report to the Palace Master to investigate this matter. Yes, even if Kuan-Fian is a disciple of Sunlei Palace, she can't attack and kill her own junior brother for no reason. Qian Diheng added, not to mention that Junior Brother Xiao has saved us countless times along the way. Yes, although the strength of Myriad Thunder Valley is weak, there is still my Sunlei Palace. I don't believe that a little Swallow Thunder Ridge can deceive the entire Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, there is still my Sunlei Palace. Qian Diheng stamped his feet and said, Junior Brother Xiao and I are as close as brothers. I will definitely avenge Junior Brother Xiao. Let's go, throw the surrounding corpses into the wind pillar, and take all the storage bags, magic tools, magic weapons, and other things. Sun Shu calmed down and ordered very calmly. Yes, Qian Diheng's expression relaxed and asked again, what about the corpses of the 4 senior brothers? Throw them all away. Sun Shu sneered. Think about how they treated us that day? How they treated Xiaohua. The corner of Qian Diheng's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say a word. He sighed and flew around the wind pillar. Sun Shu's heart was ice cold. It was as if with Xiaohua's departure, the world lost its warmth. She stood up and slowly walked towards the wind pillar. The biting cold wind blew the brilliance around her body until it was extinguished. That flickering brilliance was like Sun Shu's thoughts, rising and falling, reminiscing and reminiscing. Bits and pieces of the past, like a hurricane, blew into her mind. Why is this? What exactly is going on with Kuan-Fian? Where did that little yellow sable come from? Even Kuan-Fian, who was at the 12th layer of the qi refining stage, was killed with one strike. Why did Zhen Ming also appear in the netherworld? Who was that Foundation Establishment senior who killed Zhen Ming? How did Xiaohua and that senior get to know each other? It seems that senior was very afraid of Xiaohua. A middle-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator actually used the lives of Kuan-Fian and Qian Diheng to threaten Xiaohua, fearing that Xiaohua would fight over the netherworld lotus with him. Xiaohua, you Are you really that loose cultivator at the 10th layer of the chi refining stage from before? The more Sun Shu thought, the more blurred her eyes became. Chapter 1785. Xiao Hua didn't pay any attention to Kuan Fian's actions, nor did he expect Kuan Fian to suddenly plot against him. That bewitching red light flashed around him, and it was as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Not only was his entire body frozen, even his meridians were frozen. Xiao Hua looked at Kuan Fian in disbelief. He instantly connected some of Kuan Fian's previous actions with Zhen Qi's appearance. Sigh. Xiao Hua didn't have time to sigh in his heart before the great strength Vajradharma body and the dragon transformation art circulated in his body, and his entire body faintly glowed with a golden brilliance. This yellow talisman was probably refined by a foundation establishment cultivator. The great strength Vajradharma body and the dragon transformation art circulated rapidly, but they actually couldn't break through that bewitching red restriction in a short period of time. Xiao Hua was aghast. At that moment, his body was already swaying along with the whirlpool. Xiao Hua knew that he was about to fall into the whirlpool and lose control like a leaf falling into water. Looking at Qian Diheng's astonishment, Sun Shu's sorrow, and Kuan Fian's absent-mindedness, Xiao Hua's heart was also filled with despair, and his mind immediately entered the space. Xiao Hua's original intention was to let Little Yellow escape from the space and not fall into 9 hells with him, so he ordered Little Yellow to kill Kuan Fian. Who would have thought that before Xiao Hua could call Little Silver out, Little Yellow would actually return to his side and fall into the whirlpool with him? Xiao Hua had no choice but to put Little Yellow into the space. Of course, Xiao Hua was at the root of the nether lotus at that moment, so it was very easy for him to put it away. Just as Xiao Hua put away Little Yellow and the root of the nether lotus, his entire body immediately started to spin like a windmill. Moreover, the incomparable attractive force in the center of the whirlpool pulled Xiao Hua into the ground. Xiao Hua only took one look at Kuan Fian's corpse before the whole world started to spin. Xiao Hua didn't dare open his eyes as he desperately circulated the dragon transformation art and the great strength Vajradharma body to break free of the restriction, wanting to escape before he fell into the depths of the wind pillar. With a light pop sound, Xiao Hua's body relaxed. His meridians moved, and his magic power instantly surged in all directions. At the same time, the great strength Vajradharma body emerged from his body. Great! Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. Just as he was about to open his delusion breaker Dharma eye, a suction force that was 100 times stronger than before was born. Xiao Hua simply didn't have any chance to struggle, and he was immediately pulled down several hundred meters. This suction force was so strong that it was like millions of hands were trying to tear Xiao Hua's body apart. Even though Xiao Hua had already refined his phoenix body, even though he had already released the mighty Vajra body, he was still unable to resist the might of the netherworld wind. In an instant, the brilliance around Xiao Hua's body flickered, and all of his defenses were torn apart. Moreover, his body was breaking apart inch by inch, and specks of blood were seeping out from within. This is bad. Xiao Hua was shocked. Enduring this heart-wrenching pain, his mind raced as he desperately circulated the Vajradharma body technique, trying his best to convert this pain into motivation for cultivation. At the same time, the 13,200 small dots within Xiao Hua's body also faintly flickered with a faint reddish-black brilliance, healing Xiao Hua's torn body at an extremely fast pace. However, the blood that had already flowed out was blown by the netherworld wind, and specks of blood fell into the wind. Among the blood, apart from a few glittering golden threads that fell down, everything else disappeared in a flash. Below the wind pillar, an unknown distance away, there was precisely a fist-sized spirit insect. This golden thread, perhaps it could fall, or perhaps it would be blown to some other place. But if it could fall, then perhaps there would be another great variable in this world. Xiao Hua activated the mighty Vajradharma body technique, and was barely able to resist the netherworld wind that could directly tear apart ordinary cultivators. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the suction force was stronger than the rotation force, he struggled to break free from the rotation and stood upright. Moreover, he also opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. What the Dharma eye saw was the same as what he saw in the origin magnetic space. The only difference was that he was currently inside the wind pillar, and his entire body was swirling with viscous blood, and his body was falling into the abyss at an extremely fast speed. This won't do, I can't fall anymore. I must stop and escape from the wind pillar. Xiaohua immediately had an idea. However, how could he reduce or even stop his falling speed? Xiaohua's entire body surged with brilliance, and he used the awakening thunder escape. However, following the surge of Xiaohua's magic power, the awakening thunder escape only reduced his speed by a little. It was simply not enough to reverse the current situation. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the two magic tools Zichen and Guanwei from the space. Under the urging of his magic power, the two magic tools exploded one after another several zhang below Xiaohua. The powerful explosive force indeed reduced Xiaohua's speed by 30%. Right now, Xiaohua was delighted. Taking advantage of the fleeting opportunity, his body suddenly moved. He actually used the ethereal steps shadow shifting technique and moved to the side with difficulty. This side was the key. Xiaohua immediately escaped from the center of the whirlpool, and his entire body began to fall while revolving around the center of the whirlpool. Seeing his body begin to rotate, Xiaohua tried his best to use the awakening thunder escape. The direction of this awakening thunder escape was not upwards, but straight outwards. Thus, within the wind pillar, Xiaohua revolved around the center of the whirlpool. Every time he revolved, he would go further and further away. However, the speed of Xiaohua's descent did not decrease in the slightest. Xiaohua did not have time to care about this at this moment. After flying for an unknown period of time, the more he flew, the more alarmed Xiaohua became. This wind pillar was only a few hundred zhang above the ground. How could it be so wide underground? Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua's body suddenly became light, and the force pulling him down abruptly disappeared. Haha! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He hurriedly leaped up, preparing to fly towards the ground. However, right at this moment, from the side of his body, a force even stronger than the downward force just now appeared, pulling him horizontally. Xiaohua's body was originally agitating all the magic power in his body to use the awakening thunder escape to fly to the side. At this moment, his speed did not decrease at all, so Xiaohua did not have the slightest reaction and was immediately pulled in. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's illusion-breaking technique, I saw that this was the same whirlpool as before, but the direction was horizontal. Oh no! Xiaohua smiled bitterly. At this moment, he no longer dared to escape by spinning horizontally like before. If he was spinning horizontally like this, who knew if he would be facing upwards or downwards? If he was facing downwards, wouldn't he die even faster? Moreover, within the whirlpool, there was not only a pulling force, but also an inexplicable force. It was constantly corroding Xiaohua's magic power and his defense. Previously, Xiaohua had even shot out a yellow talisman, but the yellow talisman was like a talisman paper. It was immediately torn apart and had no effect at all. On the contrary, Xiaohua's mighty Vajra Dharma body emitted a faint golden light under the pull of the netherworld wind. Although it was somewhat worn out, it still looked abnormally solid. Moreover, under Xiaohua's persistent cultivation, there was faint progress. Forget it. Xiaohua temporarily sucked in his heart of struggle. While cultivating the mighty Vajra Dharma body with all his might, he slightly opened his illusion-breaking technique eye and carefully sized up his body. After an unknown period of time, Xiaohua also did not know how many whirlpools of whirlpools had captured him. Whether it was up or down, left or right, Xiaohua was about to see clearly. The whirlpools here were simply disorderly, and the space was also inconceivably large. The scarlet stickiness in his Dharma eyes was almost boundless. Moreover, the longer he stopped, the stickiness became more and more viscous. Xiaohua even felt that stickiness on his body. The whirlpools also gradually turned into liquid. It's over. Xiaohua immediately panicked. In this netherworld, he was just a small ant. Other than being teased by the netherworld wind, what other fate could there be? Moreover, under this kind of power, not to mention Xiaohua's qi refining cultivation, even if he was a Jindan foundation establishment, nascent soul, or spirit severing, he would not have any means to escape. However, fortunately, Xiaohua still had his Dharma body. Moreover, under the tempering of the netherworld wind, there was actually some progress. However, this progress could barely make up for the loss. When the loss exceeded the gain, it would be the day of Xiaohua's death. Just when Xiaohua was feeling discouraged, his body suddenly seemed to have bumped into something. A burst of brilliance lingered around his body, and Xiaohua's figure suddenly disappeared within the whirlpool. Moreover, the pressure on Xiaohua's body suddenly disappeared. A kind of pressure that came from all directions wantonly kneaded Xiaohua's body like a giant hand. Xiaohua's illusion-breaking technique, I only had time to see a colorful fluorescent light and a black and white light, and then he closed his eyes tiredly. Teleportation? This sudden pressure was so familiar that Xiaohua could not help but groan. It was just that this pressure was much greater than the previous teleportation formation. If it was not for his Dharma body, he would have fainted the moment he was teleported. The teleportation time was extremely short. Very soon, Xiaohua's body relaxed. Before he could open his Dharma eyes, another horizontal suction force came, and Xiaohua could not help but fly forward again. Sigh. At this time, Xiaohua was completely speechless. He sighed and did his best to reforge his Dharma body, hoping that he could stay in this boundless netherworld wind for a while longer and obtain a trace of vitality. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua felt that he had been teleported several times. He did not know where he was at this time, and what he saw with his Dharma eyes was that the scarlet color of the netherworld wind was sometimes shallow and sometimes deep. It was not the same. The only thing that was the same was the incomparably powerful tearing force of the netherworld wind. Although Xiaohua's Vajradharma body was improving very quickly, under the might of this heaven and earth, he was already at his wit's end and was in imminent danger. His Dharma body could not be any thinner. Chapter 1786. Seeing the golden brilliance of Xiaohua's last line of defense, the Vajradharma body, gradually disappear, Xiaohua immediately felt his hands and feet go cold. He could already imagine the miserable state of his body being torn into inch by inch after the Vajradharma body disappeared. However, the moment the Vajradharma body disappeared, the 132 million small dots that made up the Vajradharma body suddenly appeared. These 132 million small dots shrank at an extremely fast speed and actually condensed into one. Then, this one and only small dot flashed with a black and red flame and disappeared. But after disappearing, this one and only small dot appeared again in the blink of an eye. Then, the 132 million small dots separated from this one and only small dot. However, once the small dots were born this time, they contained a desolate aura. Moreover, although these small dots corresponded to the 132 million small dots on Xiaohua's body, the composition of these small dots was already different from the composition of the small dots on Xiaohua's body. The outline formed by these small dots was not the Vajradharma body from before, but the shape of a phoenix. Moreover, because of the changes in these small dots, the 132 million small dots on Xiaohua's body also flashed with black and red flames, and actually wanted to follow the appearance of the phoenix Dharma body and become a phoenix. Xiaohua's body gradually changed. The originally grayish-white skeleton suddenly flashed with a golden brilliance. After the golden brilliance passed, it became a skeleton that was 80% crimson and 20% white. The crimson color on the skeleton brightened and tightly wrapped around the body. The body struggled several times but was unable to break free. The 132 million small dots disappeared again, and the body returned to its previous appearance. However, the outline of the phoenix Dharma body had already formed. The wing-like outline slightly flapped, and the crimson viscous liquid in the netherworld wind was extracted, filling the outline of the phoenix Dharma body in a moment. When the phoenix Dharma body was filled and formed, a golden light flashed outside the Dharma body, and a perfect golden body appeared. Xiaohua was dumbstruck as he sensed all of this, and sensed the formation of a phoenix Dharma body. However, what Xiaohua didn't expect was that the moment the phoenix Dharma body took shape, an indescribable impulse rushed straight to his head. Xiaohua couldn't help but clench his fists. He raised his head and roared. Correspondingly, the phoenix Dharma body also spread its wings. A phoenix cry resounded within the pillar of wind. At this time, Xiaohua's body was swept up by a column of wind that came from an unknown direction. He was about to be carried away, but a similar phoenix cry came from the side of the column of wind. This sound was very weak, but in Xiaohua's ears it was like adding oil to a fire, causing the heat in Xiaohua's body to surge even higher. In fact, Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body seemed to have gained sentience, as if it had sensed an ancient desire. With a clear cry, it spread its wings and flew towards the source of the phoenix cry. Under the guidance of the avatar, Xiaohua's corporeal body actually escaped from the wind pillar and rushed into another one. This pillar of wind was different from the previous one. It seemed to be blowing out from the depths of the netherworld. It was incomparably cold. However, this coldness in the heat of Xiaohua's heart, in the indescribable desire of the phoenix law body, was actually like a cool summer breeze. God, a feminine phoenix cry rang out. This phoenix cry was actually filled with extreme joy. Gop Xiaohua's phoenix law body responded with the same joy. With a loud bang, Xiaohua only felt his eyes brighten. He didn't know where he had flown out from, nor did he know if he had escaped from the teleportation array. In short, Xiaohua's eyes were filled with a world of ice. At this time, Xiaohua's eyes were crimson red. The phoenix law body was even more impatient. Its body flickered with golden light and red flames lingered around it. And in the cold valley where Xiaohua appeared, there was a light green phoenix law body. It was incomparably feminine, and it was barely able to maintain itself in the air. Under the phoenix law body, there was a woman who looked like a fairy. This woman was currently unconscious, and her body was covered in ice, slightly stiff. Wasn't this woman Fairy Hong Xia, who failed to break through the icy wind cultivation method? When Xiaohua's phoenix law body saw Fairy Hong Xia's phoenix law body, it let out a clear cry and pounced over. Gav Fairy Hong Xia's phoenix law body was also filled with joy. As it cried out, the icy green color gradually faded, and it gradually became pure green. Fairy Hong Xia's body was still green, but within her skin, there was a corresponding pink color. When Xiaohua saw Fairy Hong Xia, his eyes lit up with flames of madness. He followed his phoenix celestial body and flew in front of Fairy Hong Xia. Fairy Hong Xia suddenly realized what was going on, and her burning face turned pale. Fairy Hong Xia didn't have time to open her eyes. She stretched out her hand and was about to slap Xiaohua's forehead. However, before this palm could be released, it was immediately grabbed by a strong hand. Fairy Hong Xia smiled sadly. She forced herself to circulate her magic power and was about to break her own heart meridians. However, at this critical moment, Xiaohua's voice entered her ears. Xiaohua. Fairy Hong Xia actually recognized Xiaohua and hurriedly opened her eyes. Indeed, although she hadn't seen him twice, his unforgettable face was right in front of her eyes. Fairy Hong Xia asked almost pleadingly, Xiaohua, is it you? Fairy Hong Xia's voice called out more than 10 times before Xiaohua woke up slightly. Xiaohua replied in a daze. However, Fairy Hong Xia was still worried. She bit his ear and asked, what did I say to you at the Feather Immortal Gathering? You have made your decision. I will with you. Xiaohua said the words that only the two of them knew. Seeing Xiaohua's last line of defense, the golden brilliance of his Vajra Dharma body, gradually disappearing, Xiaohua immediately felt his hands and feet go cold. He could already imagine the miserable state of his body being torn to pieces after the Vajra Dharma body disappeared. However, at the moment when the Vajra Law body disappeared, the 13,200 small dots that formed the Vajra Law body suddenly appeared. These 13200 small dots shrank rapidly and actually condensed into one. Then, this small dot flashed with a black and red flame and disappeared. However, after it disappeared, this small dot appeared again in the blink of an eye. Then, the 13,200 small dots separated from this small dot. However, as soon as these tiny dots were born, they contained a desolate aura. Moreover, although these tiny dots corresponded to the 132,200 tiny dots on Xiaohua's body, the composition of these tiny dots was already different from the composition of the tiny dots on Xiaohua's body. The outline of these small dots was not the Vajra Law body from before, but the shape of a phoenix. In fact, because of the changes in these small dots, the 13,200 small dots on Xiaohua's body also flashed with black and red flames. They actually wanted to follow the appearance of the phoenix law body and transform into the shape of a phoenix. Xiaohua's body gradually changed. The originally grayish-white bones suddenly flashed with a golden brilliance. After the golden brilliance passed, it became a skeleton that was 80% red and 20% white. The red color on the skeleton shone brightly and tightly wrapped around the body. The body struggled several times but was unable to break free. The 13200 small dots disappeared again, and the body returned to its previous appearance. However, the outline of the phoenix law body had already formed. The wing-like outline slightly flapped, and the scarlet viscous liquid in the netherworld wind was extracted and filled the outline of the phoenix law body in a moment. When the Phoenix Law body was filled and formed, a golden light flashed outside the law body. Unexpectedly, another perfect golden body appeared. Xiaohua was dumbstruck as he sensed all of this and sensed the formation of a Phoenix Law body. However, what Xiaohua did not expect was that the moment the Phoenix Law body formed, an indescribable impulse rushed to his head. Xiaohua could not help but clench his fists. He raised his head and roared. Correspondingly, the Phoenix Law body also spread its wings and a phoenix cry resounded in the wind pillar. At this moment, Xiaohua's body was swept up by a wind pillar in an unknown direction and was about to be moved in a certain direction. However, the same phoenix cry came from the side of the wind pillar. That sound was very weak, but in Xiaohua's ears, it was like adding oil to the fire, causing the heat in Xiaohua's body to surge even more. Even Xiaohua's Phoenix Law body seemed to have intelligence, as if it had sensed an ancient desire. With a clear cry, it spread its wings and flew toward the source of the phoenix cry. Under the guidance of the law body, Xiaohua's body actually broke free from the wind pillar and rushed into another wind pillar. This wind pillar was different from the previous one. It seemed to blow out from the depths of the netherworld and was actually incomparably cold. However, this coldness in the heat of Xiaohua's heart and the indescribable desire of the Phoenix Law body was actually like a cool summer wind. A feminine phoenix cry rang out. This phoenix cry was actually filled with extreme joy. Jie! Xiaohua's Phoenix Law body responded with the same joy. Boom! Xiaohua only felt his eyes light up. He didn't know where he flew out from, nor did he know if he had escaped from the teleportation array. In short, Xiaohua saw a world of ice in front of him. At this moment, Xiaohua's eyes were crimson red, and the Phoenix Law body was even more anxious. Golden light flashed around its body, and red flames lingered around it. In the cold valley where Xiaohua appeared, there was a light green Phoenix Law body. It was incomparably soft, and it was barely able to maintain itself in the air. Under the Phoenix Law body, there was a fairy-like woman. This woman was currently unconscious, and her body was already covered in ice, slightly stiff. Wasn't this woman Fairy Hongxia, who failed to break through the icy wind cultivation method? When Xiaohua's Phoenix Law body saw Fairy Hongxia's Phoenix Law body, it let out a clear cry and pounced over. Jie! Fairy Hongxia's Phoenix Law body was also happy, and it cried out. The icy green color gradually faded, and it gradually became pure green. Fairy Hongxia's body was still green, but her skin faintly had a corresponding pink color. When Xiaohua saw Fairy Hongxia, his eyes lit up with flames of madness. He followed his phoenix celestial body and flew in front of Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia suddenly realized what was going on, and her burning face turned pale. Fairy Hongxia didn't have time to open her eyes. She stretched out her hand and was about to slap Xiaohua's forehead. However, before this palm could be released, it was immediately grabbed by a strong hand. Fairy Red Dawn bitterly smiled. She forcefully revolved her magic power and was about to shatter her own heart meridians. But at this critical moment, Xiaohua's voice entered her ears. Xiaohua! Fairy Hongxia actually recognized Xiaohua and hurriedly opened her eyes. Sure enough, although she hadn't seen him twice, his unforgettable face was right in front of her eyes. Fairy Hongxia asked almost pleadingly, Xiaohua, is it you? Fairy Hongxia's voice called out a dozen times, and only then did Xiaohua wake up a little. Xiaohua responded in a daze. However, Fairy Hongxia was still worried. She bit his ear and asked, what did I say to you at the Feather Immortal Gathering? You have made your decision. I will with you. Xiaohua said the words that only the two of them knew. To be continued. For mobile users, please go to m.com to read. Chapter 1787. The heaven and earth spiritual chi in the entire icy valley surged along with the flapping of the wings of the two Dharma bodies. Every time the male phoenix Dharma body flapped, it would enter the female phoenix Dharma body, while the female phoenix Dharma body would return to the male phoenix Dharma body. The phoenix Dharma body actually caused the icy valley to be filled with the feeling of spring. When Xiaohua was slightly awake, he could already feel the rapid flow of Fairy Hongxia's true qi. At the same time, Xiaohua also sensed that something was wrong with Fairy Hongxia's cultivation. As the saying goes, solitary yin does not give birth, solitary yang does not grow. The ice phoenix cultivation method used the solitary een in the ice phoenix bloodline to stimulate and increase one's cultivation. However, success depended on solitary een, and failure also depended on solitary een. This solitary een gives birth to yang was the crux of the ice phoenix cultivation method. Countless cultivators with the ice phoenix bloodline had lost their lives to this solitary een gives birth to yang. Although Fairy Hong Xia's talent was outstanding, but in the icy valley, she was also envied by the heavens. Xiao Hua's bloodline, needless to say, it was formed from the blood and flesh of the ancient demonic phoenix. Although its yin-yang attribute was mysterious, its godly bones were of the fire attribute. The condensed phoenix dharma body was incomparably yang. Furthermore, the Vajra dharma body was destroyed and the phoenix dharma body was reborn. Using the mysterious scarlet substance in the netherworld wind as its body, it was also yang. Therefore, it was the best for Fairy Hong Xia's pure yin. Xiao Hua felt his true yang and Fairy Hong Xia's true yin slowly harmonizing with each other. Unconsciously, he thought of the secret dual cultivation technique that he had obtained a long time ago. He had originally wanted to give this technique to Xiang Yang and his wife. In his free time, he had roughly looked through it. Now was the time to examine this secret technique. Furthermore, Xiao Hua's body was true qi, while Fairy Hong Xia's body was true essence. Although the blending of true yin and true yang had nothing to do with transcendence energy, it was true qi that flowed. In this aspect, Xiao Hua was naturally inferior to Fairy Hong Xia. Xiao Hua secretly used the secret dual cultivation technique, but Fairy Hong Xia sensed it the moment he used it. However, after a long while, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that even though it was a dual cultivation technique, under the most fundamental fusion of his true yang and Fairy Hong Xia's true yin, everything was just a bunch of small details. Everything was just a bunch of beautiful flowers, and couldn't be used for real. My dear Xiao, Fairy Hong Xia muttered, don't do too many useless things. The great Tao is the simplest. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps several hours, several days, or even more than 10 days, several phoenix cries could be heard. Among them, there was the joy of the male phoenix Dharmakaya and the unwillingness of the female phoenix Dharmakaya. Xiao Hua, who was below the avatar, also frowned. How could Fairy Hong Xia not know what Xiao Hua was thinking? Fairy Hong Xia said softly, my dear Xiao, I thought that once I bid farewell to my dear Xiao, it would be an eternal farewell. I could only freeze here alone. Now the heavens are treating you and me well. This concubine is able to reunite with Xiao Lang here. I am already satisfied with this gathering. How could I not know your intentions? There are times when a person's strength is limited. I won't blame you. As she spoke, Fairy Hong Xia tried to push Xiao Hua away. Ha ha Hong Xia, my wife. Don't underestimate your husband. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, a piece of burning fire essence flame crystal appeared. He slapped his hand on his waist, and immediately, a red flame was born from Xiao Hua's body. Furthermore, the endless heat in his meridians was like an endless stream of spirit spring water, flowing into Fairy Hong Xia's body. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them flashed with light. Xiao Hua's body was surrounded by red light, and Fairy Hong Xia's body was green light. Amidst the red and green light, a light shield appeared around the two of them. Within the light shield, the meridians of the two of them were completely exposed. Oh, these are all the meridians in my memory? They are also the meridians that the dragon transformation skill needs to completely refine? Xiao Hua sensed all the meridians. Those meridians were like dragons soaring through the 9 heavens. Fairy Hong Xia was even more shocked. This kind of secret of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the human body, was something she had never imagined before. This knowledge of meridians opened a door that she would never have known before. The Xuanyan sect was a valley with endless icy rain. It was not as cold as the Ice Valley. However, there was a huge waterfall hanging from a mountain stream. A young naked cultivator was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the waterfall. The seemingly endless icy water continued to fall and hit the cultivator's body as well as the rocks at the foot of the mountain. The rocks were extremely smooth, and there was a faint layer of ice forming. The deafening roar was the furious roar of the waterfall. This cultivator was, needless to say, Xiao Mao. Right in front of the waterfall, at the foot of the same mountain, Xiao Mao's master, Yuan Jiming, was expressionless. He looked at the faint glow around Xiao Mao, and Xiao Mao's slightly pained expression. At this moment, the corner of Yuan Jiming's eyes twitched. He raised his head slightly, and saw that in the sky of the valley, thick black clouds had unknowingly covered it. Furthermore, these black clouds contained lightning and thunder. Great! Yuan Jiming could not help but reveal a faint smile. He thought to himself, this old man was worried that without any external help, this kid would miss the opportunity to advance. This thunderstorm is the will of the heavens. In just a moment, as expected, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The torrential rain was like a heavenly river bursting its banks, gushing down violently. When the rainwater reached the valley, it was frozen into ice shards. Not only did the waterfall increase in water flow by several times, it was even colder. Under the waterfall, Xiao Mao's body was already green with ice. His lips were also purple, and his body could not help but tremble. Success or failure depends on this. Xiao Mao was naturally aware of his own situation. He tried his best to circulate the dragon transformation art to stabilize his meridians. As his true qi circulated rapidly in his body, he silently circulated the mental cultivation method taught by Xuanyan. He slowly channeled all the pain and ice into his body according to the secret method taught by Yuan Jiming. Bit by bit, he gathered his dermic powers. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Mao's body flashed, and a layer of invisible light formed instantly, blocking the huge force of the waterfall. Roar! Xiao Mao's dermic powers surged, and he could not help but stretch his neck and let out a long howl. However, as the howl disappeared, the light barrier also disappeared. The waterfall continued to fall on his body, causing countless splashes. Haha, Xiao Mao, come out! Yuan Jiming's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile as he transmitted his voice. Yes, this disciple understands. At this moment, Xiao Mao was already unfazed. He slowly got up from under the waterfall, seemingly effortlessly. Then he flew to the side of the cold pond, took out a Taoist robe from his storage bag, and put it on. Master, this disciple did not disappoint you. Xiao Mao flew to Yuan Jiming's side, knelt and kowtowed. Not bad. Yuan Jiming nodded. I did not expect you to be such a rare talent. In such a short period of time, you actually broke through to the 12th level of qi. This disciple does not dare. This is all thanks to Master's teachings. Xiao Mao said very respectfully. Haha. Yuan Jiming laughed. He clapped his hands, took out an item, and handed it over. This is the rainbow cloud. Take it and find a time to consume it. The rainbow cloud? Xiao Mao was shocked. He hurriedly caught it and whispered, this is a spiritual medicine that can stimulate spiritual will. Master, you are giving me. Haha, Xiao Mao. Have you been complaining that I did not allow you to stimulate spiritual will when you were in the 11th level of qi? Yuan Jiming laughed. Xiao Mao said fearfully, Master, this disciple does not dare. Even though I heard that the 11th level of qi is the best time to stimulate spiritual will, but this is only hearsay. Master is a cultivator of the golden core stage. You definitely know more than me. This disciple does not dare to complain. Haha, that's good. Yuan Jiming stroked his goatee and laughed. Everyone thinks that the 11th level of qi is the best time to stimulate spiritual will. There are even some cultivator families who think that the earlier the spiritual will is stimulated, the better. Some families even find strange ways to allow their disciples to have spiritual will at the 10th level of qi. But how could they know that these are all stimuli? What do you mean by pulling a seedling to help it grow? This is called pulling a seedling to help it grow. Spiritual will is naturally produced. Why do you need to stimulate it? Xiao Mao was shocked. His face was filled with admiration. He looked at the rainbow cloud in his hand and whispered, Master, if I consume this rainbow cloud, won't it stimulate spiritual will? Child, Yuan Jiming scolded, the rainbow cloud is the nourishment for spiritual will. Stimulating spiritual will requires the rainbow cloud to stimulate the growth of spiritual will. Now that you are in the 12th level of qi, there is already a seed of spiritual will. This rainbow cloud is the fertilizer for it to break out of its cocoon and die. Chapter 1788. I understand. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. Yuan Jiming waved his hand again, and a restrictive spell was cast. His mouth moved, but no sound could be heard. After the restrictive spell was removed, Xiao Mao said solemnly, Thank you, Master, for teaching me the secret technique. I will only teach it to my own disciple. I will never teach it to others. Good. Go ahead, nurture your divine sense first, then consolidate your cultivation. I've already prepared all the medicinal pills you need. Once you reach the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining, you can prepare to go out and experience the world. Thank you, Master. Xiao Mao thanked him again. I have just reached qi refining realm level 12. I am still far from the peak. It is too early for me to go out and train. Haha, Yuan Jiming only smiled and flew away without saying anything. Xiao Mao saw his master off respectfully. He sat cross-legged in front of the waterfall and closed his eyes for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Imperial Thunder sect. He smiled and said to himself, Brother Xiao, I didn't expect you to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Hee, you even made a name for yourself. You won first place in the Feather Immortal Gathering. Even senior brother Zhuo admires you. However, Brother Xiao, I am also at Qi Refining Realm Level 12 now. I wonder if I can build my foundation before you? At the very least, I'll be able to surprise Big Brother Xiao the next time we meet. Then, Xiao Mao smiled and started to recite the secret technique Yuan Jiming taught him. He started to nurture his spirit sense. Inside a quiet room in the Xuanlei Palace of the Imperial Thunder sect. Bang! An exquisite jade bowl fell to the ground with a loud sound and shattered into pieces on the spot. Qian Diheng stood there in exasperation. He stared at the broken pieces of the jade bowl on the ground, as if he had a deep-seated hatred for it. Humph! I didn't expect that my Imperial Thunder sect would end up like this. After a long while, Qian Diheng said unwillingly, the lives of several disciples are gone. Just send out a few Foundation Establishment disciples to find out what's going on, and it'll be over. Instead, he was so concerned about a treasure used by a Foundation Establishment cultivator that he repeatedly asked about it. This is only the Nether Lotus. If it's something inside the Nether Nan, wouldn't it search our souls? Alas, Junior Marshal Brother Qian. Qian Diheng wasn't the only one inside the quiet room. Sun Shu and the expressionless Xue Xue were also present. Sun Shu said helplessly, the ones who died were all aura refining disciples. In the eyes of the masters, they weren't even qualified to enter the sect. In our Imperial Thunder School, there are so many aura refining disciples that we can't even count them. Who would care? Moreover, these are all disciples who have yet to reach the Foundation Establishment stage. Qian Diheng sneered, even if it's us, we haven't reached Foundation Establishment in the past few years. In the eyes of our masters, we have no status. That's right, Junior Brother Qian also knows that 5 years have passed. In the 5 years since Mingxi returned, we've looked for Master countless times and spent a lot of effort. But, until now, it's still the same sentence. Without any evidence, Xiao Hua and Kuan Fian are both dead. You can't frame a disciple of the Earth Thunder Palace based on our words alone. Truly hateful, truly hateful. Qian Diheng jumped up again. This bunch of old farts, their brains have turned into paste. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I possibly offend the Earth Thunder Palace? Just for a shocking Thunder Palace disciple who can't reach Foundation Establishment, the Heavenly Thunder Palace wouldn't offend the Earth Thunder Palace even more. Xue Xue, who hadn't spoken all this time, said indifferently, Xiao Hua was originally a loose cultivator, and his master didn't have a good time either. Also, the Myriad Thunder Valley doesn't have any status in the shocking Thunder Palace. Xiao Hua's death is just death. It's impossible to let the matter of Kuan Fian's sneak attacking him become reality. As she spoke, Xue Xue clapped her hands and took out 1,000 miles sound transmission talisman. She activated her magic power, and that red-yellow talisman flew into the air, spinning one round inside the quiet room before falling down again. How many times has it been? A trace of bitterness appeared in Sun Shu's eyes. I saw Xiao Hua fall into the wind pillar with my own eyes. Even nascent soul cultivators don't dare to provoke that netherworld wind. Xiao Hua, 1,837 times. Xue Xue said indifferently, I'll send one every day, until the day my Tao perishes and I die. AI, Junior Sister Xue, you've also broken through to Qi Refining Stage 12. Time really flies. In these 5 years, my cultivation hasn't improved at all. Qian Diheng's face showed a bitter smile. Junior Sister Xue has always been training hard, waiting for the Foundation Establishment experience. Sun Shu's eyes flashed with a gaze that was unknown whether it was jealousy or regret as he said in a low voice. Ah? Qian Diheng blanked, looking at Xue Xue with an inconceivable expression. Junior Sister Xue, could it be that you also want to go to the netherworld to train? That's right. Shue Shue's face showed a trace of determination. I don't know why you're going to the netherworld. However, I also don't want to know. I only want to go and see darling Shao. You're stupid, Shue Shue. Qian Diheng understood as soon as he heard. He immediately thought of the situation where Sun Shu of course threw himself into the wind tunnel regardless of everything. He raised his eyes to look at Sun Shu, then turned to scold Shue Shue. Sun Shu felt Qian Diheng's gaze, and his face was slightly unnatural. Qian Diheng continued, although the Foundation Establishment disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect didn't enter the wind tunnel, they have already explored there many times, and really didn't find any trace of Shao Hua. If you go, could it be that you want to throw yourself into the wind tunnel? I do have such intentions. Shue Shue didn't hide her thoughts. Junior sister. Sun Shu wanted to comfort her, but he also felt the same way, so he didn't know how to say it. Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said with a smile, since junior sister Shue has such intentions, then it's better to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. With the cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator, if you can enter the wind tunnel, you might be able to see junior brother Shao, who is cultivating in the wind tunnel. Hee, Sun Shu smiled sadly but didn't answer. Alas, what is love in the world? Even Tao-seeking cultivators don't know. Sun Shu sighed, turned his head and asked, Junior brother Qian, it's the Foundation Establishment experience once every 5 years again. Where do you plan to go this time? Qian Diheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet. But without junior brother Shao, I don't feel safe anywhere. Yes. Sun Shu's eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable affection. Clapping his hands, he took out a sound-transmitting talisman sent by Shao Hua and said, Now this talisman is here, but the person is gone. The world is so heartless. Senior sister Sun, junior brother Qian, don't worry about Shao Hua. Junior sister thanks the two of you for your hard work in these years. For Shao Hua, you delayed your Foundation establishment. In the future, don't mention it again. A smile appeared on Shue Shue's face. She stood up and saluted. If Shao Hua knows about this in the underworld, he will also be gratified. Alas, Shao Hua is very kind to us. This is what we should do. Qian Diheng quickly cupped his hands and said, By the way, senior brother Qian, junior sister has one more thing to ask. Shue Shue pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. I'll do as you say. Qian Diheng quickly replied. Shue Shue thought for a moment and said in a low voice, Senior brother Qian, if you have free time during this experience, you might as well go to the Huanhua sect to pass a message. And senior brother understands. Qian Diheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked down at the yellow talisman in his hand and said, The most difficult thing to forget is the kindness of a beauty. Shao Hua, you bastard. You actually. While speaking, he activated the magic power in his hand and watched the yellow talisman slowly rotate in his hand. Qian Diheng stared at the yellow talisman and seemed to see Shao Hua. But at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The yellow talisman actually turned into a crimson red, streaked across the sky, and rushed out of the quiet room. Chapter 1789. In the Valley of Ice, the wind was still biting cold. However, at this moment, in front of the frozen exquisite cave, Fairy Hong Xia, who was dressed in pink, was leaning against an ice pillar with a smile on her face. She was looking at Shao Hua, who was waving his fists and feet on the ice layer that was as smooth as a mirror. When Shao Hua stopped, Fairy Hong Xia slowly walked over. She took out a white handkerchief and wiped Shao Hua's forehead. It seemed that Shao Hua's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Shao Hua did not move. He only looked at the unusually virtuous Fairy Hong Xia with a smile and said, Where did this sweat come from? Why do you have to wipe it every time? Fairy Hong Xia wiped it carefully. Her eyes were filled with love. She covered her mouth and said, When I was young, in the countryside of Liang Town, I once saw a farmer's wife wiping the sweat of her husband who was working in the fields. At that time, I was moved by their pure feelings. I swore in my heart that I would pursue this truest feeling in this life. I would do the most insignificant thing for my husband. Today, Shao Hua is tired. Although there is no sweat, my heart still aches for you. How can I not wipe it? When I was really tired, why didn't you wipe it for me? Shao Hua said with a naughty smile. Fairy Hong Xia rolled her eyes at him and replied, At that time, I was also tired. Who would wipe who? Shao Hua was stunned. Then he looked at Fairy Hong Xia's crafty eyes and shy look. His heart swayed. He reached out and hugged her and said, Then I will wait for you to be tired. Hee, I can't ask for more. Fairy Hongxia's eyes flashed. Her phoenix eyes were like silk. However, Xiaohua, you have to activate the formation of this valley of ice first. Haha, isn't that easy? Xiaohua waved his hand. Dozens of talismans hit the ice layer nearby. These dozens of talismans were the rabbit talismans that Xiaohua had refined in the past few years. Following Xiaohua's hand seals, a transparent light barrier of several hundred feet slowly rose up, covering the entire cave and the sky above the valley. Soon after, the two's phoenix celestial bodies appeared, and the entire light barrier was instantly filled with boundless spring scenery. Several hours later, the light barrier slowly disappeared and the cave was revealed. Fairy Hongxia was neatly dressed, but her face was still red. She snuggled in Xiaohua's arms and whispered, "Xiaohua, you are really amazing. There are many places where your husband is powerful. It's not just talking about just now, right?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Of course. How could I not know how powerful you were just now? That goes without saying, right?" Fairy Hongxia narrowed her eyes and said, "What I want to say is, you are only a qi refining stage cultivator, but your magical power is not inferior to mine. Even after I entered the middle stage of foundation establishment, your magic power continued to grow. This is completely different from what this concubine knows." "My wife, have you been wanting to ask this for a long time?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "It must have been hard for you to hold it in for so long." Fairy Hongxia's left thumb and index finger kneaded Xiaohua's palm in a disorderly manner. She replied, "Although I have become one with my husband, you and I are both cultivators. In terms of cultivation, we are different. There are some things that are better not to ask. I believe my wife still remembers the body meridians that we saw when we first merged yin and yang?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Of course, my husband has already said this before." Fairy Hongxia nodded. Her expression did not change, and she did not show any surprise. "Do you still need me to explain?" Xiaohua saw Fairy Hongxia's expression and already knew, so he asked with a smile. There is no need. Actually, I have already guessed it, but I have not confirmed it with you." Fairy Hongxia nodded. "My husband must have found another meridian to cultivate after the qi refining meridians." "Yes." Xiaohua did not hide it. No wonder. With such a cultivation level, husband actually failed his first attempt at foundation establishment. Even now, he is still at qi refinement. This level of endurance. TSK, even I would not be able to endure it. Fairy Hongxia giggled. "Yes, this path is very narrow. Although my magic power has improved, my realm has not changed. Even my aura does not appear. When I fight with a foundation establishment cultivator, it is very limited." Xiaohua lamented, "Even today, when I fight with you, I am afraid that just your aura alone is enough to make me afraid." Fairy Hongxia nodded. "Exactly. This is also the reason why this concubine did not dare to try those meridians after thinking for so many years. However, since you and I have this opportunity to peek into the secrets of the meridians, it must be a gift from the heavens. It will be useful in the future." Xiaohua scratched his head. "Perhaps. By the way, my husband, you practice that fist technique dozens of times every day. Does it really have the effect of tempering your bones?" Seeing this, Fairy Hongxia changed the topic. "This fist technique seems to be something that mortals pursue, right?" "Of course it is." Xiaohua smiled. "Otherwise, your husband will not practice it every day." Fairy Hongxia curled her lips and said disapprovingly, "I always feel that you are a sheep's head but dog meat." Ha. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and tickled Fairy Hongxia, laughing. "How can there be such a wife in this world?" Ha. Fairy Hongxia shrunk her body and begged for mercy. Where was the cold feeling that she had in front of others? After a while, Fairy Hongxia hugged Xiaohua's neck and said reluctantly, "My husband, this concubine really wants to follow you like this and live in this valley of ice for the rest of my life." Xiaohua leaned over and kissed Fairy Hongxia, laughing. "Your husband also wants to do the same. However, your thoughts are the same as mine. It is just the length of this life." Yes, Fairy Hongxia's eyes were a little blurred. "Of course, if I have it one day, I will have no regrets in this life. But who doesn't want to be together forever? Who doesn't want to have it even longer?" So, Xiaohua held Fairy Hongxia's face and said, "Temporary separation is necessary for us to have it even longer." Fairy Hongxia was overjoyed and rubbed her face on Xiaohua's hand. This concubine was still worried that my husband would scold this concubine. You little brat. Xiao Hua said tenderly, Senior Kai Qin's words and actions are not something that we can imitate. However, the heavenly Tao that she is pursuing is not wrong, and is also what we are pursuing. Your thoughts are also what your husband thinks. How can your husband be an obstacle to your cultivation? Your husband will always be the spur to your cultivation. Haha. Dream on. Fairy Hong Xia rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua. This concubine is already a foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator and has already completed the incomplete ice-wind mental cultivation technique. What about you? When will you be able to build your foundation? TSK, you are the one who is beautiful. Xiao Hua smacked his lips. Who gave you your foundation establishment middle-stage cultivation? Who helped you to complete the incomplete ice-wind mental cultivation technique? Isn't it because of your husband's hard work? Bah! Fairy Hong Xia spat, her face slightly red. Is that hard work or enjoyment? Both. Xiao Hua said with a bashful smile. Entertainment for cultivation. However, Fairy Hong Xia said solemnly, Husband, you must remember that if you come to my Huanhua sect to propose marriage, without surpassing this concubine's cultivation, I'm afraid it won't work. And this husband knows. Xiao Hua's face was also solemn. This husband will not let you wait for too long. It's okay. Fairy Hong Xia instantly became tender. This concubine will wait for you in this life. You are so good. Hong Xia. Xiao Hua could not help but pull Fairy Hong Xia into his arms again. However, just as this tender feeling rose, Xiao Hua's waist felt a slight pain. Xiao Hua's ears rang again. This concubine is good, but Shui is not? Xiao Hua immediately frowned and frowned. Several months later, in the Ice Valley, Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia were reluctant to part. Fairy Hong Xia whispered, After parting today, I don't know when we will meet again. This concubine misses you so much. Xiao Hua held Fairy Hong Xia's soft hand and whispered, Your ice-wind mental cultivation technique has already reached large success. What you lack is not something this husband can help you with. If you continue to cultivate here, it will only be harmful to you. You should hurry to find Senior Kai Qin and see how to cultivate next. This husband's cultivation can be considered to have come to an end. If there are no accidents, I will be able to build my foundation in 4 to 5 years. 4 to 5 years. Fairy Hong Xia was somewhat disappointed. Husband's cultivation is so deep. Can it be slightly earlier? One can only progress step by step. Some things can't be rushed. Xiao Hua smiled. Moreover, if you go to find Senior Kai Qin, what ancestral inheritance of your Kai family, won't it take several years? When your cultivation has made progress, this husband will also build his foundation. You still can't build your foundation. You still have to surpass this concubine. Why don't you also stop cultivating? No way. Fairy Hong Xia hugged Xiao Hua's arm and said, This concubine also doesn't know where the ancestral inheritance of the Kai family is. Otherwise, husband can go there to find this concubine. Xiao Hua smiled. Didn't my wife already give this concubine the Kai family's secret talisman to this husband? When I get closer, I will naturally be able to sense it. Are we still using the talisman? Fairy Hong Xia's eyes were slightly curved, as if there was water in her eyes. Haha, that's true. Even if this husband can't sense it, the phoenix celestial body can too. Xiao Hua laughed. Sigh, Xiao Hua, this concubine really didn't expect that this husband also has the phoenix bloodline. This marriage is really a gift from the heavens to you and me. Xiao Hua scratched his head. This husband really doesn't know about this matter. I have no idea where to start. I know that you have already lost your memory. Fairy Hong Xia said lovingly, This concubine will also secretly pay attention to help you find your origin. On the other hand, my senior sister always thought that her mother was long gone. Who knew? Fairy Hong Xia's face changed slightly, and quickly said, Master doesn't want others to know about this matter. Husband, please don't tell Xiao Xinrui. Sai, is it necessary? What's the point of cultivating to this extent? Xiao Hua was speechless. Master is also a pitiful person. Fairy Hong Xia rebuked. Do you think that others are like you, blessed by the heavens? Chapter 1790. Yes, even if Senior Kai Qin has your luck, my master doesn't have my bloodline. Xiao Hua was disappointed as he thought of Xiao Hongyue's voice and smile. Fairy Hong Xia empathized with Xiao Hua's thoughts. She leaned against Xiao Hua and lowered her head. After a long while, Fairy Hong Xia pushed Xiaohua reluctantly and said, "It's getting late. I have to go to the Peach Blossom Valley to find my master. You should leave too." Fairy Hong Xia was still a little confused and asked, "Husband, I've already told you the way out of the Huanhua sect. But how are you going to get out? Or you should stay in the Valley of Ice and cultivate. Wait for me to go out and find a suitable way. Then I'll bring you out." "Haha, my wife, don't be afraid. You go first." Xiaohua smiled confidently and said, "I have ways to get out." "Are you serious?" Fairy Hong Xia was definitely worried. "Why don't? There's no need." Xiaohua said firmly, "You should go and find your master quickly. Maybe she'll be happy to see you in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage." "Haha, that's for sure." Fairy Hong Xia smiled and said, "Although my master looks cold, she'll be happy to see me in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage." "Haha, then why doesn't she care about her own daughter?" "Sigh, I'm not going to talk about this with you." Fairy Hong Xia shook her head. "I don't know what my master thinks, but these are her trivial matters. You and I don't have to worry about it." "Oh right, that Yun Jichong caused trouble. The Huanhua sect punished you by going into seclusion for 20 years. You're leaving the Valley of Ice today. You won't be in any trouble, right?" Xiaohua asked again, sounding very sentimental. However, when Fairy Hong Xia heard this, she felt exceptionally sweet. She said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Langjun. A normal foundation establishment cultivator would need at least 50 years of bitter cultivation to advance from the early stage to the middle stage. Moreover, it has only been less than 10 years since she advanced to the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage." Even if she was a little biased towards Lang Jun during the Feather Immortal Assembly and lost face for our Wanhua sect, this advancement is enough to make up for the so-called mistakes from before. Moreover, Master is a Golden Core Stage cultivator, much more powerful than Yun Guichong's master. Previously, I came to the Valley of Ice because I wanted to avoid that fellow's entanglement. Otherwise, Fairy Hong Xia said proudly. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "As long as my wife is not afraid. When your husband has the chance, I will definitely beat that Yun Chao Chong until his nose is black and his face is swollen. With my dear Xiao, I have nothing to fear." Fairy Hong Xia said tenderly. "That Su Yenyun's family is not easy to deal with. If our Kai family has the Phoenix bloodline, then the Yun family has the Flame Dragon bloodline." It's just some Flame Dragon bloodline. Even if it's a true dragon, your husband will still pull out its dragon tendon," Xiaohua said indifferently. After that, Xiaohua and Fairy Hong Xia were affectionate for a long time. Only then did Fairy Hong Xia bid farewell to Xiaohua. She waved her hand and flew into the sky, heading towards the Valley of Peach Blossoms. After Fairy Hong Xia left, Xiaohua looked around. Looking at the Valley of Ice where he had lived with Fairy Hong Xia for many years, he couldn't help but feel emotional. He escaped from the wind of the Netherworld in the Netherworld. After a few teleportations, he actually came to the Valley of Ice of the Huanhua sect. After that, Xiaohua searched everywhere in the Valley of Ice a few times. Although there was a cold wind in the depths of the valley, what he saw with his Dharma eyes was very different from the wind of the Netherworld. However, why was it different? The Dharma eyes couldn't see too far. Xiaohua himself couldn't take the risk to fly in and check it out. In addition, there was another strange thing. Xiaohua clearly remembered that he had put the roots of the Netherworld lotus into the space, but when he took the time to check, the roots of the Netherworld lotus were actually not in the space. Now that Xiaohua's cultivation had reached the peak of the 17th layer of qi refining, the space was a lot bigger, but Xiaohua's mind was very clear about the things inside the space. This kind of strange thing, ever since the space was formed, had never happened before. However, Xiaohua had Goldie ask Little Silver about it. Little Silver said that it had never seen it before. It seemed that Xiaohua didn't store the roots of the Netherworld lotus in his space at all. Forget it. I was already lucky to be able to escape from the wind of the Netherworld and run into Fairy Hong Xia. Let's not talk about these external things. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and thought, now that I'm about to advance to the next level, this young master can use another Fire Essence Flame Crystal to advance to Qi Refinement Level 18. Foundation Establishment Foundation Establishment This young master has finally reached Foundation Establishment after all the twists and turns. I should hurry back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's already been almost 5 years. If it wasn't for Fairy Hong Xia's cultivation, this young master would have gone back long ago. I don't know why Shifu and Xue Xue are so worried. As he thought about this, Xiaohua had the urge to soar into the sky and immediately appear in front of the Imperial Thunder sect. Hee, I still can't tell Fairy Hong Xia how I'm going to get out. Xiaohua's lips curled into a faint sneaky smile. If she knew, wouldn't she not even trust her own husband? As he spoke, Xiaohua used the sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique. His body gradually became shorter and fatter, and the bones on his face also changed slightly. A moment later, a cloud chong appeared in the valley of ice. Cough, cough, Xiaohua changed his voice again and said in a low voice, "Fortunately, this young master's hair has already grown out. Otherwise, it would really be difficult." After speaking, Xiaohua's figure flew up. His speed was several times faster than Fairy Hong Xia's. His figure swept across the sky, and there was actually a faint sound of wind and thunder. It was the Imperial Thunder sect's bright thunder escape technique. After flying for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua stopped in midair with a smile on his face. He thought to himself, this bright thunder escape technique is indeed much more brilliant than the awakening thunder escape technique. However, this movement is also not small. Although I've just touched the threshold, there are already some sounds of wind and thunder when I use it. Damn it, if I cultivate to the thunderclap ninth heaven, it will really be like thunder and lightning, shocking the nine heavens. After that, Xiaohua looked at the direction and used an ordinary flying technique, flying towards the mountain gate of the Huanhua sect. The route that Fairy Hong Xia told him was naturally a remote route. There weren't any Huanhua sect disciples passing by. Xiaohua flew for several days and didn't encounter any signs of human habitation. Seeing that he would reach the mountain gate of the Huanhua sect in half a day, Xiaohua's heart was slightly relieved. Although Xiaohua told Fairy Hong Xia that there was no need to worry, how could it be easy for him to imitate Yun Guichong? Yun Guichong was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. His appearance could be imitated, but his pressure and cultivation couldn't be imitated. Moreover, Xiaohua didn't have Yun Guichong's identity token on him. It was impossible for him to easily enter the mountain gate. However, Xiaohua naturally had his own reasons for taking on the appearance of Yun Guichong. As a matter of fact, after Xiaohua had been standing guard for half a day, sure enough, an aura-refining disciple flew past in the air. Chapter 1791. The disciple that came from afar was not only a refinement stage cultivator, but also a refinement stage 12th stage. Seeing this, Xiaohua was delighted. He flew out from the foot of the mountain and intercepted the disciple. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, the disciple seemed to recognize Yun Guichong. His face actually showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Activating a flying glyph, he stopped in front of Xiaohua and bowed. Junior Feng Yi greets Senior Yun. Congratulations, Senior Yun. Congratulations, Senior Yun. Xiaohua was stunned, but his eyes turned. He raised his hand to help Feng Yi up and smiled. So it's Yun Yi. It seems like I've seen you before. Senior Yun has a good memory. Feng Yi's face was immediately filled with admiration. He complimented. The last time I saw Senior Yun was several years ago. Us cultivator family disciples went to Senior Yun's place to congratulate Senior for entering foundation establishment. Junior has only seen Senior once. I didn't expect Senior to still remember it. Junior really admires you. Haha, it's nothing. We're all cultivator family disciples. Even if we entered the Huanhua sect, we still need to support each other. Xiaohua smiled. I only did a small thing and you actually knew about it. It really makes I ashamed. Sigh. Feng Yi's face was filled with emotion. He said, Senior's breadth of mind is indeed incomparable to mine. This is also the reason why Senior can enter foundation establishment while I've been wandering around outside. Senior even sees the awakening of the fire dragon's bloodline so lightly. Is there anything in the world that you can't see past? Xiaohua was stunned. He secretly cursed. Damn, I was just scolding this guy. Who would have thought? This guy's fire dragon's true blood is the same as Red Dawn's ice phoenix's true blood. They've both awakened? This young master really has a bad mouth. Xiaohua immediately covered up his shock and smiled. Us cultivators, which one of us doesn't have true spirit blood in our veins? It's just that the time isn't right. Martial Nephew Feng will also have a chance in the future. Junior doesn't dare. Junior can only look forward to it. Feng Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of passion, and he said humbly, Even if Junior's bloodline has awakened, it definitely cannot compare to Senior Yun's fire dragon true blood. There's also Fairy Hong Xia's ice phoenix true blood. Hee Senior Yun, actually, you and Fairy Hong Xia are truly a match made in heaven and earth. A flame dragon and an ice phoenix. This is the auspicious meaning of dragon and phoenix. Your grandmother. Xiao Hua immediately cursed in his heart. This young master's flame phoenix and Red Cloud's ice phoenix are a perfect match. Moreover, I already have one. Oh right, Senior Yun. Feng Yi asked again. Junior heard that Senior had already left the Huanhua sect a few months ago. Under the accompaniment of our sect's master, you returned to Su Yen to search for the secret method to use the true blood of the fire dragon. Why did you suddenly return to the Huanhua sect today? Seeing Xiao Hua frown slightly, Yuni immediately came to his senses and smiled apologetically. Haha, from what I'm asking, Senior must have obtained the flame dragon inheritance very smoothly. Xiao Hua glanced at Feng Yi and declined to comment. In his heart, he was contemplating whether or not he should make a move to restrain Yuni. Yuni misunderstood and thought that Yun Jiecheng was unhappy. Thus, he quickly clapped his hands and took out a jade box from his storage bag. Handing it over, he smiled apologetically and said, Senior Yun, this junior has nothing to give Senior as a congratulatory gift. This is cloud gold liquid, a necessary item to repair treasures. According to what Junior knows, Senior's ancestral treasure, the dragon-repelling ring, should be able to use this item. Even if this cloud gold liquid is from Junior, it can be considered as a congratulatory gift from my Feng clan to Senior Yun's bloodline awakening. Cloud gold liquid? Feng clan's Yun clan? Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this. This cloud gold liquid, Qian Mo's secret stone and broken gold stone were all items needed to repair the suppressing cloud seal. Xiao Hua was still looking for a chance to find it in the future, but he didn't expect Feng Yi to deliver it to his doorstep. Moreover, what made Xiao Hua the happiest was that this Yuni was actually a disciple of Feng clan's Yun clan. When he was just Qi refining stage 2, he was hunted down by the Feng clan of Feng clan and had long since formed a grudge. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't take something from the Feng clan? And not bad. Yun Jiecheng took the jade box and nodded. Feng clan is considerate. I will remember this in my heart. Seeing Yun Jiecheng take the cloud gold liquid, Feng Yi was overjoyed. Rolling his eyes, he clapped his hands again and took out a token. Senior Yun, this is Junior's token from my clan. Xiao Hua frowned when he heard this. He originally wanted to take this from Feng Yi. He was still thinking about how to use Yun Jiecheng's appearance to do something bad, but Yun Jiecheng had already guessed it and even delivered it to him. How could he not be surprised? That Feng Yi obviously thought wrong. Seeing Xiao Hua frown, he immediately explained, Senior Yun, please don't misunderstand. Junior only wants to ask Senior to find time to come to the Wind Station. My Feng family hopes that Senior can tell us about the experience of Foundation establishment, especially the experience of how to awaken the true spirit blood. Oh, Senior Yun, as long as Senior gives a little guidance to my Feng clan will definitely repay you with a generous gift. This token is Junior's, proof of inviting Senior. Feng Yi looked at Xiao Hua with longing and said in a low voice, I won't hide it from Senior. In order to invite Senior, my Feng clan prepared a big gift. I believe Senior will definitely like it. Oh, is that so? Xiao Hua's heart moved. He took Feng Yi's token. What is it? Why is it so mysterious? Will it definitely make I satisfied? As for what it is exactly, the sect master didn't tell Junior. He only sent a message to let Junior find a chance to invite Senior. Feng Yi smiled apologetically. It's just that Junior went out for foundation building experience and just returned. I didn't know that Senior had already returned. Yes, I came back today because of a secret order from the sect master. I was walking on a secluded path to avoid everyone, but I didn't think that I would still meet you. Xiao Hua said with a slightly cold face. Feng Yi was startled and smiled apologetically. Isn't that right? Isn't this Junior's opportunity? Is it also the heavens that invited Senior to my Feng clan? Don't worry, Junior will make a blood oath right now to not reveal Senior's whereabouts. Yes, that's good. Xiao Hua nodded. Also, in the future, don't mention it before I. Even if you mention some cloud gold juice or some token, I won't know about it. Yes, Junior understands. Feng Yi said very respectfully. Also, Feng Ji, I will go. But when I will go, whether it's a few months or a few years, I can't say. After all, there is a secret order from the sect master. Xiaohua said again. Also, this matter is the same as what I said just now. Don't mention it in front of I. Even if I go, don't mention it. Junior understands, Junior understands. Feng Yi was overjoyed. This matter of bloodline awakening is something that all the aristocratic families pay attention to. Junior was lucky enough to invite Senior is already a great fortune. Junior will definitely not cause trouble for Senior. Junior will treat this matter as if it never happened. Yes, that's good. Xiaohua waved his hand. I can only receive that item if I go. If I don't go, your Feng clan won't suffer any losses. That's right. Feng Yi smiled. My Feng clan sincerely invites Senior to go. Yes, I know. You can go. Xiaohua waved his hand. I know. Thank you, Senior. Feng Yi didn't dare to delay any longer. After bowing, he hurriedly flew away. Haha. Great. Xiaohua tossed the token in his hand a few times and smiled. This young master's character is becoming more and more amazing. Not only did I easily get the token, but I also got some benefits from the Feng clan. I just don't know what that thing is. It can actually satisfy the foundation establishment Yun Jiechong? Thinking about it, E.G. of the Wind Residence has existed for who knows how many years. They bully the weak like that, so naturally they have a lot of good things. Looks like this young master has to find a time to go to the Wind Residence and plunder the Feng clan. Oh no, this is bad. Xiaohua thought of the benefits of the Feng clan and immediately remembered the protective magic treasure he entrusted to the refiner in Chiyu City's workshop. This is really bad. The time I agreed with the workshop was 1 year. I thought that 1 year was enough to return to Chiyu City from Mingxi. But I didn't expect that I would be sent here by accident. Also, I am not someone who is indulging in pleasure. Because Hongxia's cultivation can't reach large success, I can't leave at will. Now 5 years have passed. I don't know what that magic treasure. Xiaohua was a bit regretful. That was a complete magic treasure refined from 2 broken defensive magic treasures. It was even better than the broken cloud suppressing seal. If he didn't go and see it, he would still be reluctant. Forget it, let's go to Chiyu City first. Xiaohua made up his mind. His figure and appearance changed again, turning into Feng Yi's appearance. He flew towards the Huanhua Sect's mountain gate. Xiaohua had been to the Huanhua Sect's mountain gate before. However, that was the guest pavilion used by the outer sect disciples. The path of the Huanhua Sect's disciples was different. Xiaohua followed Hongxia Fairy's instructions and looked around while landing. In front of the mountain gate was a rather large jade palace. Inside the palace, there were some disciples on duty. Their cultivation levels were different. Similar to Xiaohua, there were also several disciples flying in from all over the Huanhua sect. It seemed that they also wanted to leave the Huanhua sect. Outside the palace, there were also 1 or 2 disciples returning from outside and landing in front of the palace door. Xiaohua was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, he paused for a moment. At this moment, an 11th level Qi refining disciple flew over from Xiaohua's right. Seeing that he was in a hurry, Xiaohua turned around and glanced at him. That disciple saw Xiaohua looking at him and quickly slowed down. He cupped his hands and saluted. Disciple Zheng Pai greets senior brother. Hehe, this brother is called Feng Yi. If junior brother is in a hurry, you can go first. Xiaohua said with a smile. This disciple doesn't dare. Zheng Pai quickly modestly declined. You go in front. This brother is not in a hurry. I will follow behind you. Xiaohua frowned and said. Yes, many thanks senior brother Feng. Zheng Pai didn't dare to say more. He quickly walked in front of Xiaohua with a smile and entered the palace. Chapter 1792. Fairy Hong Xia had already told Xiaohua earlier that when Huanhua sect disciples went out, they had to report to the Mountain Gate Palace, just like how Imperial Thunder sect disciples had to report to their respective Thunder Palace. Therefore, Fairy Hong Xia was worried that Xiaohua would not be able to leave the Huanhua sect smoothly. Fairy Hong Xia had already told Xiaohua the details of the report many times, and Xiaohua was also clear about it. However, since someone wanted to demonstrate in front of him, Xiaohua could only give in. After entering the palace, Xiaohua stole a glance at it. This palace was exceptionally gorgeous, and the walls of the palace were painted with many handsome men and beautiful women. The people in these paintings were performing beautiful stories one after another. These stories were about mortals, cultivators, and even immortals. Above these paintings, there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual power, and some brilliance overflowed. On top of the palace, there were strange runes on the ground. Not only could they isolate spiritual sense, but if one looked at them for a long time, they would also be lost in a trance. Just the Mountain Gate Palace alone is so extravagant and so tightly packed. The other places of the Huanhua sect must also be heavily guarded. If I don't go out from the Mountain Gate, I won't be able to break in. Xiaohua naturally knew how strict the protection of a cultivator's sect was. The sect protection formation was not something a golden core stage cultivator could dream of. With his current strength, he was afraid that he would not be able to break through it. Name, where are you going? Which teacher is on official business? Not far away from the palace gate, there was an emotionless voice, and it was followed by a disciple's respectful reply. In front of Tseng Pai were two disciples with big shoulders and waists. Their faces were unexpectedly fierce, and they were also at Qi refining stage 12. Tseng Pai glanced at them and was slightly anxious, but he did not dare to speak. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Junior brother Tseng, you look like you have an urgent matter. Why don't you tell the senior brother in front of you?" Tseng Pai's face was embarrassed, and he whispered, "Many thanks for senior brother Feng's concern. It's all my fault. I actually forgot to do something for Marshal Uncle. I just came back and I have to go out. Sigh, although it's a small matter, if I don't pass the message and something happens, I won't be able to bear the responsibility." "That's true." Xiaohua nodded. "Every time I go out, there are always too many things to do. After doing one thing, I forget about another. But every single thing is extremely important, so I can't not do it. I won't hide it from Junior Marshal Brother Tseng. I've just entered the sect and haven't even seen Master before remembering that there's something I need to do. I had no choice." Tseng Pai was originally very embarrassed, but as soon as he heard Xiaohua's words, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. He immediately said in a very intimate manner, "That's right, why didn't I tell you? Hurry up and cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm. Then you don't need to worry about the sect's chores anymore. Every year, you only need to do some things for the sect according to the sect's situation. You won't be lacking in any case." Then he said with envy, "Senior Marshal Brother Feng is already a Qi refining cultivator of the 12th layer. Just a little more effort, and you'll be able to break through. I'm so envious." Sigh, Xiaohua laughed bitterly. "I've already been in the 12th layer of the aura refining realm for 10 years, but I still haven't reached Foundation Establishment. Hee, it's nothing." Tseng Pai said with a smile, "I have a senior martial brother who's the same as senior martial brother Feng. He's also been cultivating for more than 10 years, but both of them have extinguished the desire to advance. Who would have thought that a few days ago, he suddenly reached Foundation Establishment? Even he himself is baffled." Then he looked at Xiaohua and said, "Moreover, among our Huanhua sect's 12th layer Qi refining disciples, nearly 80% can't reach Foundation Establishment. Even if Senior Marshal Brother Feng, I misspoke. Senior Marshal Brother Feng will definitely reach Foundation Establishment." At this point, the two tall and sturdy disciples in front of them unhappily turned their heads and glared at the two of them. As if Tseng Pai's words had hit a sore spot, they reprimanded Tseng Pai. "What does a 10th layer Qi refining brat know about Foundation Establishment? Don't talk nonsense and make people annoyed." Yes. Tseng Pai promptly smiled apologetically and didn't dare to say anything else. At this moment, several 12th layer Qi refining disciples appeared behind Xiaohua. They all seemed to want to go out as well. Strange, how come there are so many 12th layer Qi refining cultivators all of a sudden? Xiaohua was a bit uneasy. How come I didn't notice it before? Moreover, the more people there are, the more likely there are disciples who know Feng Yi. I don't even know who Feng Yi knows. However, the voices outside the palace hall's door disappeared again. Xiaohua didn't know what they were doing. Damn it, how can this Huanhua sect be like this? Xiaohua was a bit anxious. He understood in his heart that man proposes but the heavens disposes. He was only a few dozen feet away from the palace hall's door. The bright thunder escape would only take a few breaths to get out. Who knows what kind of unforeseen event could happen within these few dozen feet? He was truly worried that whatever he was worried about would happen. Just as Xiaohua lowered his head and looked towards the palace hall's door, he heard a probing voice from behind him. Senior Marshal Brother Feng? Is it Senior Marshal Brother Feng Yi?" Hearing this, Xiaohua secretly complained in his heart. He didn't want to answer, But Sung Pai unexpectedly turned his head and looked behind him. He reminded Xiao Hua, senior martial brother Feng, the person behind you seems to be calling you, right? Xiao Hua's heart immediately had the urge to choke Sung Pai to death. And he also had the urge to ruthlessly slap himself. Why was he trying to be clever? Wouldn't it be fine if he just told Sung Pai another name? Why did he have to say Feng Yi's real name? And then, Xiao Hua stammered. He turned his head and saw a 10th layer Qi refining skinny disciple looking at him with astonishment. You. Xiao Hua really didn't know what this guy's name was. He could only stutter. Junior martial brother, are you going out? That's right. Senior martial brother Feng. Of course I'm going out. Didn't I already tell you? That disciple blinked his eyes and asked curiously, didn't senior martial brother just come back? Didn't you go see master? Why are you going out again? Why are you in front of little brother? Also. That disciple looked at Xiao Hua and said also a few times. He seemed to have discovered that Xiao Hua was different from Feng Yi. But looking at the same appearance as Feng Yi, he didn't know what to say. This is bad. Xiao Hua's eyes quickly turned. Listening to this disciple's tone, it was clear that he had just seen Feng Yi. Moreover, he had a very close relationship with Feng Yi. As long as he probed a little, he would know that he wasn't Feng Yi. Moreover, there were layers upon layers of restrictive spells inside the palace. Not to mention the Foundation establishment disciples guarding the palace gate. He probably wouldn't be able to escape just by relying on the mountain protecting formation. Next, a voice came from outside the palace gate. The tall and sturdy cultivator quickly walked out of the palace gate. Damn it, if I knew earlier, I wouldn't have let Sung Pai in front of me. While Xiao Hua was regretting, he also had a bit of hope. He quickly replied, AI, after meeting junior martial brother, I immediately discovered that there was something I couldn't do. I had no choice but to. That's not right. Senior martial brother Feng, didn't you just say that you were going out to do something? Everything was settled. You were just waiting to see master. Why did you go out again? That disciple clearly knew everything about Feng Yi. Chapter 1793. Hearing the disciple's question, Xiao Hua immediately cast his gaze outside the hall. While operating the mental cultivation method in his body and preparing to use the awakening lightning escape, he secretly pondered how he should answer. At this moment, a young 10th layer Qi refining disciple flew in from outside the hall. That disciple was originally behind the disciple who spoke to Xiao Hua, but after he landed in the hall, he didn't stop. Instead, he passed through the crowd and walked towards Xiao Hua, as if he was going to directly walk out of the hall. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed and scolded. How can you be so ignorant of the rules? Why aren't you hurrying to line up behind your senior brothers? Unexpectedly, that disciple didn't pay attention to Xiao Hua at all. He glanced at Xiao Hua with eyes full of contempt. Huh, why does this disciple look so familiar? At this moment, Xiao Hua finally noticed the disciple's face and thought it was somewhat strange. Xiao Hua had come to the Rinsing Flower sect to participate in the disciple selection before and had indeed seen a few Rinsing Flower sect disciples. However, when it came to remembering them, there really weren't many. Oh, it's that Yutong. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Wasn't this arrogant little cultivator, the 4th layer Qi refining cultivator, who fought over the Kingfisher with him and was accepted by the Rinsing Flower sect? No wonder he's so arrogant. Xiao Hua secretly criticized. He actually made the Rinsing Flower sect lower the conditions to recruit him and even had a Foundation establishment cultivator to help him. He must have a background that I don't know about. The moment Xiao Hua came to his senses, Yutong also passed through the palace and walked outside the palace door. Moreover, Xiao Hua's reprimand successfully drew everyone's attention to Yutong. Even the disciple who had been talking to Xiao Hua looked at Yutong's back that had stopped outside the palace door. And which disciple doesn't know the rules? Outside the hall, that emotionless voice faintly sounded. Reporting to senior brother, this disciple has the Rinsing Flower command token as proof. I have an urgent matter to attend to and must leave the sect. Yutong said proudly. He clapped his hand and took out a command token shaped like a flower. Ah! That voice was clearly surprised. Immediately after, a fair-skinned 11th layer Qi refining disciple with a medium build appeared at the hall door. He very respectfully saluted the Rinsing Flower command token in Yutong's hand, and then said in a low voice, Junior brother, please hand the Rinsing Flower command token to me, and let I verify its authenticity. Yes. Senior Marshal Brother, please verify it. Yutong calmly extended his hand and handed the flower washing token to the disciple. The disciple on duty scanned it with his divine sense before respectfully returning the flower washing token. He nodded and said, "It is indeed a flower washing token issued by the sect master. Does Junior Brother Yutong have any orders? Are you going to leave immediately? Do I need to show my flower washing token to leave the mountain gate?" Although Yutong said little brother, his demeanor did not show the slightest awareness of being a little brother. The disciple on duty didn't dare to be negligent. He smiled and said, "Junior Brother Yutong, if you have any instructions, please tell us." "Yes." Yutong was as arrogant as ever. He turned around and looked at the dozen or so disciples waiting in line. He pointed at them and said, "He. These 12th layer Qi refining disciples don't need to register. Now come with me and escort me to a place." What? The disciple was stunned. He looked at Yutong awkwardly and said, "Junior Brother, I am only a disciple on duty at the mountain gate. I can only register the disciples who come in and out for inspection." "Junior Brother, you can say you don't need to register, but I don't have the authority to make these disciples follow you. I have the flower washing token. If the sect master comes in person, which disciple of the flower washing sect dares to disobey I?" Yutong raised the flower washing token and turned his head to say, "12th layer Qi refining disciples, step forward. I have been ordered by the sect master to go out on official business. Because I left in a hurry, I didn't have time to ask the Senior Marshal Brothers to escort me. I have the flower washing token. Senior Marshal Brothers, please come with I. Your official business will be suspended from now on. Come with I back to the mountain before you continue." The 12th layer Qi refining disciples in line looked at each other. Although they knew Yutong had the authority to make such a decision with the flower washing token, they still felt that it was ridiculous, even laughable, to ask them to be the guards of a 10th layer Qi refining disciple. "What? You dare to disobey the flower washing token?" Yutong sneered and looked at everyone. Xiaohua's heart had long been overjoyed, but he was afraid that the disciples who knew Feng Yi would be suspicious. Xiaohua had been enduring. At this moment, seeing Yutong look over, he hesitated and pretended to be confused. He said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Brother Yu, this method. I'm afraid there's no precedent, right? Since ancient times, there have been precedents. You only need to do it, and it's a precedent." Yutong's eyes turned and said, "Senior Marshal Brothers, don't be afraid. Since Junior Marshal Brother can go on this trip with a 10th layer Qi refining cultivation, there naturally won't be any danger. What do you 12th layer Qi refining cultivators have to worry about? Moreover, after this trip, Junior Marshal Brother has something to give to Senior Marshal Brothers." Saying this, Yutong thought for a moment. He looked at everyone and clapped his hand again, taking out a jade box. "Since we're all Senior Marshal Brothers of the sect, Junior Marshal Brother will take out this thing first." Saying this, Yutong actually crushed the jade box. Inside were a dozen or so medicinal pills. When Xiaohua saw it, he said, "Damn it, foundation-building pills. This Yutong. Sure enough, he's very generous. Let's go. I don't have much free time to stay here. Senior Marshal Brothers, if you don't want to obey the flower washing command, then you can stay here." After Yutong showed them kindness and power, he didn't say anything else and turned around to walk out of the palace hall. "Great." Xiaohua was delighted. He looked at everyone who had already started walking and also followed them out of the palace hall. The disciples on duty at the mountain gate looked very helpless as they looked at everyone's backs. Their gazes actually contained a bit of pity. Xiaohua walked out of the palace hall. Outside was a great world with a big world. Xiaohua's heart was filled with joy. He saw Yutong standing in an open space not far away. Xiaohua also followed everyone and walked over. When everyone arrived, Yutong cupped his hands and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Yutong greets Senior Marshal Brothers. We don't dare. Junior Marshal Brother Yutong, what business do you have? Where are we going?" The cultivator with a big waist from before said flatteringly, He, I was holding the flower washing command just now, so it was unavoidably a bit too serious. Senior Marshal Brothers, please don't mind." Yutong said somewhat amiably amidst his loftiness. I didn't do anything. That cultivator hurriedly said, "Holding the flower washing command is like holding the sect master himself. Junior Marshal Brothers' conduct is precisely to not let the sect master be humiliated." And very good. Yutong was very happy. He looked at everyone and said with a smile, "This matter is related to a secret." The sect master actually gave this matter to Junior Marshall Brother. Junior Marshall Brother is very panicked. Although the sect master doesn't want to attract the attention of others, Junior Marshall Brother still hopes that Junior Marshall Brother will lend a hand. Soon after, Yutong looked at the palace hall not far away and said, "Let's leave this place first." After everyone flew for several hours, they arrived at a remote place. Yutong stopped and turned to the disciple with a big waist and said, "Senior Marshall Brother, I'll have to trouble you to set up a silent restriction." "Okay." After that disciple set up the restriction, Yutong clapped his hand and took out the flower washing command, saying, "Junior Marshall Brother Yutong is following the sect master's order to go to the Sword Tomb. During this time, Junior Marshall Brother will be in charge of all matters. Senior Marshall Brothers should listen to Junior Marshall Brothers' orders." Sword Tomb? Xiaohua was stunned. He knew this name. It was a place at the border between the state of Xi and the state of Huan. It was also the last dangerous place in the top 10 dangerous places. Speaking of the Sword Tomb, one had to talk about the grudges between the Dao sect and the Sword Cultivators. Because they pursued different heavenly Dao, the Dao sect and the Sword Cultivators would inevitably fight. Tens of thousands of years ago, the situation between the two was far from as peaceful as it was today. Large and small life and death battles would occur almost every 100 or 1,000 years. It wasn't until a great battle in the Sword Tomb several thousand years ago that both sides suffered heavy casualties that they stopped fighting. It was peaceful until today. As for the location of the Sword Tomb, there were originally no dangerous places. However, as the Sword Cultivators and the Dao sect's almighty figures fought many times, many arrays were set up. Within a range of several thousand miles around the Sword Tomb, the spatial cracks, incomplete arrays, and so on were also out of control. Gradually, it became a dangerous place that neither cultivators nor swordsmen dared to enter easily. It also became the last of the top 10 dangerous places, and the only dangerous place created by the cultivators themselves. The other disciples were obviously the same as Xiaohua. They all heard of the Sword Tomb's ominous name, and their faces immediately changed. Feeling everyone's gaze, Yutong smiled and said, "Senior brothers, didn't this little brother say earlier? Since this little brother can go, why can't you senior brothers go? Moreover, there are already senior brothers inside the Sword Tomb. You senior brothers are only escorting this little brother to the Sword Tomb." Kindness, the tall and sturdy disciple nodded. "We are willing to listen to junior brother Yutong's orders." "Very good." Yutong smiled. "May I ask all senior brothers to report their names, so that this little brother can remember the benefits of senior brothers one by one?" Xiaohua's heart stirred. He circulated the sky pilfering sun switching technique, and began to slightly change his facial features. When it was his turn, Xiaohua smiled and said, "I Fengying greet junior brother Yutong." As he spoke, Xiaohua's gaze swept across everyone, observing their expressions. Sure enough, although everyone heard Xiaohua's conversation with another disciple in the palace, they didn't pay too much attention to Xiaohua's appearance and name. Fengying and Fengyi, although completely different, sounded similar. Everyone's attention was only on Yutong. Xiaohua's trick really did succeed. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Yutong nodded and smiled. "This is very good. In the next few months, we will work together. This little brother will rely on the strength of all senior brothers." "We don't dare." Everyone also saluted and said, "That's right. I don't know why we are escorting junior brother to the Sword Tomb. Is there a reason?" The tall and sturdy disciple's name was Zheng Ming. At this moment, his eyes turned and he asked in a low voice. Yutong smiled. "This is my Huanhua sect's secret." However, Yutong's tone changed and he said, "However, it's impossible to not let the senior brothers know about this secret. It's just that right now it's still early. We will first set off. After a certain time, this little brother will definitely let the senior brothers know." Chapter 1794. Why would Xiaohua care about what they were doing in the Sword Tomb? He had already made up his mind. Although he would not directly pass through Weeping Moon City on his way to the Sword Catacomb, the direction was not too different. One was purely north, while the other was northwest. He would wait for a few more days and find an opportunity to escape. A disciple named Fengying, even if he turned the entire Huanhua sect upside down, he would not be able to find her, right? As for finding Feng Yi would definitely not admit it. In any case, there was no registration at the mountain gate, and no one had checked the token. No one could identify Feng Yi. As for the disciples who knew Feng Yi, it was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Moreover, following this, Yutong's arrangement was even more in line with Xiaohua's wishes. All the Huanhua sect disciples changed into ordinary Taoist robes, and they were also forbidden to talk about anything related to the sect, as if they were afraid of being seen through by others. This is getting more and more interesting. Xiaohua silently flew at the very back of the crowd. His eyes looked at the dozen or so Huanhua sect disciples in front of him and secretly calculated in his heart. This Yutong is a disciple with a background. Why did he go to the sword catacomb? Besides, he was only a 10th layer Qi cultivator. Even if he went to the sword catacomb, what could he do? If it was a simple matter of sending a message, it would be fine to find someone else. But if it was an escort, wouldn't any random Foundation establishment cultivator take care of it? Back then, when this guy entered the Rinsing Flower sect, he had the help of Foundation establishment cultivators. Well, since this guy can go there, it must not be a dangerous place. If I can take a peek at the secrets of the Huanhua sect, this young master can be considered to have gained something. Flying with this group of brats for more than a month was not in vain. Xiaohua had obviously changed his plan to slip away as soon as he came out. He wanted to follow Yutong to the sword catacomb to take a look. However, the more he wanted to go, the more the opportunity to leave came. On this day, they flew to a slightly barren place, and Yutong stopped. He looked at everyone and said with a smile, "We have traveled for more than a month without any mishaps, and there are no mishaps. Now that we are close to the sword tomb, we have to be careful." Seeing that everyone was confused, Yutong clapped his hand and took out a jade slip. He smiled and said, "I need a senior brother to lead the way. Go to the sword mound first, and give this jade slip to the senior brother who went before me. The details are already recorded in this jade slip. Which senior martial brother is willing to go?" Everyone looked at each other. They all knew that the sword catacomb was still a long way from here. Although he was a 12th layer Qi refining cultivator, it would still be difficult for him to travel alone. Furthermore, according to Jade Tong's arrangements, he couldn't use the teleportation formation. Seeing that no one was saying anything, Yutong chuckled softly and said, "Since that's the case, I'll just point out a few things casually then." As he spoke, Yutong pointed at Xiaohua, who was at the very end. "Me?" Xiaohua was stunned. He pointed at his own nose and said in astonishment, "Yes, it's this senior brother." Yutong nodded. Although his words carried the title of senior martial brother, he didn't seem to regard Xiaohua as his senior martial brother. "Haha, all right." Xiaohua stepped out from the crowd, cupped his hands and said, "Then I will listen to junior brother's arrangement and scout ahead." "Senior brother, how should I address you?" Yutong smiled and said, "Little brother's memory has always been bad, and I haven't mentioned the names of my senior brothers for a while now. Little brother has somewhat forgotten. I am Feng Ying." Xiaohua's face would change a little every day. Now he was completely different from Feng Yi. "Very good." At the same time Yutong handed the jade strip to Xiaohua, he also took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, "This is some Dan. Senior martial brother Feng. Please take it as your reward for delivering this letter." "Okay." Xiaohua didn't hold back and extended his hand to receive it. "Oh right, senior martial brother Feng. This jade strip can only be opened in the sword catacomb." Yutong said again, "This is master's order. It's not little brother trying to be mysterious." "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua nodded, put away the jade strip, and said again, "After I arrive at the sword catacomb and give this item to senior martial brother, what should I do? Wait for junior martial brother Yutong? After delivering the jade strip, the previous senior martial brother will send disciples over to receive you. I'll have to trouble senior martial brother Feng to bring them over." Yutong smiled. "Very good." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll go first," respectfully sending senior martial brother Feng off. Yutong also returned the salute. Xiaohua swept his eyes over the other disciples. Everyone's expression was different. Some were gloating, some were rejoicing, and some were indifferent. Hee, this Yutong is obviously a vengeful person. This young master only said a few words at the mountain gate of the Huanhua sect, and this guy has been holding a grudge until now. Hiding for so long is really frightening. Xiaohua sighed. Then his figure flew, neither too fast nor too slow in the direction of the sword catacomb. Naturally, looking at Xiaohua's back, a trace of pleasure flashed in Yutong's eyes. It was the pleasure of playing with someone in the palm of his hand. Hee, this young master won't play with you. Xiaohua slowly flew for more than half a day, and used his divine sense to scan the jade strip. There was a layer of restriction inside the jade strip, and it was very mysterious. If he forcibly broke it, the jade strip might be destroyed. Xiaohua didn't think and directly threw it into the space. He believed that even if there was some kind of divine sense mark in the jade strip, no one would be able to trace it to his space. Then, Xiaohua immediately changed direction and used the bright thunder escape to fly in the direction of Weeping Moon City. This Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning escape technique is really interesting. The lightning escape technique is originally faster than ordinary flying techniques. Every time this awakening lightning escape technique and bright thunder escape technique is successfully cultivated, it will be 30% faster than the previous level. Although this increase is not as terrifying as what Sun Shu said, but it is already enough. What Sun Shu said is probably the guess of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples who didn't manage to cultivate the awakening lightning escape technique. Xiaohua's figure was still a little sluggish at first, but after flying for more than 10 days, his movement technique was already smooth, and he felt that his cultivation had increased when he used the bright thunder escape technique. Perhaps this is the secret of lightning cultivators? Xiaohua was secretly happy. Then, Xiaohua flew forward while holding the Phoenix illusion in his hand, and used his divine sense to carefully examine it. Ever since Xiaohua heard about the auspicious jade talisman from Kuan-Fian, he had always suspected that this lifelike Phoenix illusion was the auspicious jade talisman. After all, this thing was extremely similar to what Kuan-Fian said. However, during the time in the Valley of Ice, although the time was extremely long, he was always busy cultivating, busy helping Fairy Hongxia cultivate, and also cultivating some other techniques, so he didn't have the time to take out this Phoenix illusion to look at. However, Xiaohua's divine sense looked at it again and again, and this Phoenix illusion still didn't have anything special. There were no runes inside, and no spells to use. In short, it was no different from a toy weapon. Alright, how could something that senior sister exchanged for with middle-grade spirit stones be the auspicious jade talisman? Xiaohua smiled and was about to keep the Phoenix illusion in his space, but just as he raised his hand, he saw the illusion breaker Dharma eye on his left hand. His heart moved, and he opened his Dharma eye slightly. When his Dharma eye saw the Phoenix illusion, Xiaohua was instantly shocked. Chapter 1795. When Xiaohua opened his delirium Dharma eye and saw the Phoenix illusion, he couldn't help but be stunned. His flying figure instantly stopped. What he saw with his delirium eye was an exquisite formation the size of the Phoenix illusion. The formation's runes were fine, and the lines that formed the runes were abnormally even. Within the runes, there was a faint red brilliance that was hidden but not obvious. The runes of the entire formation were cleverly linked together, forming the image of a phoenix. Damn it, it really has a deep meaning. It was the first time Xiaohua saw such an exquisite formation. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Then, he no longer hurried and landed on the cloud to find a secluded place. He sat down cross-legged and focused on studying the Phoenix illusion. After looking at it for a long time, Xiaohua gradually extinguished the thought of comprehending the formation. This was because the formation was too profound, and it was far from something he could comprehend with his current cultivation. Moreover, as the red light within the formation flowed among the various runes, the runes would change from time to time. Although the changes were not much, the formation's shape would change accordingly, which made Xiaohua even more confused. Another thing that made Xiaohua surprised was that the runes of the formation, other than absorbing the red fire spiritual energy between heaven and earth, also faintly emitted a kind of brilliance that even the delirium I could see was extremely faint. The brilliance's color was close to 9 colors, but it was also really faint. Xiaohua couldn't completely see the color clearly just by relying on his perception. What is this? It seems to be different from a formation. Xiaohua suddenly discovered that within the Phoenix illusion, as the formation changed, there was a place with a fiery red brilliance that was constantly changing position. However, the position of the red light was extremely irregular and somewhat incompatible with the formation. Naturally, it attracted his attention. Then Xiaohua immersed his divine sense in, But the strange thing was, he clearly felt that his divine sense had already swept that place. But he didn't see anything. It was just like the formation hidden within the Phoenix illusion. He couldn't see it at all. Strange. Xiaohua was a little surprised. Could it be that this is also a part of the formation? However, just as Xiaohua was about to withdraw his divine sense, that fiery red spot suddenly turned green, an extremely vivid green color. When Xiaohua saw this, he very naturally sent his divine sense over. Xiaohua only saw a patch of emerald green in front of his eyes. Soon after, the entire sky and earth were covered in emerald green, and in this emerald green world, there were about 10 words of chants embedded in it. Great! Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly read through the mnemonic chant word by word. After he finished reading the mnemonic chant suddenly enlarged and gradually filled the entire sky. Xiaohua's divine sense seemed to be forcefully pushed out, and he saw a fiery red brilliance. Truly brilliant. At this time, Xiaohua already understood that this chant was most likely the method to control the Phoenix illusion, and this red brilliance was precisely where the cultivator who refined the Phoenix illusion engraved the chant. This incantation seems to be something that can only be checked at certain times. Moreover, the time to check it is extremely short. I only have enough time to finish reading the incantation. Xiaohua nodded inwardly. He closed his eyes and recalled the incantation that he had just seen. However, because Xiaohua wasn't sure if he could completely remember it, he didn't dare to comprehend it. He immersed his divine sense next to the brilliance and carefully stared at it with his transcendence vision, quietly waiting for the brilliance to change. Sure enough, after close to 12 hours, the fiery red brilliance turned emerald green. Xiaohua's divine sense could once again see the emerald green world and the mnemonic chant. The majority of the mnemonic chant didn't change. Only 3 of the words were different from Xiaohua's memory. Xiaohua wasn't sure if his memory was wrong or if the mnemonic chant had changed. Therefore, he had no choice but to wait for another 12 hours to confirm that he remembered incorrectly. Damn it, 12 hours is only the time of a snap of a finger to see the mnemonic chant in such a special place. If it wasn't for this young master's transcendence vision, even if this young master used his divine sense from time to time, it would still be impossible to see the mnemonic chant in such a short time. How could this young master know the secret within? Xiaohua couldn't help but bitterly smile. It's no wonder that senior sister didn't recognize the goods. Oh, even the cultivator who sold the Phoenix illusion to senior sister only knew that this thing was extraordinary, but he couldn't find the secret within it. In the end, he had no choice but to sell it to senior sister at the price of mid-grade spirit stones. That's right, who would be so bored as to use their divine sense to observe the Phoenix illusion for 12 hours? Who would have such extreme luck to be able to use their divine sense to scan the location of the mnemonic chant in a snap of a finger? Lucky. Xiaohua looked at his left hand, feeling rather emotional. At this time, the transcendence vision was already closed. In my memory, there seems to be no origin of the transcendence vision. I only know that it's called the transcendence vision, but I don't know how to use it or how to cultivate it. Xiaohua thought to himself. Moreover, every time I open the transcendence vision, it consumes a lot of Buddhist awareness. It seems that the cultivation of the transcendence vision is related to Buddhist awareness. Now, on my Buddha Sarira, something similar to the transcendence vision has appeared between my eyebrows. In the future, I'll have to see how to open that transcendence vision. It should be easier than this transcendence vision, right? The transcendence vision, an eye that can see through all illusions. I really have to carefully ponder over it. Previously, I completely relied on this thing in the dark mystery. It will definitely be of great use in the future. Xiaohua knew that since a similar transcendence vision could appear on the Buddha Sarira, there must be related content in the Buddhist sect's divine ability. If he wanted to freely control the transcendence vision, he had to cultivate the Buddhist sect's divine ability regarding the transcendence vision. It seems that the Buddhist sect's ruins. I have to go there if I have the chance. Xiaohua originally didn't want to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins. He was afraid that Hanju, whose background he didn't know, would have some ideas, but now he changed his mind. Subsequently, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to wait for another 12 hours. After confirming that the words of the mnemonic chant were correct, he began to comprehend the mnemonic chant for the Phoenix illusion. In just a few hours, Xiaohua's figure appeared from a hidden place. He leaped into the air and used the bright thunder escape to continue flying in the direction of Weeping Moon City. In the air, Xiaohua very naturally used his hand to brush the front of his chest. That was where the phoenix illusion was placed close to his body. Because Xiaohua only used an extremely short amount of time to comprehend the mnemonic chant. The control of the phoenix illusion was indeed complicated. But if one knew the mnemonic chant, just the amount of true qi used to control, it was likely that even a qi refinement cultivator would be able to use it. Of course, ordinary qi refinement cultivators definitely wouldn't be able to control such a complicated mnemonic chant. This was in line with the characteristics of the Jade Talisman. It was also the characteristic of the auspicious Jade Talisman that Kuan-Fian had mentioned. Xiaohua already firmly believed that the Phoenix Illusion was the auspicious Jade Talisman. Since it was the auspicious Jade Talisman, then it had to be kept close to his body. Presumably, the mysterious light that the Phoenix Illusion's array absorbed by the Transcendence Vision was the so-called auspicious Jade Talisman. Of course, the auspicious Jade Talisman didn't just bring good luck like Kuan-Fian had said. Since it was a Jade Talisman, then it had the most basic characteristics of a Jade Talisman. In the dozens of words of the mnemonic chant, it also recorded the method to use the Jade Talisman. After Xiaohua comprehended the mnemonic chant, he didn't waste any more time. As he hurried on his way, he pondered over the mnemonic chant in his mind. His hands also continuously waved as he familiarized himself with the newly obtained mnemonic chant. More than a day later, Xiaohua arrived at Chiyu City. At this time, Xiaohua had already returned to his original appearance. Looking at the incomparably huge stone formation, Xiaohua was somewhat emotional. Cultivation really has no concept of time. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Looking at Chiyu City again, there really isn't any change. Oh, right, I wonder if those two-sword cultivators found Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe? What happened to senior sister after she reached foundation establishment? Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out the camouflage and put it on. Walking leisurely like a carriage, he entered Chiyu City. Xiaohua himself didn't feel it. Although he was somewhat emotional, this emotion was much, much less than before. Although he hadn't reached foundation establishment yet, he already had the mentality of a foundation establishment cultivator. Like before, Xiaohua called for a spirit camel carriage and arrived in front of the crafty workshop. Looking around slightly, Xiaohua stepped into the crafty workshop. "Senior, do you want to buy magic tools or materials for refining?" As soon as Xiaohua entered the crafty workshop, a fifth-layer refiner disciple came up to greet him. He directly ignored Xiaohua's camouflage and said very respectfully. This scene was simply no different from the first time Xiaohua came here. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out the triangular token. He said, "I have something to look for fellow Taoist Xiaoming." That disciple glanced at the triangular token. When he heard that Xiaohua was looking for Xiaoming, his face immediately became respectful. He smiled apologetically and said, "Senior, please follow me." After he finished speaking, he led Xiaohua to the second floor. The second floor was a bit different from before. Next to the stairs, there were a few small quiet rooms. That disciple led Xiaohua into one of them. After serving him spirit tea, he said, "Senior, please wait a moment. I will ask the assistant shopkeeper to come over." Xiaohua waved his hand. He picked up the spirit tea, took a sip, then put it down again. He secretly said, "Damn, this spirit tea is really nothing. It's much worse than the one in my house." But just as this thought flashed through his mind, Xiaohua's body shook as if he was struck by lightning. He was dumbstruck. When did I have a home? My home, when did I have spirit tea? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. He tried his best to search his mind for information about his home and spirit tea. Unfortunately, after this thought flashed through his mind, nothing else came out of his mind. "Fellow Taoist, is there anything I can help you with?" Xiaoming's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. Xiaohua couldn't hide the trace of disappointment in his heart. He raised his head. In front of him was Xiaoming, who had a thin figure and a black mole on the left side of his face. Xiaohua quickly stood up and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist Xia, I have something refined by the Qiao workshop. I specially came to pick it up today." "Fellow Taoist, please give the token to I." Xiaoming looked at this cultivator, who didn't pay attention to him when he entered the room, and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Xia, please inspect it." Xiaohua handed over the token. Xiaoming took the token and scanned it with his divine sense. He took out a jade slip and looked at it with his divine sense. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 1796. Seeing the astonishment on Xiaming's face, Xiaohua immediately had a bad feeling and hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, this poor Taoist should have come to get this thing 4 years ago. But due to some delays, this poor Taoist had no choice but to come now." "Is it? Oh, fellow Taoist, don't worry." Xiaming saw Xiaohua's nervousness and waved his hand with a smile. "We are all cultivators, who doesn't encounter things that we can't control. It's possible for us to go into seclusion for 5 to 10 years. Fellow Taoist wouldn't delay a breakthrough just because of a magic tool, right?" "Hee, exactly," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Therefore, my Qiao workshop will do its best to preserve the magic tools that are entrusted to you. Only when no one comes to get it in the end will we deal with it." Xiaming said, "Of course, this can only be done by I's teacher." "Good." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "Qiao workshop really lives up to its name." You flatter me, you flatter me," Xiaming said with a smile. "It's just that fellow Taoist's item isn't in I's records, which makes I feel quite strange. According to what fellow Taoist said, it should have been recorded in I's jade slip 4 years ago. However, fellow Taoist, don't worry, please follow I." Xiaohua naturally wasn't in a hurry. Since it wasn't because of the delay, he wasn't afraid that something big would happen to the Qiao workshop. Even if something happened to the Qiao workshop, perhaps it was something that Xiaohua wished for, right? Under Xiaming's guidance, Xiaohua came to a quiet room on the 3rd floor. "Please wait a moment." After Xiaming invited Xiaohua to sit, he clapped his hands and a butterfly-like exquisite yellow talisman appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, the yellow talisman really turned into a fluttering butterfly and flew into the wall on Xiaohua's left hand. The wall rippled with light and shadow, then returned to normal. This matter still needs to be decided by the martial uncle refining the magic tool. I don't know if he's free right now, fellow Taoist. Please don't worry. Xiaming cupped his hands and also sat down. With a wave of his Taoist robe, he took out a plate of spirit fruits and invited Xiaohua to taste. Many thanks. Xiaohua wasn't polite either. He picked up a spirit fruit the size of a cherry and indifferently placed it in his mouth. A wave of bitterness immediately colored his tongue. Damn it, what kind of spirit fruit is this? Xiaohua frowned slightly. However, before he could relax his brows, a spicy sensation rose from the bottom of his tongue. Subsequently, sour, bitter, salty, and various other tastes appeared. When all these tastes disappeared, a faint sweetness emerged from Xiaohua's mouth. Although the sweetness was faint, it instantly filled his entire body. For a moment, his body was incomparably comfortable, and his entire mind was filled with joy. Hee, fellow Taoist, how does this mortal realm fruit taste? Xiaming's voice was heard. This is a spirit fruit specially provided by my workshop. It's best for consolidating one's cultivation and clearing one's mind. Many Taoists have asked my workshop about the origin of this spirit fruit after eating it. Great. After Xiaohua carefully savored the meaning of ordinary is true, he sighed with emotion. He didn't think that this kind of simple truth that the people of the secular world would savor for their entire lives could be comprehended from this small spirit fruit. Unfortunately, there are even more fellow Taoists who, after tasting 2 flavors, spat out the spirit fruit. Xiaming said with deep meaning, "This kind of fellow Taoist, from what I see, I'm afraid their cultivation won't reach great success." "Perhaps." Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Just as they were talking, ripples appeared on the wall where the butterfly disappeared. Xiaming hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, you're lucky. My martial uncle actually has free time. If it's normal for him to stay for half a year." Xiaohua naturally knew that the person who came was a golden core cultivator. He also hurriedly stood up and respectfully waited there. At the same time, a flat figure appeared in the ripples. After the figure became full, the golden core cultivator walked down from the wall. However, this cultivator was also wearing camouflage clothing. Xiaohua didn't know if this was the cultivator surnamed by he saw last time. "Greetings, martial uncle," Xiaming hurriedly said. Xiaohua also cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, senior. I don't know if you're senior by." The golden core cultivator waved his hand, returning the greeting and asked, "Xiaming, what's the matter?" "It's like this." Xiaming explained the purpose of his visit, and Xiaohua also handed over his command medallion. After the golden core cultivator looked at the command medallion, he nodded and said, "This old man knows about this matter." As he spoke, he patted his hand and took out a spirit armor from his storage pouch. This spirit armor looked very ordinary. Most of it was made up of hexagonal blocks. These hexagonal blocks were engraved with fine runes, and these runes didn't show any spiritual power. At the intersection of all the hexagonal blocks, there were fine, cloud-like, cotton-like objects. The clouds were also covered with runes, and these runes were extremely different from the runes on the blocks. Looking at the center of the spirit armor, there was a palm-sized oval on the front and back. The oval emitted a faint purple-red brilliance, and there were faint flashes of lightning. Wonderful! Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but be overjoyed. He didn't need to use his divine sense to look at it. Just by looking at the appearance of this spirit armor, Xiaohua liked it at first glance. "Fellow Taoist Huang, this is the spirit armor you entrusted to this old man to refine." The golden core cultivator handed over the spirit armor and asked, "Take a look, are you satisfied?" Xiaohua took it. It was very light in his hand. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he saw the fine formations inside, the overflowing spiritual power, and the flashing lightning formations on the front and back of the oval. Xiaohua had never seen these before. "This is exactly what this junior entrusted," Xiaohua said with a smile. Then he was about to put the spirit armor into his space. "Wait, fellow Taoist Huang." Seeing this, the golden core cultivator said, "Fellow Taoist Huang, you can't take this spirit armor away for the time being. This old man has something to say." Why? Xiaohua was stunned. He caressed the spirit armor in his hand, unwilling to give it back. Fellow Taoist Bai, don't panic," the golden core cultivator said with a smile. "That day when this old man took your 2 magic treasures, I only roughly looked at them and casually estimated the price. But later on, when this old man was refining, I discovered that there were some hidden things in those 2 damaged magic treasures. And this old man was unwilling to destroy these hidden things, so I could only add some other materials. It took me a full 3 years to refine it successfully. To tell you the truth, this old man also likes this armor," the golden core cultivator said. "However, since this old man spent his own materials, there are still 3 years left. The price naturally can't be compared to the past. If fellow Taoist Bai wants to take it away, it's not impossible. This old man hopes that fellow Taoist Bai can take out a spirit stone that matches this old man's hard work." So it's like this. Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed. Chapter 1797. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and probed, "But what if I don't have more spirit stones?" It's not a big deal." The golden core cultivator smiled and said, "I just acted on my own accord and couldn't bear to destroy the formation in the previous treasure. That's why I spent so much time. If fellow Taoist Bai doesn't have more spirit stones, then you can take this spirit armor." "Then why did Senior?" Xiaohua didn't understand and asked curiously. "Didn't I say it just now? I also like this spirit armor and didn't give it to Xiaming. First, it was because of the delay, and second, I wanted to see if fellow Taoist Bai would be willing to part with it. I will definitely exchange it with spirit stones or treasures that will satisfy fellow Taoist Bai," the golden core cultivator quickly said. "Then how many spirit stones are you willing to give?" Xiaohua smiled and asked. The golden core cultivator was overjoyed and quickly gave a number. "Good boy, it seems like this spirit armor is really good." Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Senior Bai. This spirit armor is for me to protect my life. I don't want to exchange my life for spirit stones." Hearing this, the golden core cultivator's expression changed slightly. Although Xiaohua couldn't see the cultivator's expression through the fog, he quickly waved his hand and took out the 2 magic artifacts from the spirit husbandry sect. Then he took out 5 spirit herbs that were around 5,000 years old and placed them on the table beside him. He explained, "Senior Bai, please forgive me. I didn't know how much I should give Senior Bai, so I took the liberty to ask. We've already agreed on these 2 magical treasures. These 5 spiritual herbs are another reward for you, Senior White. Please accept them." The golden core cultivator nodded slightly after hearing this. When Xiaming opened all the jade boxes, Xiaming's eyes widened. He pointed at a jade box and said, "Uncle Master, this is a 5,000-year-old returning separation grass." The golden core cultivator was also shocked. He waved his hand, and the jade box containing the returning separation grass flew into his hand. After carefully examining it, he nodded and said, "This is indeed the returning separation grass. It's an essential spirit herb for refining the nascent soul pill." Then, he raised his head and looked at Xiaohua. His gaze looked through the fog. Last time, Xiaohua already knew that a golden core cultivator could see through his concealment. But because Xiaming was beside him, he didn't take the risk to remove the concealment. He cupped his hands and said in surprise, This is the returning separation grass?" Senior White, this junior thought that it was just an ordinary spirit herb. "It was only because it was very old that I decided to give it to you." "That's right, this is the returning separation grass. It's exactly the spiritual grass that I need." The golden core cultivator smiled. He didn't care if Xiaohua's words were true or not. With a wave of his hand, he put the returning separation grass into his storage bag and said, "Fellow Taoist Bai's character is indeed excellent. Most cultivators would turn around and leave if they were able to get such a good deal. The rest would also take out a certain amount of spirit stones as compensation. But for someone like fellow Taoist Bai to actually use the same price as the ingenious workshop's magic treasures as compensation, this is the first time this old man has seen such a thing in the past 100 years. Junior only wanted to know how much this spirit armor was worth. Xiaohua said without hiding anything, "I didn't really want to compensate that much. And this returning separation grass. This junior doesn't even recognize it." Ha 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 ha, the golden core cultivator laughed heartily. He patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Kid, you're quite interesting." I wouldn't dare. Xiaohua's face was very respectful. He wanted to hide but didn't dare to. Soon after, the golden core cultivator waved his hand and took out another golden triangular token and a jade slip. He handed it to Xiaohua and said with a smile, "This jade slip records the method to refine and use the spirit armor. This token is this old man's personal token. Next time, you can take this token and come directly to this old man. This old man will give you priority in refining magic treasures." Xiaohua was overjoyed. He quickly took it and bowed. "Thank you, Senior White." Haha, this old man is Xiaoqian. Remember this. The golden core cultivator transmitted his voice. Junior understands. Junior's name is Xiaohua. Xiaohua hurriedly transmitted his voice. "And this old man will remember." Xiaoqian nodded and said to Xiaming, "Take these 4 spirit herbs and 2 magic treasures. Help me send fellow Taoist Huang off." Xiaming received the magic treasures and spirit herbs and said respectfully, "Yes, Martial Uncle. See you off, Senior White." Xiaohua bowed and said. After Xiaoqian nodded and disappeared into the wall again, Xiaming cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Huang. You actually obtained the favor of Martial Uncle I know of. This is the first time this has happened." Xiaohua scratched his head and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, "I was just speaking the truth." Haha, this world lacks cultivators like fellow Taoist Huang who speak the truth. Xiaming sighed with emotion and very politely sent Xiaohua out of the Qiao workshop. Xiaohua happily exited the craftsman workshop. He didn't go far and instead found an inn nearby. He opened a quiet room and began to refine the spirit armor. A few days later, in the quiet room, although Xiaohua's face was extremely tired, he still had a happy expression. He cast the last spell on the spirit armor, and the spirit armor suddenly emitted an extremely brilliant cyan color. In the middle of the cyan color, there were 2 flashing balls of lightning. Next, Xiaohua bit the tip of his tongue and spat a drop of blood onto the spirit armor. After the spirit armor received the blood essence, it actually emitted a slight rumbling sound. After the rumbling sound passed, the spirit armor floated away and directly covered Xiaohua's body before disappearing. Damn, it really is a magic treasure. It deserves its reputation. Xiaohua sensed that there wasn't a trace of magic power left in his body, and very excitedly said with a smile, "Just refining it once consumed all of this young master's magic power. If this magic weapon can no longer protect this young master, then this young master's magic power and spiritual herbs would have been wasted." Soon after, Xiaohua took a medicinal pill and began to restore his magic power. The next morning, Xiaohua left the inn, and just as he was about to look for the spirit camel carriage, his gaze fell on the huge stone building not far away. It was the place where Xiaohua participated in the secret auction in Weeping Moon City last time. However, at this time, The front of the building was empty and there was no one at all. It was a typical example of a deserted building. The secret auction is held once every 3 years. It hasn't been 6 years yet. Who would come here? Xiaohua thought and turned around to leave. However, at this time, it was really a coincidence. A figure hurriedly walked out of the building and walked towards him. Seeing this person's face, Xiaohua smiled. This person was not an outsider, but the master of the auction, Chang Fian. He was the one who gave Xiaohua the token to participate in the secret auction. Senior Chang. Xiaohua saw that Chang Fian was walking towards him and felt embarrassed to avoid him. He stood there and cupped his hands. Oh, fellow Taoists. Chang Fian seemed to be used to it. He casually cupped his hands and glanced at Xiaohua before passing by. However, just as he passed by, he came to his senses and turned around in surprise. You are that Junior Xiaohua. I met Senior Chang at the auction in Weeping Moon City 5 years ago. Xiaohua hurriedly said. Senior Chang didn't mind and even gave me a token. As he spoke, Xiaohua glanced at the door of the secret auction. Haha, that's right. Chang Fian was actually very happy. He actually reached out and patted Xiaohua's shoulder. This action was really inappropriate. No cultivator, unless it was their family or teacher, would let others touch their body, even if it was such an intimate action. And Kuan Fian's sneak attack on Xiaohua, wasn't it just a seemingly unintentional pat? Xiaohua's expression changed when he saw this. He shrunk his shoulder and was about to dodge. Chang Fian also realized that his action was inappropriate. He quickly retracted his arm and took the opportunity to reach out with his other hand. Clasping his hands together, he cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, we haven't seen each other for many years. It seems that your cultivation has improved again. Xiaohua naturally cupped his hands and returned the greeting. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior, thank you for your praise. Junior has been cultivating diligently. Unfortunately, fate didn't allow me to reach foundation establishment. I'm really helpless. Chang Fian smiled and said, Foundation establishment isn't a problem. It's your cultivation potential. To be more direct, it's your Tao heart. If you have a Tao heart, then foundation establishment is just a small threshold. It's only a matter of time. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. That's what Junior thinks, but others don't think so. They've always wanted Junior to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. They've never thought about Junior's future. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't know how lucky you are. There are people who want you to reach foundation establishment, which means that there are people who care about you. If you reach foundation establishment and no one cares, then that's inappropriate. Chang Fian said very kindly. Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior Chang's words are the truth of the world. Junior has received your teachings. I won't have any complaints in my heart. I'll immerse myself in cultivation and strive to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. Good. Chang Fian nodded. With fellow Taoist Zhao's determination and the support of spiritual plants, foundation establishment shouldn't be a problem. Soon after, Chang Fian looked up and said with a smile, I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao has some free time today? I just happen to have some things to discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Chang Fian was talking with an aura-refining cultivator for a long time and was even talking about spiritual plants, Xiaohua already had a premonition in his heart. After hearing Chang Fian's invitation, he said very respectfully, I also want to return Senior Chang's favor from last time. Please come to the tea house in front for a chat. Good. Chang Fian was very satisfied with Xiaohua's attitude. Senior, this way please. Xiaohua said respectfully. After Chang Fian led Xiaohua to a nearby tea house, they entered a quiet room. Looking at the light flashing on the wall of the quiet room, Chang Fian clapped his hand. From the delicate teapot, a light red spiritual tea flew out and landed in the teacup in front of Xiaohua. I don't dare to trouble Senior Chang. Xiaohua's face was full of fear as he cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao. Chang Fian poured tea into his own teacup. Then he picked up the teacup and signaled Xiaohua to drink. After drinking the tea himself, he sighed and said, Sai, I have something to ask of you today. Chapter 1798. Xiaohua finished the spiritual tea in his hand in one gulp. Hearing Chang Fian's words, he quickly put down the teacup and said with a smile, Senior Chang is really treating me as an outsider. Last time, I was only bidding for some spiritual herbs and received Senior's help. allowing me to participate in the secret auction to broaden my horizons. I have always wanted to repay Senior's thoughts of helping me. Today, I am able to meet Senior again. It is fate. If there is anything I can do, please tell me. A smile appeared on Changfian's face. I am ashamed. Last time, it was also my unintentional action. Sai, you also saw what happened last time. I was only in a hurry to find the traces of the cultivator who provided the flying sword, so I had no choice but to give the token of the secret auction to you. Senior, isn't this just drinking and pecking? The way of karma? Xiaohua said with a smile. Haha, that's right, that's right. Changfian clapped and said with a smile, since fellow Xiao understands so clearly, I will not say anything more. Then, with some hesitation, some anxiousness, and some expectation, he asked, Fellow Xiao, that Ling Yizao of yours, did you sell it in the secret auction last time? It is indeed Ling Yizao. Xiaohua secretly nodded. Looking at Changfian's expression, he asked, Is it Senior Chang who needs this Ling Yizao? In that case, fellow Taoist did not sell it? Changfian said with wild joy. Xiaohua nodded and said, That's right. Although this junior participated in the secret auction 5 years ago, the items in the auction were all things that this junior had no use for, so this junior did not bid. Haha, great, great. Changfian said with a very excited smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed my lucky talisman. Last time I saw fellow Taoist Xiao, when I went to look for the flying sword, I had an idea. Seeing you again today has resolved the knot in my heart. Damn, I seem to have not agreed to give Ling Yizao to you. Xiaohua glanced at Changfian and thought very strangely. However, seeing Changfian so excited, Xiaohua's heart moved. He clapped his hand and took out the jade box containing Ling Yizao. He handed it to Changfian and said, This is the 2,000-year-old Ling Yizao. Please keep it well. Ah! When Changfian saw Xiaohua directly place Ling Yizao in front of him, he was instead stunned and even somewhat at a loss for what to do. He immediately lost the demeanor of a Foundation Establishment senior and said somewhat stutteringly, Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're not afraid that this old man. And this old man seems to have yet to discuss with fellow Taoist what to exchange, right? Hee, you're only at the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. I'm really not afraid of you. Xiaohua had dual cultivated with Fairy Hong Xia for many years. He was very clear about the cultivation level of a Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator. Naturally, he was not afraid that Changfian would do anything behind his back. He only said indifferently, This junior has already seen Senior Chang's demeanor. You spend your days dealing with rare and precious items. If it was a normal day, how could this Ling Yizao enter Senior's eyes? Didn't Senior not mention this at all last time? I reckon that Senior was in a hurry to find this Ling Yizao. Otherwise, what kind of item would the auction in Weeping Moon City not have? Xiaohua did not mind, but his indifferent attitude really shocked Changfian. Changfian waved his hand and opened the Ling Yizao. He nodded and said, This old man thought it was a 1,000-year-old Ling Yizao. It's actually 2,000 years old. If I had exchanged this for the Qian Mo secret stone, it would really be a pity. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiaohua and said, This old man will accept it first? Senior, please. Xiaohua nodded. After Changfian accepted the Ling Yizao, he let out a sigh of relief. With a calm expression, he drank another mouthful of spirit tea and said, Nephew Zhao's magnanimity really exceeded this old man's expectations. This old man was just thinking about how to exchange for this Ling Yizao. Nephew Xiao actually gave it to this old man. Hearing that Changfian actually changed fellow Taoist Xiao to Nephew Xiao, Xiaohua was secretly happy and said, This junior believes in Senior Chang. Sai, Nephew Xiao, you are a cultivator. You must guard against others. In the future, you must not be like this. Changfian said sincerely. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua quickly said. Changfian looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, This old man does not have any Qian Mo secret stone or gold leaf. That's why I did not dare to trade with Nephew Xiao. I was afraid that Nephew Xiao would not be satisfied. However, Nephew Zhao's honesty has made this old man feel awkward. Soon after, Changfian's eyebrows slightly moved, as if he had made a decision. He continued, However, since Nephew Xiao thinks so highly of this old man cannot be stingy. And that's right. It was a good friend of my city lord who entrusted it to this old man. What? Fairy Chiyue's good friend? Xiaohua was stunned and said curiously, Then isn't that a nascent soul cultivator? Hee. Although he is a good friend of my city lord, this senior is not a nascent soul cultivator. Chong Fian said with a smile. Moreover, it is not this senior's own matter. It is a descendant of senior, who is about to condense his core. However, he does not have the confidence to condense his core and needs lingy grass. You also know that if it was a normal day, this lingy grass would not be considered much. This old man does not dare to boast. 1 or 2,000-year-old lingy grass would only need to spread the news for a few days, and we would definitely be able to obtain it. Moreover, this old man has also sent a message to 10,000 Flower Valley, 100 Herb Gate, and other sects. However, just last night, that senior entrusted someone with a message, asking this old man to give the lingy grass to the person who came today. You say, isn't this a little too rushed? This old man had no choice but to come here early this morning to see if there was any. Their situation is the same as mine. They do not have these. You also participated last time. They were not particularly interested in lingy grass. Hee, who knew? This old man would actually meet Nephew Xiao. This is Nephew Zhao's fate, and also this old man's fate. Chong Fian said as he flipped his hand and took out a strange-looking jade pendant and handed it to Xiao Hua. What is this? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He took it and looked at it carefully. It did not seem to be anything strange. This is that senior's keepsake. Chong Fian's eyes shone with a strange light. He said, this old man originally wanted to keep it, but Nephew Xiao is so honest that this old man blushed with shame. This item. Don't. Xiao Hua heard this and did not wait for Chong Fian to finish speaking. He immediately returned the jade pendant and said anxiously, this junior does not want to take advantage of others' difficulties. Since senior has a use for this item, how can this junior take it? Chong Fian had a look of understanding. He shook his head and said, since this old man has already given it away, I will definitely not take it back. Listen well. Soon after, Chong Fian actually transmitted a name to Xiao Hua and said, this is this senior's keepsake. A senior at the peak of the Gold Core realm promised. Nephew Xiao, you must not disappoint him. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1799. When Xiao Hua heard that person's name, he was clearly a bit surprised. His knowledge of the cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent was only from the records in the Imperial Thunder Sect's library. He had also heard of the name of this Golden Core Stage cultivator. Since it was a favor from a Golden Core Stage cultivator, then it definitely couldn't be wrong. Thinking about the benefits that Zhen Qing gave Xiao Hua, not only was it a secret method to refine magic treasures, it was also the comprehension of condensing core. This was something that could never be exchanged with spirit stones. Since it's like this, Junior will also learn from Senior and not be pretentious. Xiao Hua looked at the jade pendant. This was an unexpected surprise. He smiled and said to Chong Fian, Junior originally wanted to ask Senior for some information. Who knew? This is Nephew Zhao's fate. Chong Fian nodded. After Xiao Hua carefully put away the jade pendant, Chong Fian said again, what information does Nephew Xiao want to know? If it's that Meng country's cultivator family, this old man won't tell you. I don't dare. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Junior only wanted to ask about the pill formulas for Elaine pill and Huayuan pill. Where can they be found? Chong Fian's face was slightly stunned. He glanced at Xiao Hua and smiled. Pill formulas naturally have to come from sects that have pill formulas. Just now, this old man seemed to have mentioned a certain sect. If Nephew Xiao is interested, you can go there and take a look. However, these pill formulas can't be known to Foundation establishment stage cultivators. Nephew Xiao must be careful. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and immediately understood what Chong Fian was talking about. He smiled and said, Junior understands. Many thanks, Senior. Us cultivators must know our limits and know when to advance and retreat. When our cultivation is shallow, we must not do things that exceed our cultivation. Chong Fian reminded. Oh right, Senior Chong. Last time, the sword cultivator caused a huge ruckus during the auction. Last time, Senior wanted to look for traces of the flying sword. Just now, you said that you didn't find the flying sword and instead looked for the sword cultivator's whereabouts. What about the flying sword? Xiao Hua asked again. If Senior has any taboo, then just treat it as Junior never asked. What taboo can there be? Chong Fian smiled and said, a year later, the flying sword you saw in the auction was finally bought by Duan Yuming, a sword cultivator from Huan country, with enough spirit stones. Sigh, other than them, no one else in the Dao sect would dare to bring this calamity upon themselves. In order to gather enough spirit stones, these two sword cultivators had done many things. Although they did not dare to provoke the magnificent sect of the country of Shi, they did not care about the ordinary Dao sects. As a result, many cultivators are already complaining. Also, although I didn't manage to find the cultivator who came to my Weeping Moon City to sell his flying sword, I heard from one of the cultivators that he saw a sword cultivator flying towards the sword mound with his own eyes. And that sword cultivator is also a female cultivator. If I'm not mistaken, she's either Zhang Yutong or Zhang Yuha. Ah, sword tomb? Xiao Hua immediately thought of Yutong, thought of Huanhua sect, and thought to himself, could it be? Huanhua sect is related to the disappearance of the sword Xiao? But on second thought, Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha had already been missing for several years. There was no need for Huanhua sect to go to the sword mound at this time. They might not be related to the missing sword Xiao. So he smiled and said, the sword mound is between Huan country and Shi country. It's normal for the sword Xiao to return from the direction of the sword mound, right? And it's normal. That's why it proves that the disappearance of the sword Xiao has nothing to do with the Dao sect of Shi country. Chang Fian smiled and said, they insisted on going through the sword mound. That place is extremely dangerous. Who knows where they died? But the problem is, the one who flew to the sword mound was a sword cultivator, not two. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, moreover, the sword cultivator's flying sword came to Weeping Moon City. Sigh, that's right. Chang Fian shook his head. It's enough for me to find this piece of information. The city lord will have to consider the future matters. It's already good that I can do this for the city lord's good friend. At this point, Chang Fian stood up and said, Nephew Xiao, I have to go back early. The appointment with that person is at noon. It's about time now. In the future, when you come to Weeping Moon City, you must come and see me. Every time you come, you bring me good luck. Haha, of course. Xiao Hua stood up to send him off. Chang Fian gave Xiao Hua a communication talisman and told him where he lived before leaving. Xiao Hua sent Chang Fian off and sat in the quiet room for a while. He smiled and said, Senior Chang has already said clearly that the clear flower pills pill formula is in the sect he mentioned just now. There's no need to think about the 100 Herbs sect. It must be in the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Moreover, it must be a cultivator above the foundation establishment stage. I'll slowly search for it in the future. There's still some time before I reach the foundation establishment stage. After that, Xiao Hua left the quiet room and paid the spirit stones. He didn't stay in Weeping Moon City and went to the teleportation formation in Weeping Moon City. He prepared to teleport to a town closer to the Imperial Thunder sect. Weeping Moon City was relatively remote, and the teleportation formation was different from other towns. There were actually 3 teleportation formations. However, the distance of each teleportation formation was different. Xiao Hua wanted to go to the Imperial Thunder sect in the south, so the teleportation formation he used was the one closest to the center. At the same time, because Weeping Moon City was surrounded by vast lands, there were many people using the teleportation formation. Xiao Hua didn't make an appointment like he did when he used the teleportation formation. He even waited in line to enter the teleportation formation's secret room. However, just before Xiao Hua entered the secret room, a very familiar face suddenly flashed in front of a teleportation formation's secret room on the left. Matched? Xiao Hua was stunned and thought to himself. He quickly scanned the room with his divine sense. However, this courtyard and the secret room were both protected by a teleportation formation. His divine sense was isolated. Fellow Daoist, please. The guard in the teleportation formation's secret room reminded him. Wait a moment. I just saw an old friend. I'll go and take a look. Xiao Hua quickly cupped his hands and signaled the cultivator behind him to go first. He quickly ran to the teleportation formation on the side. Unfortunately, when he ran to the teleportation formation's secret room, the door of the secret room was already closed. He had already entered the teleportation formation. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. He cupped his hands and said to the cultivator in front of the secret room, Fellow Daoist, may I ask where this teleportation formation leads to? Where to? The cultivator immediately looked at Xiao Hua with vigilance. Oh, it's like this. Just now, an old friend of I entered the teleportation formation. I haven't seen him for several years. Now that I've chased after him, he has already entered. I want to chase after him and take a look. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and said with a smile. So it's like this. The cultivator looked at the teleportation formation and then looked at the cultivators around him. He said, the Weeping Moon City's teleportation formation is different from the other two. It teleports to the northeast of the country of Xi. The specific town isn't fixed. I should be going to a different place from the previous ones. Otherwise, I would have already been teleported there. I wouldn't be talking to fellow Daoist here. As for where the previous fellow Daoist was teleported to, if fellow Daoist wants to know, you can ask the guards of the teleportation formation. Presumably, fellow Daoist also knows, but they definitely won't tell you. The cultivator didn't speak, but when he spoke, he seemed to have no clue. Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Many thanks, fellow Daoist. Many thanks, fellow Daoist." Then, he returned to his own teleportation formation. He naturally knew that the guards wouldn't tell him, so he went to ask. I wonder how Tsongyi is now. Xiaohua used the Weeping Moon City's teleportation formation. First, he was teleported to a remote town. Then, he continued to teleport. When he came out of the last teleportation formation and used the Bright Thunder escape to fly to the Imperial Thunder sect, he was still thinking, where is he cultivating? What about Fu Zhu and Fu Ba? Are they still with Tsongyi? Alas, this Fu Yunbua is really hateful. He clearly knows that they are brother and sister, but he still secretly match-made them. This kind of sinister heart is really despicable. If I have time one day, I'll definitely go and tidy up Mount Jean. I'd better look for Tsongyi first. I still have the refining method of his family's ancestral talisman. If Tsongyi wants to establish his own sect, he won't be lacking these things. Xiaohua thought of the soul accumulating talisman and other talismans, as well as some cultivation methods. He thought of the time he spent with Tsongyi in Mount Jinhua. He thought of Tsongyi's revenge, Fu Zhu and Fu Ba's beauty, and even Fu Ba's deep feelings for Tsongyi. Why are there so many 12th layer qi refining cultivators? Just as Xiaohua was thinking about this, the divine sense he released suddenly detected some unusual movements in front of him. He quickly slowed down and flew at a normal speed. Not long after, he saw several disciples at the peak of the 12th layer of the qi refining realm, talking and laughing as they flew towards him. When the disciples saw Xiaohua, they were first vigilant, then immediately shocked. One of the disciples with a delicate face and a slightly younger age stepped forward and cupped his hands. Junior Marshal Brother, why did you come back after just leaving the mountain? Could it be that there's an unforeseen event ahead? Just leaving the mountain? Xiaohua rubbed his nose and looked at these disciples with a puzzled expression. After thinking for a moment, he said, Fellow Taoists, are you disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect? I just returned from my foundation establishment training. Of course we are. The young disciple's mouth was quick, and he seemed to be very excited. He didn't wait for Xiaohua to finish speaking before continuing. When he heard Xiaohua's words, the disciples suddenly understood. He put on a surprised expression and even pointed at Xiaohua very impolitely. Senior Marshal Brother isn't a disciple from this foundation establishment training. Junior Marshal Brother Zhenyu greets Senior Marshal Brother. After saying that, Zhenyu realized he was being inappropriate and quickly cupped his hands in salute. The other disciples also understood and stepped forward to salute. However, this salute was only superficial. Their eyes were filled with excitement and longing, but there was also a hint of disdain and even contempt. Alas, it's time for another year of training. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Looking at these ambitious junior marshal brothers and thinking about the 200 or so disciples from the various sects who died in Mingxue, he didn't put their expressions in his eyes. He only cupped his hands in salute and said with a smile, Junior Marshal Brothers, foundation establishment is indeed important, but there must be limits. Your life is the most important. I wish you all success in foundation establishment. Chapter 1800. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. We will definitely enter the foundation establishment realm. Please wait for our good news at the Thunderclap Peak. Zhenyu looked at the disciples beside him and cupped his fists. At this moment, a red voice transmission talisman flew out from behind Zhenyu and rushed toward Xiaohua. Who sent a voice transmission talisman? Xiaohua was stunned. This isn't the place where voice transmission talismans can reach from the Imperial Lightning sect, right? When Xiaohua grabbed the voice transmission talisman and scanned it with his divine sense, he understood what was going on. Joy appeared on his face, and he clapped his hands without hesitation and took out a voice transmission talisman. However, under the influence of his magic power, the voice transmission talisman flew one round in the air and landed in Xiaohua's hands. It didn't travel far. "Sai, look at me, I made a mistake." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and took out a sound-transmitting talisman that he refined himself. Under the stimulation of his magic power, the sound-transmitting talisman whistled through the air and flashed with the sound of lightning as it flew towards the Imperial Thunder sect. Seeing Xiaohua use the lightning voice transmission technique, Zhen Yu and the others no longer doubted Xiaohua's identity as a disciple of the Imperial Lightning sect. Xiaohua looked at them and cupped his fists. "I haven't returned for many years. My senior brother actually still remembers and sent a voice transmission talisman to me today. Yes, I think this senior brother came out to train again." Another disciple laughed. "Senior brother, you should go back and rest early. When you have the chance, you can come out to train again. We will take our leave." After saying that, Zhen Yu and the others flew away. When they were far away, the disciple let out a laugh and said, "This senior brother is really interesting. He only returned after 5 years, and he still hasn't reached the foundation establishment stage yet. He doesn't feel embarrassed? If it was the last time, it would be better. Who knows, it might be the time before that, or the time before that." That's right, his senior brother also came out to train this time. He has no hope of coming out this time. Zhen Yu frowned and said, "Something's not right. What's wrong? Why did this senior brother send 2 voice transmission talismans? The first one didn't succeed, and the second one only succeeded. Think about it, the senior brother who first mentioned this senior brother seems to still be at the thunderclap peak of the Imperial Thunder sect, right? Could it be that when he sent out the second message, his senior martial brother had already reached the range of the sound transmission talisman? What's so strange about that? How could the sound-transmitting talismans refined by aura-refining disciples be the same as those refined by foundation-building seniors and golden core seniors? The second sound-transmitting talisman that this disciple sent out must have been refined by the seniors. But since this senior martial brother was able to obtain the sound-transmitting talisman refined by the seniors, then he must be a disciple favored by the seniors. His aptitude is unquestionable. Why hasn't he reached foundation establishment? What does it have to do with us whether he reaches the foundation establishment stage or not? I've talked to him for a long time, but he didn't even dare to tell me his name. I'm afraid he's ashamed because he hasn't reached foundation establishment yet. I don't want to learn from him. That's right. When we go, we have to be discreet. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll definitely reach foundation establishment after obtaining that item." As they spoke, Zhen Yu and the others' eyes burned with passion. Their flying speed increased by several degrees. What was the difference between this situation and 5 years ago when Sun Shu, Kuan Fian, and Qian Diheng had just left the Imperial Thunder sect? Back in Sun Lei Palace, the lightning sound transmitting talisman that Qian Diheng unintentionally sent out actually turned into a scarlet ray of light. It flashed with faint lightning as it rushed out of the quiet room. Qian Diheng and the other 2 revealed strange expressions. "Damn it, could it be that Xiaohua didn't die?" Qian Diheng cried out in astonishment. "Isn't it obvious? If Xiaohua died, how could this sound-transmitting talisman fly out?" Sun Shu said with a smile. Shue's snow-white face unexpectedly didn't have the slightest trace of blood. Without thinking, she sent out another sound-transmitting talisman. Like before, that sound-transmitting talisman circled in the air before falling down. Shue's face was full of confusion. "Junior Martial Sister, that sound-transmitting talisman of yours is an ordinary sound-transmitting talisman. The lightning sound-transmitting talisman in Junior Martial Brother Qian's hand was personally refined by Junior Martial Brother Xiao, so it's a bit different." Sun Shu immediately understood and promptly explained. "Who cares about the difference? Let's hurry out and go to the mountain gate to welcome that guy." Qian Diheng shouted. However, just as the 3 of them left the quiet room, they ran into a 10th layer Qi refining disciple. That disciple was very happy to see Sun Shu and the others. He smiled and said, "Senior Martial Sister Sun, Senior Martial Sister Shui, Senior Martial Sister Yuan Buyuan, Senior Martial Sister Min Gumin, and Senior Martial Sister Wang Yunshao have come to visit. Please hurry over. Motherfucker, are these two things done yet? Qian Diheng gnashed his teeth and said, they come to visit every few days. This kind of hypocrisy, do they still want people to live? Then he stomped his feet and cursed, this damned heaven. How can it be so unfair? How can these two messy things obtain a fortuitous opportunity? Can they just go out and train casually and reach Foundation establishment? I've worked so hard. How come I can't even see a trace of Foundation establishment? The disciple who sent the message covered his mouth with his hand and hurriedly ran away. AI go. No matter what, they're still Foundation establishment seniors. Sun Shu shook her head slightly. Fortunately, just as Sun Shu and the others left, they ran into Wang Yunxiao and the others who were waiting for them. Sun Shu and the others bowed and said, greetings, three seniors. Don't. Wang Yunxiao hurriedly flicked his sleeve and said in a panic, you and I were originally fellow disciples. We were only lucky enough to take half a step forward. In the future, when the other senior martial brothers catch up, we'll still have to call each other brothers. Don't mention the word senior. Shui looked at Min Ge and sneered, we're Qi refining disciples. How can we not call Foundation establishment seniors senior? May I know why you three seniors are here? If there's nothing important, Junior still has things to do outside. It's nothing. We just heard that Junior Martial Sisters' cultivation has improved again. Although we can't go out to train now, Foundation establishment is sooner or later, so we came to visit. Min Ge, who was extremely conceited after reaching Foundation establishment, answered confidently. Oh, in that case, there's no need for Senior Min to worry. Shui said bluntly, Junior has never worried about Foundation establishment. Senior, please go back. Junior Martial Sister Sun, where are you going? Does Martial Uncle Sun have something to tell us? Yuanbo asked with a smile. It's nothing. It's just that Xiaohua is coming back. We're going to welcome him. Without waiting for Sun Shu to speak, Qian Diheng said coldly. Hearing the two words Xiaohua, Wang Yunxiao and the others were startled and even happy. What? Xiaohua, he actually didn't die? He's coming back today? Senior's age doesn't seem to have reached the age of senility. Qian Diheng sneered. Why can't you hear Junior's words? Xiaohua is coming back today. We're going to welcome him at the mountain gate. Haha, great. We all joined the Imperial Thunder sect at the same time. We should also go welcome him. Wang Yunxiao clapped and laughed. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1801. Xiaohua is only an aura refining disciple. He doesn't dare to trouble a Foundation establishment senior. Shui said indifferently. Her indifference and the faint meaning of my Xiaohua entered Min Ji's ears. His heart was filled with hatred. Of course not. Maybe junior brother Xiao is already a Foundation establishment cultivator. We can go and congratulate him. Yuanbo said with a sinister smile. How could there be a trace of joy in his voice? Then please go ahead. Qian Diheng sneered and took the lead to fly towards the thunder-controlling sect. At this time, on the mountain path of the thunder-controlling sect, just like 5 years ago, many 12th-layer aura-refining disciples came out to gain experience. Qian Diheng and the others were familiar with some, but there were also many unfamiliar faces. When they saw Sun Shu and the others standing next to the pavilion, they were curious and looked over from time to time. Shui and the others were looking at the mountain path in the distance, waiting for Xiaohua's figure to appear on the mountain path. Wang Yunxiao and the other two also stood at the side of the guest pavilion. They looked at each other, and in their hearts, there was an indescribable feeling. They all thought that Xiaohua had died in the Foundation establishment experiential learning 5 years ago. They didn't expect that he would suddenly appear now. But when they thought about the fact that Xiaohua had already built his foundation, they wanted to show off and see if Xiaohua had really built his foundation. Of course, they also understood that since Xiaohua had failed to build his foundation once, the possibility of him building his foundation again in these 5 years was really too small. This was also the main reason they came here to wait. However, after waiting for more than half a day, the number of aura-refining disciples who came to visit Qian Diheng made the 3 of them restless. But they still didn't see Xiaohua return. While the 3 of them were hesitating, a sound-transmitting talisman flew back and landed in front of Qian Diheng. Qian Diheng grabbed it and laughed. Haha, Xiaohua is really alive. He's rushing back. Good. Sun Shu smiled like a flower. Shui was also jubilant. she was even more charming and moving. Xiaohua, has he built his foundation? Minggu asked tentatively, jealousy rising in his heart. Who knows? Qian Diheng said unhappily. Junior and the others were waiting for junior brother. We never thought we were waiting for a foundation establishment senior. Forget it. Wang Yunxiao smiled and said, since you all have such a deep brotherly relationship, we won't disturb you here. After junior brother Xiao returns, we'll go to the Myriad Thunder Valley to visit again. Seniors, take care. We aura refinement cultivators won't be seeing you off. Qian Diheng looked at the backs of Wang Yunxiao and the others as they walked back. He screamed and pretended to salute. Then he looked at the end of the mountain path and frowned. Xiaohua, this guy, his flying speed is very fast. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could it be that he encountered something again? Hearing Qian Diheng's words, Xue Xue and Sun Shu's hearts were filled with anxiety. They had no one to rely on, so they could only watch helplessly. Next, Xiaohua utilized his flight technique to fly all the way back to Lightning Controlling Sect. Along the way, he encountered a good number of disciples from Lightning Controlling Sect. However, Xiaohua did not stop there. He simply cupped his fists to greet them. Seeing that he was a young cultivator with the same cultivation base as them, the disciples from Lightning Controlling Sect assumed that he was their junior brother. It would appear that they did not care about him. The doubts in their hearts were insignificant compared to the excitement and apprehension they felt from going out for training. Thus, they simply nodded. However, this kind of flight delayed Xiaohua's journey. It was not until dusk that he arrived at Mount Lema. The scorched yellow soil of Mount Lema looked abnormally bloody under the afterglow of the setting sun. It gave birth to a feeling of horror. At this time, on the mountain range, there were still a few disciples at the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm walking down the mountain path. However, on the mountain path near the reception pavilion, 1 male and 2 female disciples were also at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. They raised their necks and kept looking down the mountain. They were not in a hurry to go down the mountain. This attracted the attention of many disciples who were going out for training. Damn it, what are you looking at? Qian Diheng glanced at them for the nth time and said angrily, I am here waiting for someone. I have no intention of going out for training. If you look at me again, I will ask your master to send you back to the mountain right now. The disciple who was scolded was furious at first, but after hearing Qian Diheng's words, he immediately shrank his neck and did not dare to speak. He quickly walked down the mountain. Naturally, the disciples who heard him did not dare to look again. However, the disciples who went down the mountain later still wanted to look. Damn it, this junior brother Xiao, what's wrong with him? It has been a long time since he sent the message. Why hasn't he come back yet? Qian Diheng was impatient. According to his flying technique, he should be back by noon. Could it be that something happened to him on the way? Junior brother Qian. Seeing Qian Diheng saying the same thing many times, Sun Shu glared at Qian Diheng and scolded. He is already in the territory of my Imperial Thunder Sect. What other problems can there be? TCH, senior sister Sun, don't forget the last time we went out for training. We encountered something as soon as we left Mount Lema. Qian Diheng retorted. With so many disciples going out for training, Xiaohua's flying speed is very slow. Xue Xue's snow-white face was tinged with a hint of red. Her eyes were filled with surprise, expectation, longing, and a touch of sorrow. Sun Shu looked at Xue Xue and was very surprised. After they saw that Qian Diheng's message was strange, they immediately flew out of Sun Lei Palace with the message. The message naturally flew away, but they could only stop at Mount Lema. Xue Xue's expression was beyond her expectations. Needless to say, surprise and expectation were the same as her heart. However, she could not figure out that trace of sorrow. However, looking at Xue Xue's natural longing, Sun Shu's heart could not help but feel sour. It was actually a kind of narcissism and an unspeakable jealousy. Haha, this guy really came back. When Qian Diheng anxiously wanted to send another summoning talisman, he suddenly saw Xiaohua's thin and tall figure going up the mountain path. Qian Diheng immediately jumped up from the ground and rushed down. Sun Shu was also overjoyed. Just as she was about to rush down, she saw Xue Xue biting her cherry lips with her pearly white teeth and clenching her fists. She slowly walked down the mountain path. As long as she slowed down, that kind of uncontrollable joy made Sun Shu tremble slightly. Junior brother. Qian Diheng rushed forward and opened his arms to hug Xiaohua. This was an extremely normal action. During the experiential learning, Qian Diheng did not know how many times he had hugged Xiaohua. However, when Qian Diheng opened his arms, Xiaohua frowned. Earlier in the workshop, the gold core practitioner Xia Anqian raised her hand and patted Xiaohua's shoulder. It was not that Xiaohua did not want to dodge, but Xia Anqian was a gold core practitioner. Xiaohua did not dare to dodge, and also knew that there was no need to. When he met Chang Fian on the streets of Weeping Moon City, Chang Fian also patted Xiaohua like an elder. That was definitely his expression of wild joy when he saw Xiaohua, just like when he saw Ling Yizhao. Xiaohua dodged without a trace. And now Qian Diheng, seeing Xiaohua's frown, Qian Diheng instantly thought of Kun Fei Yen. Didn't Kun Fei Yen take advantage of Xiaohua's inattention to pat him? Qian Diheng's body stiffened first. That joy had long been reduced by 30%. His arms just stopped there, rather awkward. Haha. At this time, Xiaohua laughed loudly. His brows relaxed, and he took the initiative to hug Qian Diheng's shoulder. His hands patted his back, and he said, "Senior brother, how come it's been 5 years again? You still haven't built your foundation." Immediately, a warm current rushed into Qian Diheng's eyes. Qian Diheng's eyes were filled with tears. His hands also firmly hugged Xiaohua's still thin shoulders, and he patted him hard. He said, You haven't even built your foundation. How? How can I dare to walk in front of you?" His voice was almost choked with sobs. Xiaohua's heart was warm, and an indescribable joy filled his heart. When Qian Diheng released Xiaohua, Shui and Sun Shu also walked in front of him. Sun Shu pressed his lips, which were already pale. Sun Shu's eyes were abnormally sparkling and translucent. Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, it could actually reflect a fine 5 colors. Sun Shu cupped his hands, his spotlessly white jade-like arms slightly trembling. "Junior brother Xiao, congratulations on your return. Sun Shu's words were out of her own expectations. Before she could finish, tears flowed out. Sun Shu hurriedly raised her sleeve to cover it up, and hid to the side. Shui stood beside Sun Shu. Since coming down from the mountain path, her gaze had been fixed on Xiaohua's face, and she didn't even move away. At this time, she looked straight into Xiaohua's eyes, and didn't say a word. Shui, I'm back." Xiaohua never thought that his meeting with Shui would be so awkward, and his heart was slightly weak. You still know to come back." Shui's words were out of Xiaohua's expectations. But these words were also filled with hidden bitterness, longing, and incomparable concern. Xiaohua didn't know what to say. "You." Shui just said one word, and her whole body flew, and like a swallow entering its nest, she threw herself into Xiaohua's arms. Her warm body hugged Xiaohua tightly, and Xiaohua's phoenix body that had been tempered for a long time actually couldn't breathe. Xiaohua sighed in his heart, and a kind of guilt grew in his heart. He opened his arms and also tightly hugged Shui's delicate body. For a moment, the entire mountain path was silent, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. The afterglow accompanied the two people, accompanied by the joy of reuniting after a long time. "Granny." Qian Diheng sniffed and looked to the side. Seeing that there were still some disciples looking curiously on the mountain path, he angrily said, "Haven't you seen martial brothers after a long time? Haven't you seen dual cultivation partners being intimate? Get lost, hurry down the mountain, and go build your foundation." Xiaohua. Shui buried her face in Xiaohua's chest, and incomparable joy gushed out from her heart. But after the joy, there was a kind of sadness. The tears of joy that gushed out of Xiaohua's Taoist robe were wet, and at this moment, the sad tears gushed out like water from a broken dam. It was as if the 6 years of worry and the 5 years of grief were all vented out. Very quickly, Xiaohua's chest was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Shui raised her neck and bit Xiaohua's neck, and that strength was extremely fierce. "Ouch!" Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly cried out in pain. Shui, the pain is killing your husband." Chapter 1802. Who asked you to come back so late? Who asked you not to send a message? Who asked you to woo-woo? Shui's face was red and hot as she gnashed her teeth. But before she could finish, Xiaohua lowered his head and kissed Shui's lips. Shui stammered and could no longer speak. Her body struggled for a moment, but soon after, she complied with Xiaohua. Seeing this, Sun Shu bit her cherry lips and pulled Qian Diheng, who was berating the surrounding disciples, to walk up the mountain path. "This guy." Qian Diheng's face was full of envy. He smacked his lips and followed Sun Shu. You. Shui kissed Xiaohua for a moment and suddenly realized something. She wanted to push Xiaohua away and said sternly, Xiaohua, who have you been hanging out with these past few years? Xiaohua was stunned. Soon after, he understood that Shui had felt the intimacy between him and Fairy Hongxia from his kiss. He sighed in his heart that female cultivators were sensitive. He exerted force to prevent Shui from leaving his embrace and said in a low voice, Who can I be with? You only need to think about it to know. Shui was ashamed and angry. But looking at Xiaohua's calm eyes and calm expression, she said almost without thinking, What? You are actually together with Fairy Hongxia? Xiaohua looked up and transmitted his voice. Shui, this matter cannot be said lightly. I will explain it to you later. Shui's heart lightened, but her face immediately turned pale again. She forced a smile and said, I know. Since it is with Sister Hongxia, what can I complain about? It's just that you are too cruel. In these 5 years, did you not think of me at all? Did you not think of telling me? It's all my fault. Xiaohua said in a low voice, I really can't send a message. However, Fairy Hongxia already knows about your matter. Ah, you told her? Shui's face immediately revealed a kind of shyness and surprise. She even asked with some expectation, Sister, what did she say? She is naturally your sister. Xiaohua smiled and kissed Shui's red lips again. Ah! Shui's body immediately heated up. Her extremely strong response actually made Xiaohua a little restless. However, this passionate kiss only lasted for a moment before Shui came to her senses and bit down on Xiaohua's teeth. Ouch! Xiaohua could not help but cry out in pain. What have you been doing with Fairy Hongxia for the past 5 years? Shui spoke softly before sending a voice transmission. Xiaohua's smile became even wider. He quietly pinched Shui's waist and said in a low voice, Naturally, we will do it together in the future. You bastard. Shui was abnormally bashful, her hand similarly pinching Xiaohua's waist. Her action was no different from Fairy Hongxia's. However, at the same time that Shui was abnormally shy, that unconcealable worry still loomed in Shui's eyes. After a long while, Xiaohua held Shui's hand and slowly walked up the mountain path. Cough, that. The sunset is so beautiful. Senior Sun, we still have to appreciate it. When Qian Diheng saw Xiaohua and Shui coming up, he coughed twice and pretended to admire the scenery. He raised his eyes and looked at the rosy clouds in the west. Senior brother Qian, it's been a few years since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. Junior brother really admires you. Xiaohua did not want to let go of Shui's hand, but there were still Qi refining disciples coming down the mountain and looking at Shui and Xiaohua. Even though Shui was straightforward, she could not help but pull her hand out. Xiaohua had no choice but to let go and immediately cupped his hands. Ba admire my ass. Qian Diheng immediately revealed his true nature. He scolded with a smile. I don't know where you hid to cultivate for 5 years. If you knew, you would have come back long ago. Junior brother's experience was really dangerous. There were many secrets of others. Please allow Junior brother to choose his words. Perhaps in the future, we will have a chance to talk about it. Xiaohua said with a smile. Sun Shu quickly waved her hand and said, No need to talk about it, no need to talk about it. We are already happy that Junior brother Xiao can come back safely. Moreover, Junior brother encountered such a disaster. I also have some responsibility. Senior Sun, that matter was definitely not what senior sister wanted. Junior brother is not blind. How could he not see it? Xiaohua also said with a smile, Let's not talk about that matter. That's right. Qian Diheng said dejectedly, although we are determined to seek justice for junior brother Xiao. But things are contrary to our wishes. Xiaohua smiled but did not say anything. Back in the Valley of Ice, Fairy Hongxia had already analyzed this matter thoroughly. Unless Kuan Fian was reborn, unless Kuan Fian used the soul-searching technique on Kuan Fian, there would definitely be no results. Qian Diheng's answer was also not out of their expectations. Oh right. Qian Diheng suddenly remembered something happy. His previous dejection was swept away and he said with a smile, Last time, although we did not build foundation, it was not that we did not gain anything. What did you gain? Xiaohua was stunned. You don't need to ask us about this. Just ask Shui. Sun Shu said with a smile. Xiaohua could only look at Xue Xue, who was silently beside him. She was so happy that her soul seemed to have left her body. Xue Xue took out her storage pouch and handed it over. She said with a smile, "This is your harvest from last time." Senior Sun and senior brother Qian did not want to take it alone and insisted on leaving your share with me. Is that so? Xiaohua was still puzzled. He could not think of what great harvest he, Sun Shu, and the others had from last time's training. It was actually worth it for Xue Xue to take it. When Xiaohua opened the storage pouch and scanned it with his divine sense, his face changed greatly. This? Where did it come from? Why so much? Hee. Qian Diheng liked to see Xiaohua's surprise and said in a low voice, "Did junior brother Xiao forget?" The 3 sect's disciples blocking Mingxi were single-handedly broken through by junior brother Xiao. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua was enlightened. The expression on his face was extremely strange. He sighed and said, So it was theirs. Yes, just right. Sun Shu nodded and said, "The rule of our Imperial Thunder sect's disciples is that if it does not involve grudges between sects, all magic tools, spirit stones, pills, and other things belong to the disciples. There is no need to report to the sect. If it involves grudges between sects, the disciples have the right to keep 60% of all the items." Here is that. 60%. Looking at the storage pouch in his hand and the countless spirit stones and pills in it, Xiaohua's heart surged with a burst of warmth and incomparable confidence. His heart that was hurt by Kuan Fian had a trace of comfort. "I'm afraid this is everything," Xiaohua said with a smile. "It's not just junior brother's 30%. Hee, that's not it," Qian Diheng said with a smile. "What we needed, we naturally took, especially the magic tools and other things. Moreover, cultivation methods and other things have to be handed over to the sect. Some of the spirit stones and pills here were exchanged for cultivation methods and other things. That's still a lot more than junior brother's 30%. Let's divide it equally between the 3 of us." Xiaohua waved his hand and was about to hand over the storage pouch. Chapter 1803. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Qian Diheng's expression immediately changed. He angrily said, "Xiaohua, you underestimate me too much. Although my cultivation isn't as deep as yours, I'm not much inferior to you in terms of reasoning. Last time, I relied on you to support me, and in the end, you were the one who fell into the wind tunnel of the netherworld wind. If I split it with you, wouldn't I also have to split my face equally? Do you still want me to see you in the future?" Soon after, he said with a sinister smile, "If you really don't want to see me in the future, then let's split this thing today." As he spoke, he made a gesture of reaching for the storage bag. "Ha ha, you bastard, where did you learn from me? I feel like you're a foundation establishment senior." Xiaohua laughed loudly. He pulled back his hand and put the storage bag into his bosom. Sun Shu didn't say anything. Looking at the 2, her eyes were filled with warmth. "I also forgot." Xiaohua smiled. He also patted his forehead and said, "I still haven't had the chance to give you the thing I got from the netherworld wind. I hope it's not too late now." What else do you have?" Qian Diheng was stunned and turned to look at Sun Shu. Sun Shu was naturally also surprised. When Xiaohua mysteriously handed the Zhong Yao milk to the 2 seemed to have a premonition and asked nervously almost at the same time, "This?" Hee. Xiaohua gave the jade bottle to the 2 and said with a smile, "Take a look for yourself." "Ah!" Qian Diheng opened the jade bottle and was the first to jump up. "Zhong." But just as he said it, he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly stuffed it into his storage bag. While his body was still in the air, he shouted, "Xiaohua, you bastard. Really? How do you want me to AI? How do I say this?" Qian Diheng was so happy that he couldn't say a complete sentence. He even stuttered a little. Anyone who suddenly saw something that they had already given up 5 years ago would be like this. On the other hand, Sun Shu was different. She didn't put the jade bottle into her storage pouch. Instead, she glanced at Xue Xue beside Xiaohua, sighed, and handed the jade bottle back. She shook her head and said, "Xiaohua, if this thing was taken out in the dark, I would naturally accept it without hesitation. But for you to take it out now, I'm afraid that you've risked your life in exchange for it. It's already gone beyond our agreement. I cannot accept it. You should use it yourself, or give it to junior sister Xue." There was some reluctance in Sun Shu's eyes, but his expression was resolute. Xiaohua stared at the jade bottle in Sun Shu's hand. It seemed that Sun Shu had not only given him Zhong Yao's milk, but also Sun Shu's sincerity. Xiao Hua smiled as he clapped his hands again, taking out another jade bottle, handing it over to Xue Xue, saying with a smile, "This thing originally belonged to Kuan Fian. This little brother originally wanted to secretly give it to Xue Xue. Look at you all, forcing this little brother to give it to her face. Sigh, I'm really speechless." As he spoke, he actually rubbed his nose with a bitter look on his face. "Humph, you should have said so earlier," Sun Shu snorted, rolling his eyes at Xiao Hua strangely. With a flip of his hand, the jade bottle immediately disappeared. "Xiao Hua, what is this?" Xue Xue took the jade bottle, rather puzzled, and asked in a low voice. Xiao Hua put his index finger to his mouth and said in a low voice, "Keep this thing well, go back and secretly ask senior sister Xue how to use it. Don't even mention a word to others." Really? Xue Xue was extremely intelligent, how could she not know? She immediately kept the jade bottle well, and asked in a very pleasantly surprised manner. "Hee, that's right." Sun Shu walked in front of Xue Xue and whispered in her ear, "With this thing, junior sister will definitely reach foundation establishment within 5 years. You're so good." Xue Xue sweetly looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Don't tell me you didn't keep it for yourself?" Seeing Xiao Hua take out 3 drops of Zhong Yao milk at once, Qian Diheng asked in a low voice. Xiao Hua blinked and said with a smile, "Am I that kind of person?" "I don't think so." Qian Diheng said with a smile, "You're much more stingy than me. Even if I am, you're not. Can't you not be so blunt?" Xiao Hua replied in a bad mood. Little junior brother?" Just when everyone was feeling warm and comfortable, a familiar voice of Xiao Hua suddenly called out in a very pleasantly surprised manner. "Eldest senior brother?" Xiao Hua hurriedly turned his head. Of course, at the head of the mountain path, Xiong Yang had just appeared. Looking at Xiao Hua's back, an inconceivable expression appeared on his face. "Junior brother Xiao Yu, when did you return to the mountain? Why didn't you send a message to master or elder brother?" Xiong Yang said somewhat reproachfully. Moreover, he kept giving Xiao Hua a meaningful glance. Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled, and Xue Xue's face was also somewhat unnatural. She said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, your master?" At this time, a cold voice said again, "Humph, he hasn't reached foundation establishment after 5 years of experiential learning. Naturally, he doesn't have the face to send a message. Xiao Hua, since you haven't reached foundation establishment yet? Why did you come back?" "Master." Xiao Hua was very happy. He didn't care about Xiong Yang's coldness, and quickly walked up the mountain path to welcome him. Xue Xue and the others glanced at each other, then followed Xiao Hua forward. However, after taking a few steps, Xiao Hua's face showed doubt. He saw Xiong Yang walking behind Xiong Yang, but the person behind Xiong Yang wasn't Yan Qinglian or Zhu Minghui, but a young cultivator. That cultivator had a well-built body, a fair complexion, and an incomparably handsome face. He had a perfectly straight nose, slanted sword-like eyebrows, and a pair of bright and spirited eyes that revealed an indescribable arrogance and incomparable confidence. Xiao Hua sized up this cultivator, and this cultivator also looked at Xiao Hua. Unlike Xiao Hua's curiosity, this cultivator's gaze was disdainful, and even somewhat hostile. "Hong Shen, come over and greet me. This is second senior brother Xiao Hua, whom master often talks to you about." Xiong Yang said with a smile, a doting expression on his face. "Yes, disciple understands." That cultivator smiled apologetically and said, "Disciple will definitely take master's admonition as a warning and cultivate diligently. After this experiential learning, I'll definitely be able to build my foundation." Soon after, that disciple took a few steps forward, cupped his hands and saluted, saying, "Junior Di Hongshan greets second senior brother." Seeing that Di Hongshan actually didn't bow, Xiao Hua was already displeased in his heart. He stepped forward and returned the salute, saying, I don't dare. How can I, an aura-refining cultivator who hasn't built my foundation for a long time, receive such great courtesy from junior brother Cui? Since you know you don't have any face, then don't come back and disgrace yourself. It's better to cultivate outside the sect. Xiong Yang said coldly. I remember someone saying that he wouldn't come back until he built his foundation. Why did he suddenly go back on his words? Xiao Hua felt bitter in his mouth. He didn't seem to have said such a thing, right? Master, Xiong Yang said in a low voice, junior brother Xiao barely escaped death and came back, and junior brother Chui just so happened to go out for experiential learning. Master should be happy. Happy my ass. Xiangyang cursed helplessly. One failed to build his foundation and took 50 years to build his foundation. The other failed and didn't build his foundation for 10 years. What's there for me to be happy about? Now I've finally accepted a disciple who's capable enough to build his foundation after cultivating for less than 5 years. Unfortunately, I haven't even left the sect, and I've already met someone who failed to build his foundation. Isn't this a bad omen? I already said that I'd leave earlier, but your master's wife insisted on telling me to go here and there. Hee master, you should be well aware of this disciple's aptitude and cultivation level. I definitely won't be affected by such external things. Di Hongshan said extremely conceitedly. I like your confidence. Xiangyang said with a beaming smile. Seeing Xiangyang treat Xiaohua like this, Sun Shu and the others felt sad in their hearts. Now that they had some free time, they hurriedly went forward to pay their respects. Xiangyang saw Shue's expression become even more gloomy, but he didn't dare to flare up. He only waved his hand and said, although you all failed to build your foundation, you shouldn't be discouraged. You should continue to work hard. After saying a few words, he didn't want to say anything else. He turned his head and scolded Xiaohua. You little bastard, instead of cultivating properly, you only thought about dual cultivation. You provoked Shui, and even had wishful thinking about Huanhua Sect's female disciple. Why don't you take a look at your own cultivation level, master? Xiangyang looked at Shui. He was afraid that Xiaohua would lose face in front of Shui, so he hurriedly stopped him. Xiangyang snorted and turned his head to look at the already gloomy sky. Qian Diheng sneered and bowed. Disciple thanks martial uncle Xiangyang for his teachings. I'll definitely remember it. Finished speaking, he nodded towards Xiaohua and walked away. Sun Shu and Shui also bowed and winked at Xiaohua before also walking away. After waiting for the 3 people to leave, Xiaohua sighed and clapped his hand. He took out a jade bottle from his space and handed it over, saying, Junior Martial Brother Chui, this is the first time we've met. I also don't have anything good. This is a foundation establishment pill. I ask Junior Martial Brother Chui to accept it. I wish Junior Martial Brother Chui success in establishing your foundation. Xiaohua did this out of consideration for the friendship between fellow disciples. He thought of how Zhuo Minghui and Yan Qinglian treated him that year. Unexpectedly, Di Hongshan flicked his sleeve and proudly said, I have enough foundation establishment pills. There's no need to trouble Senior Martial Brother Xiao. Moreover, my Chuanyu Chui family has never accepted favors from others. Although I'm now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, I still have to follow the teachings of my ancestors. I ask Senior Martial Brother Xiao to take it back. Xiaohua was stunned. The foundation establishment pill in his hand awkwardly hung in the air. Di Hongshan didn't seem to give Xiaohua any face. He said again, besides, I'm afraid Senior Martial Brother Xiao needs this more. How can I take Senior Martial Brother Xiao's favor? Ha. Xiaohua didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. He withdrew his hand and stored the foundation establishment pill into his space. He said with a smile, That's right. I've made too many mistakes. I'm just an aura-refining disciple who failed to build my foundation. How could I possibly have something that Junior Martial Brother Chui values? Seeing Xiaohua take out the foundation establishment pill, Xiaohua helplessly thought of the spiritual plants Xiaohua gave him and the spiritual plants he gave to Xiangyang. Xiaohua's expression eased a bit. However, when he looked at Xiaohua's aura-refining cultivation, his expression once again turned gloomy. He waved his hand and said, Medicinal pills, spiritual plants, they're all external objects. They have nothing to do with one's realm or cultivation. If you place your heart on those things, you'll forever be an aura-refining disciple. You'll never be able to truly become a cultivator. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua secretly sighed and bowed in response. Di Hongshan shot a glance at Xiaohua. He also bowed and said, Disciple understands. I'll definitely learn from the mistakes of others and not take the detours of others. Chapter 1804. When Di Hongshan went down the mountain, the sky was already dark. According to Xiaohua's thoughts, it would be better to leave the next morning. But thinking about what Helpless said just now, Xiaohua immediately shut his mouth. Maybe this was the auspicious time Helpless was talking about. When Di Hongshan's figure disappeared, Helpless immediately turned around and left without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, completely ignoring Xiao Hua. Only Xiang Yang's face was filled with helplessness as he looked at Xiao Hua with a bitter smile. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Xiao Hua bowed again. "Sai Xiao. Junior brother Xiao." Xiang Yang returned the greeting and said, "Congratulations on returning safely. Let's go, master's wife, and your senior sister miss you very much. Your senior sister has been talking about you many times, saying that you are blessed with good fortune and will definitely be fine. If she sees you return, she will definitely be overjoyed." Then he said in a low voice, "Actually, master is also sad, but, senior brother, there's no need to say any more." Xiao Hua's expression was very calm as he waved his hand and said, "Let's hurry and pay respects to master's wife." "Good." Xiang Yang raised his hand and pulled Xiao Hua's hand as they walked up the mountain path. Then, using the flying technique, they flew towards the 10,000 Thunder Valley. On the way, Xiang Yang recounted everything that happened in the 10,000 Thunder Valley in the past 6 years. When Xiao Hua just left the Imperial Thunder Sect to train, Helpless once again found a disciple with a lightning physique from the disciples recruited by the Zhenlei Palace. This disciple was Di Hongshan, and also the disciple that Helpless was looking for. And Di Hongshan's aptitude was indeed very good. When he just entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, he was only at the beginning of Qi Refining Stage 11, but in just 6 years, he actually cultivated to the late stage of Qi Refining Stage 12, causing Helpless to go wild with joy. Just when Helpless thought that he had picked up a peerless genius, he discovered that not only Di Hongshan, many other disciples from other families also performed so amazingly. And correspondingly, the remaining disciples' performances were barely satisfactory. They were even worse than Xiao Hua in Helpless' eyes, and even the disciples with the most ordinary aptitudes in the past were worse. Of course, the grievous news of Xiao Hua's death came from Sun Shu and the others during the second year he went out to train. Helpless naturally knew how powerful Ming Shi's wind of the netherworld was. Since Xiao Hua had fallen into the wind tunnel, there was no way he could have survived. Helpless naturally hated Kuan Fian for plotting against him, but he was powerless against Kuan Fian's teacher from the Earth Thunder Palace. Even Reverend Lei Meng, without any evidence, could not do anything to Sun Lei Palace, just as Sun Shu had said. On the other hand, the Imperial Thunder Sect was far less interested in Xiao Hua's death than the Nether Lotus and Zhen Ming's death. Rather than saying that they had sent their disciples to investigate Xiao Hua's death, it was better to say that they had gone to search for the origins of the Nether Lotus and see if there were any other netherworld treasures. Helplessly, he was originally disappointed in Xiao Hua. Seeing that he was unable to redress his grievances and that Di Hongshan's advancement was extremely fast, there was hope for him to snow the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Compared to the Thunder Palace, the thunder-controlling sect was the weakest. Therefore, he placed all his energy on Di Hongshan. He didn't even hesitate to use a precious treasure to exchange for the rainbow epiphyllum to help Di Hongshan stimulate his divine sense. "Junior brother Xiao, don't blame junior brother Di." Xiang Yang comforted. "When junior brother first came to the Imperial Thunder Sect, you must have heard many rumors about me. You must have been mocked by many senior brothers and martial uncles. Junior brother Cui must have also encountered such a situation. That's why he resented you in his heart. AI, not to mention you, he usually doesn't respect me and your senior sister-in-law." Hee, why would junior brother blame him? Xiao Hua sneered. He built his own foundation, while junior brother refined his own qi. Speaking of qi, Xiao Hua recalled his own anger and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, it's good that junior brother can see past it. Xiang Yang didn't know whether Xiao Hua was really laughing or not. He only comforted. "We don't have any foundation. We can't compare to junior brother Cui. He has a lot of medicinal pills and other things on him. It's normal for his cultivation to progress so fast." "That's right, senior brother. Do you know about the true spirit bloodline of the cultivation families?" "What kind of true spirit bloodline is that Chuanyu Cui family?" Xiao Hua suddenly asked. If you asked senior brother this question 2 years ago, senior brother really wouldn't be able to answer. Xiang Yang smiled. A few years ago, when Master and Junior Brother Cui were analyzing the progress of cultivation, Junior Brother Cui proudly said that their Chuanyu Cui family had some Ling Ke true blood. It seems that your Fairy Hong Xia's Kai family has some Ice Phoenix true blood. It's an extremely powerful bloodline. I remember now. This junior brother Chui seems to have some impression of Fairy Hongxia. Oh, Xiao Hua's mouth hung a trace of a smile. That depends on whether Fairy Hongxia has any impression of him or not. Xiang Yang's laughter was very honest, but there was also a trace of other meaning in it. Hearing this, Xiao Hua unconsciously raised a question in his heart. Fairy Hongxia's Ice Phoenix bloodline had awakened. Yun Jicheng's Flame Dragon bloodline had awakened, and this Di Hongshan's cultivation had increased so fast. Could it be that some bullshit Ling Ke bloodline was also about to awaken? Thinking about the other disciples who had entered the sect, their cultivation was advancing at the speed of a tortoise. This was a phenomenon that had never happened before. The Imperial Thunder Sect's method of selecting disciples for thousands of years was not for nothing. Why did it start to fail now? Was there a problem with the aptitude of these disciples? Or was it some other problem? Cultivation method? Medicinal pill? Spiritual grass? Seeing that the cave dwelling in the 10,000 Thunder Valley was in sight, Xiang Yang asked again, Junior Brother Xiao, next, what do you plan to do? What other plans can Junior Brother have? I'll just stay in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden and cultivate. Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled. I can't go out to train, right? I just came back, so I'll stay in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden for a while. Xiang Yang nodded. It's quiet there, and no one will disturb me. That's right. Xiao Hua smiled. Oh right, I haven't seen you for a few years, but Senior Brother's cultivation has improved a lot. Junior Brother is really envious. Isn't my cultivation all due to Junior Brother Zhao's credit? If not for Junior Brother Xiao, how could Senior Brother have entered the middle stage of foundation establishment? And Senior Brother's cultivation also seems to be entering a bottleneck. In a few years, Senior Brother will go out with you to train. Xiang Yang smiled, but there was also bitterness in his smile. Xiao Hua understood in his heart that Xiang Yang was not young. Even if he broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment, his lifespan was still insufficient. His middle stage foundation establishment cultivation was too far away from Fairy Hongxia. Xiang Yang wanted to go out to train. He probably had other ideas. Great. Xiao Hua clapped and said, if Senior Brother goes out to train with Junior Brother definitely won't encounter the dangers of the last training. Junior Brother Xiao is. Xiang Yang hesitated. Xiao Hua understood and smiled. This matter has already passed. Junior Brother also doesn't want to mention it again. Indeed. Xiang Yang nodded. Senior Brother also had such an experience in his early years. After that, I don't want to mention a single word. At this moment, two divine senses swept over from afar. Xiang Yang immediately smiled and said, Master's wife and your Senior Brother's wife are here. Chapter 1805. The next morning, facing the rising sun, Xiao Hua came out from Xiang Yang's cave in Myriad Thunder Valley. He cupped his hands and said goodbye to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. Holding the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden token that Xiang Yang returned to him, he flew towards Eastern Ridge Herb Garden using ordinary flying techniques. Yan Qinglian and Zhuo Minghui still liked Xiao Hua. Although they weren't as emotional as Sun Shu and Xue Xue, Xiao Hua could still see the surprise in their eyes. Of course, Zhuo Minghui only asked about Xiao Hua's experience. She didn't mention anything about what happened after Xiao Hua went to the Netherworld, which made Xiao Hua feel a lot more relaxed. Even when Xiang Yang mentioned that he met Sun Shu and Xue Xue in front of the guest pavilion, Yan Qinglian even jokingly asked Zhuo Minghui to go to Sun Lei Palace and get in touch with Sun Ming. Her words seemed to treat Sun Shu and Xue Xue as equals. This made Xiao Hua's face a bit embarrassed. Actually, after the last experience, Xiao Hua calmed down and could naturally see Sun Shu's feelings. Especially when Xiao Hua fell into the wind cave, Sun Shu wanted to chase after him regardless of everything. If Qian Dihing didn't stop him, Sun Shu really would have followed Xiao Hua into the wind cave. Thinking about Sun Shu's behavior, Xiao Hua felt a bit guilty. At this time, listening to Yan Qinglian's teasing, wouldn't his face be even redder? Although last night's talk made Xiao Hua's heart feel warm, there were 2 points that made Xiao Hua feel awkward. First, he didn't show up at all. It seemed that after returning from the mountain gate, he directly went to Myriad Thunder Valley and didn't have any interest in seeing Xiao Hua. This really made Xiao Hua feel wronged. Secondly, although Zhuo Minghui was still affectionate towards Xiao Hua, her words often inadvertently revealed her fondness for Di Hongshan. She couldn't help but compare Xiao Hua or Xiang Yang with Di Hongshan in many matters. She felt quite proud that Myriad Thunder Valley had such a disciple. Forget it, he has such a dazzling cultivation, why should I fight with him? Since I already chose the 18th layer of qi refining, I shouldn't regret anything. Xiaohua flew in the air, still thinking. Moreover, there are times when a person's strength is limited. No one can be the master of all times. Even in a small Myriad Thunder Valley, the day before yesterday it might be Xiang, yesterday it might be me, today it's Di Hongshan, then what about tomorrow? There will be younger martial brothers. I'm already at the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Why would I fight for favor with an aura refining brat? Besides, I'm already in the late stage of the 17th layer of the qi refining realm. It won't be long before I can use the last fire essence flame crystal and reach the 18th layer of the qi refining realm. It'll only be a matter of a few years before I reach the foundation building realm. When I reach the foundation building realm, perhaps Master won't treat me so coldly anymore. But when he thought up to this point, Xiaohua's heart suddenly turned cold. Eldest senior martial brother has built his foundation, and now his cultivation level is at the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. But in Master's eyes, he still can't compare to Di Hongshan. Even if I build my foundation, I'm afraid I'll only be a second Xiangyang. Eldest senior brother has a pure heart and will be able to endure it. I'm afraid I won't be able to. Heh. After reaching the foundation establishment stage and having an immortal's cave, who would still want to make a fool of themselves in front of Master? The red clouds on my left hand and the snow on my right. It's good to be free and unfettered. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a fiery passion. With a long whistle, a string of afterimages flashed by. With the faint sound of wind and thunder, he used the bright thunder escape and rushed towards the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden with incomparable speed. When Xiaohua opened the restrictions of the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden, he felt a hot breath rushing towards him. It was even more intense than when he left several years ago. Alas, if it continues like this, the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden won't be a place to stay for long. Xiaohua understood that if the medicinal herbs of the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden died, there would naturally be no value in guarding this place. He would probably have to go to another place. However, when Xiaohua inspected the medicinal garden, he surprisingly discovered that apart from the Blaze Dawn grass, all the other spiritual herbs had already withered. Furthermore, the Blaze Dawn grass was actually growing luxuriantly. It seemed that no one took care of it, and no one watered it with spiritual energy, causing it to grow even better. Great! Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, with this Blaze Dawn grass, I won't have to worry about where to go before I reach the foundation establishment realm. Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hand and several puppets were taken out from the space. Under Xiaohua's control, they respectively went to different medicinal gardens and began to work. These were the damaged puppets that Xiaohua had obtained from the magnetism space. In these 5 years, when Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia were not cultivating, Xiaohua was comprehending the puppetry technique that Mo Qingyuan had given him while repairing these puppets. In fact, these puppets were not damaged much. However, they had all lost control under the magnetic force of metal and earth. Mo Qingyuan was unable to get close to these puppets, which allowed Xiaohua to take advantage of them. However, if Mo Qingyuan saw his treasured puppets helping Xiaohua tidy up the medicinal garden, he would probably vomit blood out of shame and anger. Xiaohua was very fond of the puppetry technique. In these few years, he had also comprehended a lot of it. However, Fairy Hongxia did not seem to care. She also specially reminded Xiaohua that the key to cultivation was in the realm. Puppets, magic weapons, and other things were all auxiliary. If he did not break through the bottleneck before his lifespan came to an end, all his hard work would be wasted. It was also under Fairy Hongxia's warning that Xiaohua realized his lifespan was limited. Fortunately, he could cultivate for a few more years. Foundation establishment was not too far away. Compared to ordinary disciples, it was normal. As for the puppets, Fairy Hongxia had taken a few from the Ice Valley, but they were all kept in her storage pouch. She did not take them out at all, and did not even let Xiaohua use them. Xiaohua was puzzled. He had asked her about it before. Fairy Hongxia blushed. She pinched Xiaohua's waist, and he immediately came to his senses. Dual cultivation. How could there be outsiders beside them? Even puppets were not allowed. Xiaohua released the puppets to tidy up the medicinal garden. He returned to the cave abode and checked the warning talisman that he had placed a few years ago. There were no abnormal movements. He then looked at the other hidden traps. There were no traces of them being touched either. Thus, Xiaohua's heart was at ease. He was sure that the other token to open the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden's spirit array was indeed lost. It was not hidden by someone with ulterior motives. In the following few days, Xiaohua tidied up the medicinal garden. He plucked the mature flame dawn grass and prepared to cultivate further. His prairie fire mental cultivation technique was also at the end. He only needed to refine the last fire essence flame crystal. After stabilizing his realm, he could use the last fire essence flame crystal. Speaking of this fire essence flame crystal, Xiaohua's heart was filled with sweetness. Previously, the fire essence flame crystal was divided among his bones, flesh, and meridians. Xiaohua only had 10% left. This time, because of his dual cultivation with Fairy Hong Xia, he actually gave 10% to Fairy Hong Xia. This 10% fire essence flame crystal was probably the main reason why Fairy Hong Xia entered the intermediate foundation establishment stage. After tidying up all the miscellaneous items, Xiaohua kept the puppet into the space. Then, he released the snake-shaped puppet to stand guard in the medicine garden. Then, he placed dozens of spirit talismans from the rabbit array on the ground nearby to protect the entire cave dwelling. These dozens of spirit talismans were refined from the flesh of spiritual beasts that Xiaohua obtained from Fairy Hong Xia when he was cultivating in the Valley of Ice. In the end, Xiaohua was still not at ease. He activated the fire array before sitting down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. But at this moment, Xiaohua's heart moved again. He took out the storage bag that Shui gave him. Previously, he had used his divine sense to check it, but there were many things inside. He did not care about the pills and spirit stones. Qian Diheng also said that the artifacts and other things had been handed over to the sect. However, Xiaohua vaguely remembered that he seemed to have seen an artifact in the storage bag. Because he did not look carefully that day, he only remembered now. Sure enough, under the pile of spirit stones, Xiaohua found two things. One was a fan, the other was a blue bead. Following these two things were two jade slips. Xiaohua took out these four things and immersed his divine sense in the jade slips. His face unconsciously showed a happy expression. Leafyang fan. Water blue bead. Xiaohua laughed. It's actually two magic treasures. It must have been secretly left by Qian Diheng for I. This guy, he is not even afraid of the sex ban. Xiaohua's two artifacts had already self-destructed in Ming Shi's wind pillar. The other two artifacts were also given to the craftsman as a reward for making the spirit armor. Now he only had the cloud-suppressing seal and the spirit crowfire net. The cloud-suppressing seal was needless to say. It was a magic treasure that Xiaohua was currently using. As for the spirit crowfire net, it was just barely satisfactory. For Xiaohua, the significance of commemoration was far greater than its use. Therefore, the Leafyang fan and the water blue bead were exactly what Xiaohua needed at this time. As for refining and controlling the Leafyang fan and the water blue bead, didn't Xiaohua have the Buddha's Saraira? He wanted to see if he could control two magic treasures. However, after spending more than 10 days to refine the Yang Leaf fan and the aquamarine pearl, he sadly discovered that his spiritual power and Buddhist consciousness could control any kind of magic treasure. However, if he were to directly control two magic treasures, he would not be able to do it. Although he could barely support it, his spiritual power was faintly showing signs of going out of control. This was a sign of insufficient magic power. It's already not bad. Xiaohua secretly comforted himself. The other foundation establishment cultivators still don't have magic treasures, but I have 3 magic treasures in one go. Moreover, I can freely control each one. Even if one of the magic treasures is destroyed by others, I can immediately take out another one. Then, Xiaohua took out a jade slip and carefully looked through the methods of using the Leafyang fan and the water blue bead. After he was familiar with the 2 magic treasures, he stored them in the space. Then his body shook and the strange phoenix celestial body was born in his body. In these 5 years, when Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia were dual cultivating, the phoenix celestial body was also copulating with Fairy Hongxia's celestial body. It seemed that this copulation was the Tao of Yin and Yang dual cultivation. The celestial body's improvement was even greater than Xiaohua's. Not only was the outline of the celestial body completely formed, it was no different from Fairy Hongxia's phoenix celestial body. Even the emptiness in the celestial body which only contained the blood-red thing that could be seen by the Dharma eye, seemed to have started to mutate. But what made Xiaohua vexed was that the phoenix celestial body could no longer be transformed into the mighty Vajra celestial body. The mighty Vajra celestial body's technique could not be practiced. Chapter 1806. Of course, Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body was much more powerful than the mighty Vajra celestial body from before. After all, he had mixed with Fairy Hongxia's phoenix celestial body for so long. If he didn't learn a move or two, wouldn't it be embarrassing? After controlling the phoenix celestial body to practice several times in midair, Xiaohua was extremely satisfied and withdrew the celestial body. Previously, he didn't dare to release the mighty Vajra celestial body because he was afraid that others would see through his Buddhist celestial body cultivation. Now that he had the phoenix celestial body, all these scruples no longer existed. He also had the true spirit bloodline, so he could legitimately resist the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. Then there was the soul-absorbing bell that Xiaohua had almost forgotten. Xiaohua didn't use it much along the way, so he took it out when he was cultivating. However, the contents of this jade slip were quite different from the Nine Heavens spirit cultivation technique that Xiaohua obtained from Sun Shu. Moreover, it was more inclined towards the Tao sex cultivation technique. It could even be said that it was the basic foundation of the soul cultivating technique. However, it was only this basic cultivation technique. Xiaohua also didn't cultivate it easily. He had already pondered over it for a year, but he still couldn't completely comprehend it. Xiaohua still had his eyes closed. There was a faintly discernible black silk shooting out from between his eyebrows. It tightly wrapped around the pair of soul-absorbing bells floating in midair. The soul-absorbing bells shook slightly with the entanglement of the black silk in midair, making a silent sound. This sound was extremely strange. It was like the chirping of birds in the empty mountains, but also like the disturbance in the marketplace. It could directly penetrate one's soul. Moreover, as the sound of the bell continued to accelerate, there was a kind of invisible sound wave that shrouded the surrounding few feet of space. There was a kind of gloomy feeling. Pa! Just when the ringing sound of the bell showed a strange rhythm, the black silk wrapped around the soul-absorbing bell suddenly broke, and the soul-absorbing bell fell from midair. Xiaohua opened his eyes and sighed. Could it be that I really need to have some kind of Cheng clan's bloodline to be able to practice it? Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he put the soul-absorbing bells into the space. He took out the shallow cultivation technique that recorded the Nine Heavens spirit and comprehended it word by word. At an uninhabited place on Dawn Rain continent, an area of a few hundred kilometers was enveloped by a type of strange restriction. This restriction was suffused with an imposing aura that caused one to feel suffocated, and it completely didn't seem like something a cultivator could set up. And in the skies above the Earth domain, dark clouds covered the skies. Countless arcs of lightning as thin as a thumb flickered in and out of existence. This spell seemed to connect to the heavens and earth, and even blocked out the sound of thunder. Outside the spell, no sound could be heard. Furthermore, there wasn't even a trace of heaven and earth spiritual qi within a radius of several miles outside the restriction. It was a complete vacuum. Although a lot of heaven and earth spiritual qi poured in from the surroundings, it was immediately absorbed by the enormous spell. Inside the spell, countless bolts of lightning were like brandishing swords and tridents, striking down from all directions. Those bolts of lightning seemed to break through the void. Although they still seemed to be in midair, in the blink of an eye, they arrived on the ground. And on the ground, there was a high altar cast with magic power. On the high altar, a cultivator with a simple and unadorned appearance sat quietly. A 1-foot nascent soul with the same appearance as him also sat upright on his head with a solemn appearance. In the nascent soul's hand was an object that looked like a golden brick. As it waved about, the golden brick produced countless images that flew in midair and blocked the bolts of lightning that struck down. Around the high altar, there were 81 fluttering spirit streamers. On each spirit streamer, there was a type of spirit beast. These spirit beasts were also strange. Some were like ordinary domestic animals, while others were like flying beasts. They looked neither fish nor fowl. However, as the spirit flags fluttered, a faintly discernible spiritual energy flowed in all directions, connecting all 81 spirit flags together. Clearly, it was a miraculous array. At the same time, the faintly flowing spiritual energy also formed a net. Quite a few lightning bolts fell, but they were all absorbed by the net-like spiritual energy and poured into the spirit flags. Great! Although the cultivator didn't open his eyes, he was aware of all the movements on the high altar with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but be secretly delighted. This old man is lucky. Although this demon-subduing star formation is lacking a lot, it is still an ancient spell formation. Now, it seems that it is suitable to resist the heavenly tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation has just begun. I don't know how long this spell formation can resist it. This old man has prepared for thousands of years and left many tricks. There is a 30% chance of surviving the tribulation this time. As long as this spell formation can resist the heavenly tribulation in the early stages, the gold brick spirit treasure won't be damaged too much. This old man is confident that he can resist the 3-9 true thunders. Alas, I don't know why, but the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Dawn Rain continent has changed so suddenly. This old man originally had a glimpse of the heavenly Tao's cultivation, but I actually can't find the door to the heavenly Tao. This old man has no choice but to forcibly pass the tribulation. Moreover, this old man has a premonition that if I don't succeed this time, in the future, I'm afraid I won't have another chance. The heavenly Tao has also changed. The cultivator's eyebrows twitched slightly. He actually had a thought that he shouldn't have at the crucial moment of the tribulation. Just as this thought appeared, he saw a loud rumbling sound in the air. A bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air. This bolt of lightning looked very similar to ordinary lightning, but there was a trace of red inside. With a bang, the bolt of lightning instantly hit the spiritual net of the demon-subduing star heavenly cycle formation. With a swoosh, the lightning surrounding the red bolt of lightning was immediately absorbed by the spiritual net. However, the red bolt of lightning didn't look at the spiritual net at all and went straight through. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? That cultivator was slightly shocked. The nascent soul above his head hurriedly waved the gold brick spirit treasure. Unexpectedly, with a bang, the spirit treasure's shadow was actually destroyed by the lightning bolt. This is bad. I need to use the spirit treasure's true body. The cultivator rubbed his hands together, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the restriction was immediately mobilized by him. The spirit treasure in the nascent soul's hand suddenly flew into the air and emitted a golden brilliance. It turned into a radius of 10 feet and blocked the red bolt of lightning. With a loud bang, the red bolt of lightning hit the gold brick. That gold brick suddenly sank a few inches, and the surrounding spiritual chi also sank. However, fortunately, the red bolt of lightning only left a fist-sized hole on the surface of the gold brick. It was still blocked by the gold brick. What kind of lightning is this? It seems that, since ancient times, in the records of heavenly tribulation, there is no such red lightning. The cultivator was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that the spirit treasure protecting him would be damaged at the beginning of the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was a heavenly tribulation that he had never heard of before. Heavenly tribulation? Suddenly, a distant memory appeared in the cultivator's mind. He couldn't help but cry out, "No, impossible! The heavenly tribulation is a heavenly tribulation born from the heavenly tribulation of demonic beasts. This heavenly tribulation is targeted at demonic beasts. How can it be targeted at cultivators of the mortal realm? Furthermore, this is only a sliver of red lightning. It is far from the crimson lightning of the holy lightning tribulation." Chapter 1807. This thought only lasted for an instant. At the same time, many bolts of red lightning appeared in the sky like bamboo shoots after a rain, falling down like raindrops. The cultivator was exposed to the red lightning, as if he was naked. Once the red lightning appeared, it was different from the previous lightning tribulations. It completely suppressed the restriction formed by the heavenly tribulation, as if the entire sky was pressing down on the cultivator's body. The cultivator's magic power was completely frozen, and he couldn't use it at all. The cultivator's expression changed greatly, and he complained in his heart, "This is really the demonic beast's holy lightning tribulation." Although the lightning tribulations look different, the demonic beast's first heavenly tribulation is to test the body, so all magic power can't be used. Damn it, I'm a human cultivator, not a demonic beast. How can I withstand being directly hit by lightning? Moreover, this lightning is the holy lightning tribulation for demonic beasts? So bitter. While the cultivator was complaining, he secretly hoped that the protective spiritual treasure outside his body would be useful and help him pass through the holy lightning tribulation that he had never prepared for before. Rumble! The red lightning struck the golden brick, causing it to flash with an intense golden light. Immediately after, it burst open. The golden chi contained within the golden brick immediately dissipated, causing the weight of the entire space to increase tremendously in an instant. The nascent soul outside the cultivator's body saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately wanted to enter the cultivator's body. However, the place where he could come and go freely was now like a rock. No matter what, he couldn't enter it. For a moment, the nascent soul of the transcending tribulation cultivator anxiously cried out. The transcending tribulation cultivator's face also turned ashen. He knew very well what the consequences would be if a transcending tribulation cultivator's nascent soul were to directly face the thunder tribulation. He regretted releasing his nascent soul according to the experience of transcending tribulation cultivators. The nascent soul panicked and wanted to spit something out from its mouth. However, before it could spit it out, there was another paw sound. Several red lightning bolts struck the nascent soul first. The exquisite spiritual armor on the nascent soul's body instantly emitted an extremely brilliant 5 colors. However, the brilliance didn't last long before it was destroyed by the red lightning. Immediately, the spiritual armor was cut off from the nascent soul's body. The naked nascent soul quickly made a spell and wanted to escape in another direction. However, it had just flown half a foot in the air when it was hit by another red lightning bolt. With a heart-wrenching scream, the red lightning bolt lingered around the nascent soul and tore it into countless small pieces. Under the lightning, these small pieces turned into extremely pure heaven-earth spiritual chi and immediately disappeared. Compared to a nascent soul cultivator, a tribulation-passing cultivator's body was even more miserable. Dozens of bolts of red lightning that were supposed to strike the powerful body of a demonic beast landed on his body, which had never been tempered before. The spirit armor only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was destroyed. Along with the destruction of the spirit armor, the tribulation-passing cultivator's weak body was also destroyed. By the time the cultivator's soul had dissipated, the lightning that was wreaking havoc in the sky began to gradually disappear. The dense dark clouds in the sky also began to slowly recede. The restrictions that were enveloped by the heavenly tribulation also began to disappear bit by bit. Only the high altar and the 81 spirit banners on it were completely undamaged. This was no wonder. The heavenly tribulation had just begun and didn't even show its ferocious face before it ended. The demon-subduing star formation naturally didn't withstand the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Okay, everyone, don't blame the heavenly tribulation for not being grand enough. The reason has already been explained. Inside the magnificent sect, there was a mountain surrounded by white clouds. There were huge palaces all over the mountain, and there were many rare beasts leisurely scattered around the palaces. Within the palace, there were 2 cultivators sitting opposite each other in a luxurious side hall. The younger cultivator was Sun Yunzi, the sect master of the magnificent flower sect. Sitting opposite him was a rather old man. The old man's hair and beard were all white, and he looked very miserable. He was far from the immortal-like cultivator that people imagined him to be. This person was the magnificent sect's elder, Black Flame. He was at the early stage of the spirit-severing stage. Sun Yunzi respectfully asked, "Elder Black Flame, the magnificent sect has been developing like this for the past few decades. Junior didn't dare to disturb you when you went into closed-door cultivation to break through to the mid-stage of the spirit-severing stage. What do you think about the sect's development?" Taoist Black Flame opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Sun Yunzi. After a long while, he said slowly, "This Taoist is old and has long since stopped caring about the affairs of the sect. How do you expect this old man to answer your questions? The heavy burden of the Shanghua sect has been placed on this junior's shoulders. This junior has racked his brains and dared not slack off. But this junior knows very well that the reason why our Shanghua sect can stand firm in the country of Xi and even the Dawn Rain continent is because of powerful cultivators like Senior. If not for Senior and other elders, any spirit-severing cultivator who found the Golden Palace would be a disaster for our Shanghua sect. Yes, this is only one of the reasons, and it's not the most important reason." Black Flame said, I think the most important thing is the younger generation. If these disciples have unlimited potential, who would dare to cause trouble for my magnificent sect? Who can guarantee that there won't be a few spirit-severing stage cultivators? That's right. Senior's words are correct. Sun Yunzi respectfully said. Junior didn't think about this before. Taoist Black Flame smiled, and the wrinkles on his face slightly trembled. He stretched out his withered tree-like hand and waved it, saying, Sun Yunzi, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. You've always been a strange and clever brat since you were young. You always hide everything from me, so how could I not know what you're thinking? Hee. Sun Yunzi dryly laughed and said, Senior is truly perceptive. Junior does have something to ask. Go ahead. Senior, in the past 10 years, Junior, and my fellow disciples have discovered that the world's spirit energy has changed. Sun Yunzi stole a glance at Black Flame, but there was no expression on Black Flame's face. He continued, if it was a simple change in the world's spirit energy, Junior wouldn't be worried. After all, the world's changes aren't something us cultivators can interfere with. But recently, in the past 5 or 6 years, there has been a huge problem with the disciples my magnificent sect has recruited. Junior has no choice but to ask Senior for an answer. What's the problem? Black Flame's eyes widened and he said, I've long known about the change in the world's spirit energy. Moreover, it's not as simple as you think. Ever since I felt the change in the world's spirit energy, my cultivation began to slow down. Although the speed of the decrease isn't great, it's still fatal for a cultivator like me who doesn't have much time left. This old man originally thought that with your low cultivation, you might not be able to detect it. Who would have thought that you already knew? As for the qi refining disciples, they aren't true cultivators, so they shouldn't be affected, right? Senior, you're too optimistic. Sun Yunzi said with a serious expression. The qi refining disciples seem to be affected more than us. Then Sun Yunzi explained how qi refining disciples were divided into 2 extremes. He said gloomily, in the current Dawn Rain continent, the cultivation families rely on us. Every family takes pride in sending their disciples to our sections. Now that these disciples' cultivations have increased by leaps and bounds, their extremely thin true spirit bloodlines have awakened. The situation will definitely change. This will definitely change the current cultivation structure of the Dawn Rain continent. I'm afraid that the cultivation aristocratic families will surpass our cultivation sects sooner or later. Yes, Sect Master is right. Black Flame thought for a moment and nodded. However, our cultivation sects are so powerful that the cultivation families can't compare to them. The situation between sects and families is still different. Junior understands. However, if we don't find the reason why our disciples can't cultivate, it's only a matter of time before our Shanghua sect becomes decadent. The revival of the cultivation sects is also a matter of time. Sun Yunzi said worriedly. Yes, that's right. Black Flame nodded. Have we reported this to the Immortal Alliance? Sun Yunzi shook his head. Not yet. After all, this concerns the prosperity of the sect. Junior doesn't dare to act on his own. If only my Shanghua sect is facing this problem and the other sects aren't, where will my Shanghua sect go? The other sects? I'm afraid their defenses are also very tight. Right? That's right. We don't have any concrete information. Everything is just groundless speculation. After a while, Black Flame asked, among the disciples who aren't from the cultivation families, are there any who can cultivate quickly? There aren't any, not a single one. Sun Yunzi answered without hesitation. Yes. Black Flame slowly nodded and said, although I can't determine the crux of the matter, I'm afraid it has something to do with the change in the world's spirit energy. However, my cultivation is still low. If I can get some guidance from a tribulation passing senior, I might be able to determine something. Sun Yunzi's face was filled with helplessness. Of course, Sect Master should consider this from another angle. Since the disciples of the cultivation families can cultivate according to our Shanghua sect's cultivation method. Black Flame's expression suddenly changed. No, after the disciples of the cultivation families enter our Shanghua sect, most of them still cultivate their own cultivation methods, right? That's right. Sun Yunzi bitterly smiled. If their families have a cultivation method that leads to foundation establishment, our sect won't let them cultivate our sect's cultivation method. Then, what about the disciples of the cultivation families who don't have a cultivation method that leads to foundation establishment? Sun Yunzi seemed to have thought of something, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. These disciples aren't slow either. Oh, that's good. Black Flame's expression relaxed, and he smiled. This means that our Shanghua sect's cultivation method can still be cultivated under the change in the world's spirit energy. There's no need for us cultivation sects to unite. That's right. Sun Yunzi's face revealed a trace of malevolence, and he sneered. Junior wants to send out an order to gather the Seven Skills sect, Xuanyan school, and even the Huanhua sect and Imperial Thunder sect to discuss, exterminate the cultivation families. Chapter 1808. Sun Yunzi snorted coldly and said, although this is very difficult, the cultivation families and cultivation sects are already inextricably linked. However, for the sake of the survival of the cultivation sects, I'm afraid that these cultivation sects will agree to my Shang Huazong's suggestion. Black Flame's words were as Sun Yunzi had expected. Luckily, since my Shanghua sect's cultivation method can still be used, it means that the method of recruiting disciples needs to be improved. As long as I choose the right disciples, my sect will be able to maintain its prosperity. Sun Yunzi came to a sudden realization and said, Senior Black Flame is indeed wise. You've enlightened me all of a sudden. Haha, I'm already old. No need to praise me anymore. Black Flame smiled. I don't believe that you haven't thought of this. You only came to me to ask for confirmation. Hee, Sun Yunzi didn't refute. Since the cultivation method can still be used and the normal disciples can also cultivate, why don't we increase our recruitment efforts? Every year, we recruit more disciples from cultivation families. Also, when they start refining qi, they will have their life spirit tablets. This way, they won't have a chance to rebel against our cultivation sect. As for the normal disciples, we also need to recruit more and see if there are any disciples who can cultivate as fast as the disciples from cultivation families. Find out what's different about these disciples. Black Flame slowly said, if we use these differences as the criteria for recruiting disciples, our Shanghua sect won't have to worry about not being able to flourish under the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Sage's suggestion is indeed wise. Sun Yunzi praised, but I'm afraid this process might take 10 years or even 100 years. 10 years? 100 years? Black Flame sneered. Within 1,000 years, within the lifespan of your nascent soul, you'll be the hero of our Shanghua sect. Then, he mercilessly said, even if you reach the spirit-severing stage, if you can find it within a few thousand years, I'll still be smiling in the underworld. Sun Yunzi wasn't angry at all and smiled. Junior knows that this is too much of a first and is probably the biggest challenge after the ancient era, so I came to ask for advice from the elder. This is the key to the survival of our Shanghua sect, so the elder can't just stand by and watch. I finally know what you're planning. Black Flame Sage clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He handed it over to Sun Yunzi and said, this is something I recently comprehended. It's a method for ordinary disciples to forge a life spirit tablet. Take it. Sun Yunzi was overjoyed. He smiled and said, Junior knew that spiritual master must have a miraculous prescription that I couldn't imagine. It was indeed so. Sai, you can go now. Although this method is useful, it has many flaws. I hope you can make good use of it. Black Flame seemed to be somewhat tired as he waved his hand and said. Sun Yunzi immediately stood up and bowed. Junior will take his leave now. I dare not disturb Taoist's cultivation. After Sun Yunzi left, Taoist Black Flame closed his eyes for a while before raising his head to look at the sky outside the side hall. The white clouds in the sky were still there, and the blue sky hadn't changed at all. Alas, the world has changed. Under the heavenly Tao, who can escape? Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things as straw dogs. These words are not deceiving. What a pity, what a pity. I'm afraid I won't be able to see the secrets of the heavenly Tao for the rest of my life. Black Flame stood there for more than half a day before he flew into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he flew southwest, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Xiaohua naturally didn't know that so many things had happened on the Rain continent. Of course, even if he knew, with his cultivation as a qi refinement cultivator, he wouldn't have the chance to express his opinion. All he could do now was cultivate in peace. Soon, a year had passed. After Xiaohua handed over another bag of Xiao Yen grass, the last fire essence flame crystal in his meridians had been completely refined. It was time to use the last fire essence flame crystal to charge into the 18th layer of qi refinement. As for Xiaohua, he clapped his hands and took out a pair of soul-sucking bells from his space. They floated quietly in the air. Xiaohua didn't do anything, and he didn't even release his divine sense. The soul-sucking bells were swaying strangely. Although the clear ringing wasn't very loud, it filled the entire cave. Looking at Xiaohua's eyes again, a faint black light flashed through his eyes. A few strands of black light, invisible to the naked eye and only detectable by divine sense, were slowly spreading out from between his eyebrows. They circled around the soul-sucking bells and vibrated with a strange rhythm. It's really strange. A satisfied smile emerged on Xiaohua's face as he thought to himself, although I can't directly practice this incantation of Cheng Clan, but after practicing some simple soul cultivation techniques, I can control this soul-absorbing bell. Obviously, this soul-absorbing bell of Cheng Clan was passed down from millions of Meng mountains. A soul cultivation technique. It should be a soul technique. If it's so powerful, then what about the soul cultivators in the Million Mountains? No wonder even though the Dao sect and sword cultivators are so powerful, they don't dare to enter the Million Mountains, and the Dao sect in the Million Mountains doesn't dare to come here either. The Dao sect cultivates the lower Dantian, the Buddhist sect cultivates the Saraira, and the sword cultivators cultivate the natal sword origin. They can all be seen, but where is the soul cultivator's 3 souls and 6 spirits? Although I have a rough understanding of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, I still don't know where the soul is. Xiaohua frowned again and said, "Why don't I take a look with my delusion breaker Dharma eyes?" Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua's eyebrows twitched. He sensed that the array formation outside the eastern ridge herb garden was stirring. Xiaohua took out his token and formed a hand seal, releasing the array formation. 2 scarlet transmission talismans flew in at the same time. When Xiaohua crushed the messaging talismans, Sun Shu's and Qian Dihing's voices came from them. They were the same message. They had just finished building their foundation, and they sent messaging talismans to inform Xiaohua first. Sun Shu's messaging talisman was nothing special. He couldn't hide his joy and gratitude. "Xiaohua, I have finally built my foundation. Moreover, before I built my foundation, I have already started practicing the hibernating thunder escape. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to complete it when I build my foundation." Master was right. This Zhongyao milk is indeed a shortcut to cultivating the lightning escape. Thinking back to that day, when I sent you an invitation at the Feather Immortal Assembly, I really didn't expect that I would have such a day. I don't know what to say to you. I have already said a simple thank you countless times. I don't want to say it again in this lifetime. I really want to. But after saying wanted a few times, Sun Shu didn't finish his sentence. Xiaohua let out a long sigh. He felt very upset. Just as he was about to throw the messaging talisman away, Sun Shu said again. Chapter 1809. By the way, Xiaohua, after the disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect reach the foundation establishment stage, there will be a simple celebration. Master has set the date to be 10 days later. At that time, my master's martial uncles and martial ancestors, who are on good terms with my master, will bring their disciples over. On one hand, they will congratulate him, and on the other hand, they will talk about cultivation after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Will you come? And if you come, remember to send me a messaging talisman. I will go with junior sister Shui to the Sun Lei Palace to pick you up. Qian Dihing's messaging talisman was much more exaggerated. Qian Dihing laughed and said, "Junior brother Xiao, damn it, I finally reached foundation establishment. After I send you a messaging talisman, I will immediately send one to Wang Yunxiao, Yuanbua, and Minge. Damn it, you actually dare to act like a senior in front of me. Right, I originally wanted to go to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden personally. Needless to say, I was able to reach foundation establishment all because of junior brother's contribution. If I don't thank you, who should I thank? However, I didn't receive your message and know that you haven't reached foundation establishment yet. What if I go? Do you have any thoughts in your heart? Therefore, it's better for me not to go. And 10 days later, there will be a small celebration in my Heavenly Thunder Palace. Damn it, it's to congratulate me for truly stepping into cultivation. If you want to come, then come. If you don't feel good, then don't come. In any case, I will use the hibernating thunder escape at that time and let Wang Yunxiao and those dogs see who is the real Imperial Thunder Sect Foundation establishment disciple. Cool. Junior brother Xiao, you should also hurry up and cultivate. Tizk, I won't say any more. If I say more, it will only make you unhappy. Right, the magic treasures in the storage bag were left by me. Consider it a gift for you. If other masters find out, just say it was from me. And one last thing. Don't worry, cultivate well. Even if you can't reach Foundation establishment, you are still my junior brother. As long as I am in the Imperial Thunder sect, I will definitely not let anyone bully you. Hee, I will definitely think of a way to let you and Shue have a good relationship. This is my promise to you. Damn it. Xiaohua's heart was filled with warmth. He scolded jokingly, you are just an early-stage Foundation establishment, yet you dare to call yourself senior brother in front of me. When I have time, I will deal with this guy. Foundation establishment, middle stage Foundation establishment cultivators were dealt with by me. As he spoke, he took out the other 2 message amulets and said the same thing. With a wave of his hand, the message amulets flew to different places. Xiaohua himself had yet to build his foundation, so why would he attend someone else's foundation building celebration for no reason? Moreover, he had no use for other people's foundation establishment experience. If he went, he would only become a laughingstock. Even if he didn't care, what about Sun Shu or Qian Diheng? There was no need for him to make things difficult for them. Sigh, I wonder if I'll be able to find a sliver of memory when I reach the 18th layer of qi refining. Xiaohua was somewhat perplexed. He stopped cultivating and slowly walked out of the abode. At this time, it was broad daylight and the eastern ridge herb garden was scorching hot. Standing on the mountain ridge, Xiaohua stared at the clear sky for a long time. After searching for so many years, I still haven't found any clues of my origins. I've tried all kinds of methods, but other than the occasional cultivation technique, I've found nothing. I hope that the painstaking effort I put into cultivating the 18th layer of aura refining can be seen by the heavens. When I reach the peak of the 18th layer of aura refining, the heavens will give me some clues about my origins. Oh heavens, I don't need too much. Just a sliver will be enough. Could the heavens hear Xiaohua's wishes? No one knew that there were only white clouds in the sky, hot air on the ground, and Xiaohua, who was bitterly searching for his origins on the eastern ridge. After sighing with emotion for a moment, Xiaohua's gaze turned resolute. He swept his eyes all around and said with a smile, "Since I'm here, I'll take things as they come. This young master isn't talented. If I can't reach the 18th layer of aura refining, then I'll reach foundation establishment. If I can't reach foundation establishment, then I'll reach core formation. This young master doesn't believe that if I cultivate to transcend tribulation and reach the great ascension stage, this young master still won't be able to find my origins." Unfortunately, this was only Xiaohua's wishful thinking. In his heart, the great ascension stage was already the end of cultivation. He was already an almighty figure. However, he didn't know that his memories. How could a tribulation-transcending cultivator guess the light reversal in his space? How could a great ascension stage cultivator control it? With a goal in mind, Xiaohua was once again filled with confidence. He clapped his hands and took out the last piece of fire essence flame crystal from his space. The small piece that was scorching hot and contained an extremely large amount of fire attribute spiritual qi of heaven and earth immediately gathered and absorbed the surrounding fire attribute spiritual qi. Xiaohua's figure floated up and flew into the cave. At the same time, the rabbit formation and the fire formation were also activated. Under the eastern ridge, a fist-sized chunk of lava was formed. The lava was divided into several layers. The outermost layer was magma that was like water. As it went further in, it gradually hardened and turned into crystals. Further in, it was empty. In this empty space, there was a trace of a pitch-black collapse. It was the kind of collapse that was so hot that it almost burned the space. Following the appearance of the fire essence flame crystal, the pitch-black collapse began to move again. It was like a wriggling worm that began to slowly rise. The rise was unstoppable. It easily passed through the crystals and the hardened parts in the middle. When it passed through the magma that was like water, the magma actually evaporated like water. When Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and slapped the fire essence flame crystal into his arm, intense flames once again rose from his body. The speed at which the pitch-black collapsed and floated up increased once again. It was like a young swallow's desire to return to its nest. Now that he had already used the fourth fire essence flame crystal, Xiaohua was already familiar with it. As his body was being torn apart by the blazing flames, the intense pain on his body still made Xiaohua release the phoenix celestial body regardless of everything. Although he couldn't use the great strength Vajra celestial body at this time, the virtual dots that formed the phoenix celestial body were the same as the small dots that formed Xiaohua's body. They were both absorbing the flames of the fire essence flame crystal. At the same time, Xiaohua's bones once again became a mixture of crimson and pure white. 80% of them had already been entangled by the red threads. Now, under the burning of the flames, they slowly extended and advanced towards 100%. However, when they neared 100%, the red threads no longer extended. Even though the flames around Xiaohua's body were still there was still an extremely large amount that hadn't been absorbed. The red threads also stopped moving. In other words, when Xiaohua used the fire essence flame crystal to temper his bones, he could only temper them to 99%. There was still a little bit that he couldn't use the fire essence flame crystal to complete the refinement. At this time, Xiaohua didn't have any extra thoughts to consider. After the dragon transformation art also absorbed the flames, he circulated the prairie fire cultivation method and did his best to absorb the excess flames. The pitch-black collapse under the eastern ridge continued to rise. After nearly 30 days, it finally arrived at the edge of the formation that enveloped the entire eastern ridge. As expected, that formation was basically like nothingness. The pitch-black collapse flashed past and moved towards the flames where Xiaohua was. At the same time that the formation was crossed, in a large hall in the Heavenly Thunder Palace, there was a lecture. A mid-gold core stage cultivator sat high up on a cloud platform in the hall. His eyes were slightly closed as he spoke about the true meaning of cultivation. Below the cloud platform, more than 10 peak late foundation establishment stage cultivators sat in a circle. Each and every one of them had their eyes wide open as they stared unblinkingly at the gold core stage cultivator's face. Their ears were perked up as if they didn't dare to miss a single word. Today's lecture was about the experience of condensing one's core. It was something that these peak foundation establishment stage cultivators had been longing for a long time. If they were fated, perhaps one of the sentences would be able to move them, and they might be able to build their foundation on the spot. But right at this time, the body of a cultivator in the front row suddenly shook. His face revealed an expression of wild joy. Wasn't this cultivator the foundation establishment stage cultivator who was previously peeping at Xiaohua from afar? This slight vibration was naturally very strange among the intoxicated and stupefied crowd. Not only were the surrounding cultivators slightly startled, their faces revealing expressions of jealousy, even the gold core stage cultivator on the cloud platform also opened his eyes. However, when the cultivator's divine sense swept over, he immediately frowned. After listening to the lecture, he berated, "Yu Hua, what are you doing? Are you comprehending something? Is there a sign of condensing one's core?" Disciple. The joy on the peak foundation establishment stage disciple's face disappeared. He whispered. Disciple was enlightened by Martial Uncle's words. It was very useful. But what? The gold core stage cultivator was still unhappy. Back then, you could be considered a handsome youth of my Heavenly Thunder Palace. But now you haven't been able to condense your core for nearly 100 years. I am here to talk about the experience of condensing one's core. What are you still not satisfied with? The foundation establishment stage disciple was terrified. He lowered his head and said, Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple will listen attentively. Humph, the gold core stage cultivator snorted. He still closed his eyes and continued to lecture. However, after a day and a night, the foundation establishment stage disciple was like an ant on a hot pan, scratching his ears and cheeks from time to time. How could he listen to a single word? Qian Yuhua, what's the matter? The gold core stage cultivator angrily asked again. Yes, Martial Uncle knows. Qian Yuhua stood up and saluted. Disciple is refining Lingli pills in his cave residence. Disciple calculated with his fingers that these few days are the day when the pills will be formed. Disciple is anxious. Oh, why didn't you say it that day? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to listen. Hearing this, the gold core stage cultivator's expression softened a little. He scolded, You can get lingy grass. You are really lucky. Haha, Martial Uncle's lecture. How dare I not listen? Qian Yuhua smiled apologetically. And whether this Lingli pill can be formed is still uncertain. I dare not delay. Well, you can go. The gold core stage cultivator flicked his sleeve and said, Thank you for your kindness. Qian Yuhua bowed and was about to leave. The other cultivators next to him shouted, Senior Brother Qian, why didn't you tell us that you got Lingli grass? How many Qianli pills can you refine? I don't know if we have any hope. Qian Yuhua looked anxious, but he still put on a smile and said, Junior brothers, I will take a look first. If the pills can be formed, everything will be fine. I will keep one for myself and give the rest to you. Great. The others let Qian Yuhua go. After Qian Yuhua came out of the palace, he first hurried into a side hall and then flew out. After flying to a fairy-like cave residence, he hurriedly flew out and used the hibernating thunder escape to go in one direction. That direction was not the East Ridge Herb Garden. However, half a day later, Qian Yuhua's figure appeared outside the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. At this moment, Qian Yuhua was also holding a token similar to Xiao Hua's. You're tuning in to the Blimei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.